Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 1276A Reaction. While VS felt enormously put off by his new task, the Rim Guardians didn't take no for an answer. Lieutenant Firk cared nothing for his objections and was blind to his reluctance. Her attitude reflected the typical stance of the MTA. Locals not only ought to, but desired to fulfill their whims. VS felt enormously put out by this arrogant attitude. Even if the Rim Guardians possessed the strength to back up their assertiveness, they could have shown they actually cared. At the end of the trials, the Rim Guardians at least gave him something extra before they kicked him out of the pit. Lieutenant Firk passed him a data chip before shoving him, lucky in his previous purchase, through a portal. A little welcome bonus for passing our trials. I hope you have fun with it. If you want more, I expect you to work for it. We're already sending the mech pilot in question to your ship docked in orbit. VS emerged back onto the surface of Centerpoint V. Meow? Yeah. I don't really know what happened either. It seems I've become associated with yet another club. He decided to take a break and rest at a hotel for the night. His mood to explore the rest of the Centerpoint system had faded now that he had unknowingly entered an initiation session. Although he resented that he had no choice, VS did admit that it wasn't all that bad to build up a relationship with the Rim Guardians. While VS preferred to keep his distance from the MTA, the powerful organization might not like it. For now, he was just an insignificant journeyman that was just entering the prime of his career. Once he advanced to senior and made strides towards master, the MTA's interest in him would certainly multiply, especially if he improved rapidly. If the MTA paid closer and closer attention to him, he would prefer to enjoy some support from within the organization. This was especially important when VS became more prominent in the future. With the way his design philosophy worked, he was already attracting a lot of attention with his recent designs. If VS continually proceeded to design mechs with X factors as strong as that of the Aurora Titan and Transcendent Messenger, then he would surely attract a huge amount of attention. No matter how much VS tried to deflect the MTA's attention, they obsessed over all things mechs and would never miss any novelty. His designs would definitely attract the attention of their internal mech designers, who would begin to value his design philosophy even if it was unlikely to be realized at the master level. This is actually a fortuitous encounter, VS muttered to himself while he idly stroked Lucky's back in his hotel room. I just wish Charlotte could have told me about what was in store for me if I used her invitation card. VS could hardly explain why Charlotte chose to give him the invitation card without explanation. Did Charlotte genuinely think that she was helping him, or did she just decide to invest in him and expect a future payoff? If it was the former, then she was a friend, if a misguided one at that. If it was the latter, then VS needed to treat her in the same way he treated his other business partners such as the Tovars or Calabast. Well, what do I expect? VS shook his head. As a probationary recruit, Charlotte would have certainly known the value of a mech designer who advanced before reaching 30. If I were in her place, I would have invested in such a promising mech designer as well. If VS truly wanted to avoid attention, then he would have delayed his advancement by at least a decade. A journeyman who advanced at their 40s was incredibly unremarkable. Although late bloomers existed who rose to greater splendor in the later stages of their lives, there were far too many muddle-headed mech designers who simply weren't diligent enough to reach those heights. It's too bad I can't afford to take it slow. VS received numerous hints and warnings from various different sources that larger developments were afoot. War would definitely break out in the future, that was for certain. If VS wanted to avoid being treated as a disposable mech designer like in the previous war, then he needed to make as many strides as possible. It's probably unrealistic to make it to senior by the time the next big conflict breaks out. It takes too much time to do all the research that's required to develop my design philosophy. Ves shook his head in regret. He would just aim to become a prominent journeyman instead. It depends on how much time I have. He already changed his status a bit by becoming a journeyman, but that was not enough for him. The closer he got to senior, the more regard he received from the Bright Republic and everyone else. The days of accompanying a task force that went on suicidal missions should be over. Let's see what this data chip is all about. Ves refrained from accessing the data chip immediately. Now that he was alone with nobody else but a dozing Lucky, he finally felt secure enough to see what it contained. He slotted in the data chip to his comm and began to explore its files. These are lithic mech research reports. He already received a glimpse in the workings of lithic mechs. Obtaining these documents and reports provided him lots of data and analyses to make greater sense of them. It opened the door for him to design a lithic mech by himself. Still, who would want to buy a lithic mech? Ves scratched his head. The application of mechs based around stone materials rather than metallic materials was rather dubious. Perhaps the only instances that stone-based mechs would be useful was if someone ever needed to employ a mech in an environment that was extremely hostile to metal objects. In every other case, people were better off using standard mechs. The study in the use of lithic materials in mechs was a very obscure research field. Other than mech designers who specialized in using stone-like materials as substitutes for alloys, no one else wanted to waste their time on developing a material that only 3 or 4 people would ever make use of in the entire galaxy. Therefore, the value of the research files on the data chip was very much of limited value to Ves. Certainly, since he already received it, he might as well spend his time studying what he already got. He just wished that the Rim Guardians were more considerate. Research on lithic materials and mechs is pretty much trash for them. That's probably the reason why they gave it out so freely. The Rim Guardians sent an unspoken message with this data chip. If Ves wanted to obtain papers on more valuable tech related to mechs, then he needed to work for it. The files he obtained was just an appetizer compared to all of the knowledge they held in store. Ves certainly knew that the MTA held back a lot of exclusive tech, but unlike every other mech designer, he wasn't so desperate to beg them for access. Not when the system could take care of most of his needs in this area. I'm much better off trying to obtain their protection and to make use of their network to obtain rare exotics. Hardly any organization could rival the MTA's reach in human space. They probably had access to nearly every exotic material discovered by humanity. He was already thinking about seeing whether he could obtain some of the exotics needed to fulfill the system's supply missions. It would be nice if I can do that, he sighed. But that would mean earning their favor first. Ves dreaded what he would find once he returned to the Barracuda. The Rim Guardians already intimated to him that the mech pilot they wanted to turn into an extraordinary was a bit of a problem case. While he hadn't met the mech pilot as of yet, it was clear the Rim Guardians already gave up on him. Why else pass him over to a random mech designer? He had about 3 years to shape up this mech pilot into an expert candidate, or expert pilot. Lieutenant Firk mentioned that the latter was more preferable, but unrealistic. Achieving the former was already more than good enough. Still, how easy can it be to advance to expert when you don't have the guts to fight? The lieutenant plainly mentioned that the mech pilot was a coward. From what Ves knew about how mech pilots advanced into experts, they needed to develop a strong will or conviction. How could a coward who easily gave up or retreated from a fight ever develop a strong and coherent force of will? It was impossible. Well, I can take my time at least. 3 years isn't long, but it isn't short either. Ves doubted that he would receive any punishment from the Rim Guardians if he failed. If it was so easy to turn someone into an expert pilot, then the entire pilot roster of the MTA would have consisted of experts or higher by now. If he was really desperate, he could resort to more unorthodox solutions. Perhaps he could solicit a design spirit like Talankso's spiritual fragment to intervene once again. Perhaps Ves could do the procedure directly with his own spiritual techniques. He knew the theory. He had seen it happen before. How hard would it be to replicate Talankso's feat? Without experimenting with his techniques on some test subjects, Ves wouldn't dream of messing with the mind of an important mech pilot. Meow. You're right, Lucky. I should meet with the mech pilot first before I cast any judgment. Maybe he's not as bad as Lieutenant Firkt made him out to be. Meow. Yeah, I still have my other purchase. Ves grabbed the floating box off his side and opened it up to reveal the gray meteorite. He touched its pitted surface a few times but sensed nothing remarkable. Had he really felt a reaction from this exotic when he swept it with his spiritual senses back then, or was it just an illusion? He spent a few more minutes studying the rock with his hands and his spiritual vision. To his fingers, it just felt like any piece of rock. His spiritual vision yielded nothing either. As far as his spiritual senses were concerned, it was completely devoid of spirituality. How can that be? He frowned at the rock, suspecting there was more to it than met the eye. How could it cause a small number of people to faint when they came in touch with it, yet remain completely inert when it fell into his hands? Ves became more engrossed in his study. He wanted to crack the secret of the rock. He didn't even want to contemplate that he spent a lot of money on a useless rock that was no different from the ones he could pick up from the streets. Maybe the rock only reacts to something more substantial, he guessed. Having grown a bit desperate to get a reaction out of the rock, Ves reluctantly employed his partially recovered spiritual energy. He separated a tiny portion of it and moved it closer to the rock to see if it reacted in any way. A change occurred. As soon as the mote of spiritual energy came close, the rock suddenly sucked it in. Ves became astonished at how his spiritual energy had been hijacked. Ves quickly suppressed his excitement. He was still on center point V, which meant that he shouldn't be acting like he was alone. Still, a small smile crept up on his face. He no longer regretted his purchase. While he still needed to figure out the full properties and uses of this material, at least he could feel relieved he hadn't bought a useless rock. Chapter 1277 Matching Mech Designers. Ves tried to take back the tiny bit of spiritual energy he lost. It took some exertion, but he eventually managed to pull it away from the hungry rock. Once he did so, Ves looked at the rock with a speculative expression. What was it? Why did it attract his spiritual energy? What uses did it have? In any case, Ves already developed a theory of why this exotic initially attracted notice. It must have stored some spiritual energy upon discovery. When certain people came in touch with it, the rock must have discharged it into their bodies, which caused them to faint. He wondered what kind of energy the rock used to contain. Could it be a spiritual remnant of some long-dead alien or something? Whatever it contained, Ves found no traces of its existence. What interested him more was if this exotic was unique. It would be a bummer if he devoted a lot of research to its potential applications, only to find no other samples to realize them. There were many exotics in the galaxy that did not occur more than once. I really hope this rock isn't among this category. At the very least, it should be easier for him to find a similar rock once he studied and recorded its parameters. Ves could scour all sorts of databases and marketplaces by matching the density, hardness, and other properties of his rock to what other sellers had on offer. It would save him another field trip to a marketplace like the one he visited before. Mech designers only need to find a useful exotic once in person. We can leave the search for other samples to others. Ves had some hopes of finding other samples of this gray exotic because it originated in the Komodo star sector. Although the seller refused to reveal where it had been found, Ves was quite sure of this. The seller did not seem like a person who represented an inter-sector trading company. He closed the box and set it aside. His curiosity had been assuaged by his discovery. He could find out more about the rock when he had access to better lab facilities. As he prepared himself for bed, he idly wondered if he should still stick around in Centerpoint. This star system is far from simple. Who knows whether I'll get entangled into something else tomorrow? Influential factions like the Rim Guardians ran rife in Centerpoint. The players here were far more powerful than anyone else in the Komodo star sector. Ves shrugged as he laid down on his bed. I only got in touch with the Rim Guardians by using their invitation card. If not for that, I would have been no different from a regular tourist. Meow. Lucky crawled to the other side of the bed and curled up. Yeah. I plan to find a girlfriend here. I can't depart without making a serious attempt. He sighed. To be honest, after coming out of his previous ordeal, he would rather go back to work. He didn't have the heart to find a suitable girlfriend. Besides, why should I find a girlfriend in Centerpoint? I can just as well find one in the Bright Republic instead, he muttered before he went to sleep. The next day, Ves woke up and did his morning routine. Once he ate a sumptuous breakfast, he passed the box to the receptionists of the hotel he was staying at and instructed them to deliver it to the Barracuda. After taking care of that errand, Ves turned his attention to girlfriend hunting. He frowned as he sat down on a sofa in the hotel lobby. How should I go about it, Lucky? His cat clung to his shoulder in a contented manner. Meow. Yeah, you're right. Someone of my stature shouldn't be so crass to rely on a hookup app to find a match. I think there ought to be matchmaking services out there for lonely mech designers. Many mech designers tended to be nerds who didn't know their way around someone of the opposite gender. They might be brilliant when it came to designing mechs, but they were completely inept when it came to picking up girls. Am I like that? He doubted himself. Ever since he embarked on his career, he devoted himself completely to his profession. He ignored all other distractions and pleasures in pursuit of becoming a better mech designer. Obviously, all of that effort paid off. Even if he had the system, it didn't do all the work on his behalf. Now that he passed the first milestone by becoming a journeyman, Ves could finally direct some attention to the other parts of his life that he neglected as of late. Meow. Yeah, you're right. A girl won't fall into my lap just because I'm available. The Centerpoint system was completely unfamiliar to him. Ves decided against visiting random bars or clubs. Who knew what kind of people he would bump into? While Centerpoint V was mostly populated by space peasants, a considerable amount of protected galactic citizens lived here as well. Instead, he activated his comm and searched the galactic net. So matchmaking services do exist. And there's even some that cater specifically to mech designers. Ves read up the information they put into their portals. Apparently, many mech designers sought to develop a relationship with other mech designers for several compelling reasons. First, a mech designer understood another mech designer the best. If his girlfriend was a fellow mech designer, he could talk shop with her. They could bounce off ideas on each other, and they could even discuss some of the particulars of their design philosophies to someone they trusted the most. Second, a mech designer might live for a very long time. A journeyman already lived a bit over 200 years if they worked hard to afford life-prolonging treatment. While they could work a couple of decades more to earn the right to have their spouses undergo the same treatment, that was a lot of time and money spent on something that didn't directly progress their careers. Time and money are very valuable to mech designers, he muttered. The less time and money spent on their research and their improvement, the less likely they can take the next step. For this reason, mech designers mostly preferred to marry someone of the same rank. A journeyman like Ves should start with finding a match among other journeymen first. Instances where apprentices hooked up with journeymen, or journeymen became lovers of seniors, were very rare. The distance between the two was too big. While pure love sometimes prevailed, most of the time the disparity in status and capability always got in the way. A problem might still develop even if two journeymen decided to marry. Once one of them advanced first, a gulf emerged between the two. Ves occasionally heard about divorces where more talented mech designers decided to ditch their slower partners and upgrade to better ones. However, it was not too bad if the other journeyman failed to advance to senior as fast. A senior possessed so much more earning potential that they could subsidize the research activities of a fellow journeyman. Journeymen have already proven that they have the potential. The same can't be said for apprentices. No matter how much money is invested in them, they might never break through. Still, it was best if both mech designers were equally as talented. To Ves, that meant that he should find a journeyman who advanced before their 30s just like him. The problem was that not a lot of mech designers like that existed. Aside from the previous two reasons, there was an additional reason as well why mech designers should seek a peer. It was by far the most relevant motivation to marry a fellow mech designer. Mech designers with compatible design philosophies can combine their forces and achieve greater synergy in their collaborative design projects. Ves recalled the time he was assigned to inspect the Caternavis group. The two lead designers shared a very close relationship with each other, but their specialties weren't compatible. Even then, Mrs. Catter and Mr. Navis did not let that hinder them from growing their mech company. They also raised a wonderful family while they were at it. How much more could they have accomplished if their design philosophies synergized with each other? Although the K&G had now become a defunct and tarnished mech company, Ves still admired it when it was at its height. He was envious of the trusting relationship between Catter and Navis. Ever since he witnessed their devotion to each other up close, a part of Ves yearned to enter into a similar relationship. If Ves ever found a fellow mech designer whose design philosophy complemented perfectly with his own, then both stood to gain many benefits. Design philosophies don't necessarily have to work in isolation. Perhaps it's easier to express a design philosophy with the aid of another one. This allowed their collaborate mech designs to achieve a higher level of performance than if they designed their mechs on their own. This was especially pertinent at the higher levels as diminishing returns ensured that every improvement came at an exorbitant price. Collaboration can negate some of this by achieving abrupt jumps in performance. Not only would their existing works be better and possess higher values, but their future progression became easier as well. When a design philosophy interacted with other design philosophy, they provided their mech designers with several more research directions. Ves wasn't quite sure whether he could find a partner with a design philosophy that synergized with his own rather than complementing it. Two unrelated design philosophies would merely exist in the same mech design in isolation, which was not as ideal. I guess that's what these matchmaking services are for. They got to earn their keep somehow. All of these variables complicated the lives of single mech designers enormously. This was where specialized matchmaking services came into play. They took both their personal and professional traits into account when they matched customers with an appropriate partner. By employing the most sophisticated matching AIs and the most empathic relationship experts, they guaranteed a reasonable degree of satisfaction whenever they matched a mech designer with a compatible peer. Ves decided it didn't hurt to try and make use of one of these services. Many different matchmaking services existed that catered to journeymen and higher. Frankly, VS couldn't find any differences. All of them boasted good reviews, because the bad ones always went out of business. All of these services have ties to the MTA as well. Either their owners were internal members, or they established a business partnership with one. This allowed these matchmaking services to access some of the MTA's databases or make use of some of their more advanced AIs and algorithms. This told VS something very important. Even the MTA is interested in facilitating relationships between mech designers. This made sense. According to their own research, mech designers achieved more success if they were partnered with fellow mech designers. While that didn't mean that VS was forbidden from marrying a mech pilot or someone who wasn't from the mech community, he would be foregoing a huge advantage. Love should trump everything else, VS muttered. But if I can enjoy both love and a useful mech design partner, then that is even better. After careful study, he contacted a matchmaking service company with a great track record. Although they charged more than everyone else, it was still within the range of his budget. After a quick exchange of messages, VS made an appointment to stop by the company's branch on Centerpoint V later in the day. We have already pulled the relevant data from your record, Mr. Larkinson. Please be assured that our sophisticated matching system is searching for compatible mech designers right now. We await your arrival at our offices at the appointment time. VS turned off his calm with a smile. Let's go and hang out until my appointment comes, Lucky. Meow. Yeah, very funny, Lucky. You're wrong. I'm not married to my work. Chapter 1278 Sophisticated Matchmaking. VS was sipping a cool drink on a terrace in a downtown district. Meanwhile, Lucky perched comfortably on the table. The cat leisurely ate the random minerals that VS had bought from a nearby exotics marketplace. Meow. No, Lucky. We're not staying here so that you can have access to every exotic in the galaxy. They're too expensive. Meow. Don't even think about it. Just because I gave you a present back then doesn't mean you can get away with it in MTA territory. Lucky resentfully turned around and swung his butt at VS. There was no way VS would let Lucky raid the highly guarded exotic marketplaces. With the amount of sophisticated security precautions in place, the risks were way too high. If you want to grab something, at least do it in a place like Bentheim. Centerpoint is way too secure for you to pull off any of your tricks. Meow meow. PFF. When did this conversation suddenly turn to my love life? Of course I'll find a girlfriend. The matchmaking services in Centerpoint are the best in the entire star sector. VS had grounds to make this statement. Centerpoint was one of the most frequented star systems in the entire star sector. It was a holy land for mech design and attracted many mech designers looking to improve or exchange knowledge. While he could still find a match in Bentheim or Limar, the range was far less. The Bright Republic didn't host many journeymen. The Friday Coalition was a lot better in this regard, but most of them were split up on different planets and different coalition partners. No single star system concentrated so many mech designers in a single location than Centerpoint. While VS did not have any precise figures on hand, it was not a big stretch to estimate that there were at least 10,000 journeymen present somewhere in Centerpoint. Of course, not all of them were single and available. All of them also possessed very different backgrounds. Due to the proximity and the high cost of living in Centerpoint, most journeymen tended to come from the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony. Many of them probably disdain hooking up with a mech designer from a lesser state. VS briefly frowned. Still, some mech designers value compatibility and other traits over someone's origins. Even mech designers employed directly by the MTA still married with local mech designers if their design philosophies worked well with each other. Everything is worth it as long as it helps your design philosophy. A good match increased the chance that a mech designer could achieve a breakthrough. For this reason alone, pompous internal mech designers of the MTA wouldn't hesitate to propose to a pauper from a third-rate state. The huge gulf in status between them was of very little concern in comparison. Even if the matchmaking service failed to find a match within the star system, it could still expand its reach and match him with mech designers who resided elsewhere. It will just be a little bit more troublesome to meet with each other, he muttered. Time passed as Ves and Lucky leisurely finished their drinks and snacks. As the time of the appointment neared, Ves hailed an aircar and rode it to the vicinity of the matchmaking agency. Like any prestigious company, the office was situated in an upscale district and floated high above the ground. The aircar he rented refused to park directly onto the building, so Ves had to use his smart clothing to ascend into the air. This is such an annoying custom. I'm glad the Bright Republic isn't as pretentious. To the natives, such means kept the rabble out. Ves encountered no one else along the way as he reached his destination. Callisto Professional Relations. Well, they certainly sound like they know what they are doing, Lucky. Meow. A bubbly-looking representative of the company met him in the lobby of the building. Mr. Larkinson! It is such an honor to meet you! The woman approached and shook his hand with vigor. We here at Callisto Professional Relations are all devoted to matching you with the best possible partner in Centerpoint or beyond. You have chosen wisely to employ our services as we are one of the most successful agencies when it comes to high-end, upper-level matchmaking. Many seniors and masters are among our most satisfied customers. Ves politely smiled as he tried to jerk his hand back from the representative's enthusiastic handshake. I know. I've read the reviews and testimonials. Let us head into my office to discuss your possible relationship further. My name is Irene Zircon, by the way. Before you ask, I'm already spoken for, so don't get any ideas. I wouldn't dream of it, Ves dryly replied. Irene led Ves and Lucky to a very open and comfortable office. The entire interior of Callisto exuded a peculiar atmosphere. Projections of happy pairs of mech designers gave every guest a measure of hope that they would be able to enjoy the same kind of relationship. As Ves and Irene took their seats, the representative resumed her spiel. Matching mech designers is one of the hardest jobs in the galaxy, she explained, though Ves doubted her claim. We are more than aware that your kind are very strong-willed when it comes to your unique design philosophies. This is on top of the other elements that are in play. Any matchmaking service can match two people together. It takes a special service to find a match between two very different mech designers. Ves nodded in understanding. But you claim you can always find a good match. Our success rate is very high. Much of our tech and methods are borrowed directly from the MTA. Even though we are situated in the galactic rim, we employ some of the most effective means devised to find suitable partners for mech designers like you. Less than 0.1% of our customers have applied for a refund. The company probably did everything they could to maintain their reputation. Ves figured that the actual number of dissatisfied customers was a lot bigger than Irene hinted. Can we move on to my situation? Of course, Mr. Larkinson. All of our systems went to work to search for a suitable partner. I'm very pleased to announce that we have found an exceptionally compatible match. Ves raised his eyebrow. That was a very confident claim to make. How certain are you? According to our finest AIs, the potential partner we've found for you is 87% compatible with you. Is that high? It is the highest we've seen in months. While it is true that machines can be wrong, we have passed your case to all of our relationship experts on hand. Each expert is very optimistic that your relationship will work. The only reason why the probability isn't higher is because both of you possess different backgrounds. Can you tell me about the match you found? We here at Callisto think it is best not to reveal too much information. The first impression is the most profound start of any relationship. Rather than describing her entire history and record to you, it is best to share your stories to each other during your dates. Still, there's little harm in telling you some details. Okay, let's hear it. I'd like to get at least some idea what I'm getting into. Please be assured that your match will definitely be to your liking, Mr. Larkinson. One encouraging sign is that she adores cats. Ves blinked. Okay? That is very helpful if you wish to seduce the match we found. The woman we have in store for you has a cat as well. Although her pet is organic rather than a mechanical creation, I'm sure your cute mechanical cat will instantly grow on her. Who knows, perhaps your two pets will go along swimmingly. Whenever that happens, their owners are sure to bond as well. Meow. Lucky did not appear very impressed. Who was he? A noble gem cat. He was one of the most apex mechanical pets created by humanity. Not only did he possess full sentience, but he also developed a unique spiritual technique. How could an ordinary blood and flesh cat compete against His Majesty? To compare a supreme gem cat like him to an ordinary house cat was an affront to his esteemed and noble status. Ves awkwardly laughed. He had never seen Lucky this conceited. Sorry about that, Irene. Lucky doesn't think that any other cat can match his splendor. Your Lucky is one of the most charming mechanical pets that I have ever seen, Irene complimented with starry eyes. Forget about your match, hardly any other woman can resist his charm. He's just so cute and lovely. Meow. Squee. Ves coughed. Can we get back to business? My apologies. Ahem. Aside from sharing your love for cats, your match is also a talented mech designer. We are glad to announce that the journeyman we've found is no less formidable than you. She obtained official recognition when she reached 29 years old. Part of that is due to her background. Despite only receiving some mentoring, her family is quite influential in her home state. Where does she come from? From what it sounds like, she's not a brighter. About that. Her origin is rather delicate. It is not very politic for me to reveal her home state to you. We think it is best to let her reveal that to you during your first date. Ves furrowed his brows. That didn't sound very encouraging. Does she come from another star sector or something? Fortunately, no. Your match is very much a native of the Komodo star sector. Irene smiled. Her background is much different from yours, however. While your family has a strong military heritage, her own family is a bit more notable. She comes from a line of politicians and government officials. Still, we don't believe that this will present a problem because your match is much more devoted to mech design to pay too much attention to politics. Ves still expressed some skepticism. Politics is very thorny. I don't mind differences in opinions, but I don't like it if it gets in the way. Rest assured that the beliefs of our match are highly agreeable with your own. Despite your different backgrounds, the two of you share much more in common than you think. The two of them spent a half-hour discussing the match and what would happen next. Apparently, Callisto Professional Relations had already summoned his match and were preparing her for their first meeting and date. When Ves heard this, he almost jumped from his seat. I'm not prepared for a date. Irene critically studied V's appearance. We'll have to give you a modest makeover. The grooming bots from your hotel have done a decent job at freshening you up, but they are programmed to make you look professional. If you want to capture a woman's heart, then you'll have to be more daring in the way you dress and groom yourself. I'm not psychologically prepared. Oh, please. I'm sure you will do fine. Trust in our matchmaking. In my personal opinion, we could have hardly found a better woman for you to fall in love with. The two of you are a match made in heaven. Callisto professional matchmaking was very bold when it came to their boasts. However, the more Irene talked, the more Ves became apprehensive. He was a bit concerned at the speed they wanted to move. Certainly, their AIs and relationship experts were certainly very sophisticated, but could they truly make an accurate judgment on a complex subject such as love? He was about to find out. After Irene finished reassuring Ves, she guided him to a makeup room where a bunch of bots and experts quickly surrounded him and guided him deeper. He was about to meet his match. Chapter 1279 First Impression. After an extensive makeover session, Callisto Professional Relations put him onto an air car and shipped him over to a nearby upscale cafe that floated high above the ground. A mug of strange coffee steamed in front of him as he uncomfortably waited for his so-called date. Meow. I'm not nervous, Ves hissed to his cat. I'm just overwhelmed by how fast Callisto moved into action. Ves expected the matching to take a while. There were only so many journeymen in Centerplant, and even less who could match his age and design prowess. Of this small group, only a fraction might be looking for a companion. Yet Callisto not only found a match in less than a day, but also arranged a first date immediately afterwards. Still, despite his apprehension, Ves refused to interrupt the arrangements. He never lacked the courage to fight if the situation called for it, so why should he be scared at the prospect of meeting a girl? He calmed down a bit. What was the big deal? He would just see for himself if Callisto's fabled methods truly found the perfect girlfriend for him. The matchmaking service possessed so much experience in this field that they hardly ever failed. If she's nice, then great. If she's not compatible, then it's no loss. It was no different from using a golden lottery ticket from the system. There was a tiny chance of winning the jackpot, a modest chance of winning something nice, and a depressingly large chance of winning nothing. Even if Ves won nothing, he didn't lose anything either. He would have just wasted some time and money. As Ves calmly drank his exotic coffee, Lucky suddenly sat up from the table. Meow! Moments later, the door to the private balcony slid open. Irene Zircon entered with a bright smile. My apologies for the wait, Mr. Larkinson. Your match was delayed due to some unforeseen circumstances. She has only just arrived and is on her way up. I must say that we found quite a catch for you. She fits perfectly with you in almost every way. Go get her, Tiger! Irene quickly left the balcony. A minute later, Ves heard the clack of heels as a young woman slowly approached the open door. Both of them studied each other's appearances. A woman in a modest red dress draped over by a larger coat appeared in his view. Her long dark hair fell around her lovely diamond-shaped face as straight as an elegant curtain. The woman was almost as tall as him, but her body was graceful and svelte in a way that tantalized his eyes. Despite her slender stature, her posture and the way she beheld herself presented an image of quiet confidence. Although the woman did not seem aggressive, Ves observed the typical aristocratic arrogance of those born in high station. The woman reminded him uncomfortably of Vesian nobles, but even Vesians weren't this self-assured. As first impressions went, Ves was very impressed with his date. Although he couldn't say whether the new arrival fit his type, she was certainly an impressive woman on her own. So much so that Ves even doubted whether he was worthy of her attention. Meow. His musings were suddenly interrupted by the cat that patted after the woman. A calico cat as elegant as her owner stopped and stared at Lucky, who became wary of the cat that encroached his space. The two cats entered into a strange standoff as they both treated each other as intruders. Meow. 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 An amused giggle suddenly escaped from the young woman. Clixie, don't be rude. Meow. The cat, apparently called Clixie, still hadn't let down her guard. The woman shrugged her slim shoulders. Please don't mind my cat. It's okay. Cats are like that. Ves almost stammered out. Her voice instantly attracted him like a fish to water. Unlike the easy, casual accents that was common in the Bright Republic and much of the Friday Coalition, her accent was clipped and classy that was common in some Vision nobles. Fortunately, her accent was slightly distinct from that of the Visians. It was slightly familiar to Ves, but he couldn't recall which state it came from. All he knew was that her giggle was so lovely that he could fall in love with that alone. He interrupted his fascination as the woman slowly approached, her high heels clacking against the tiles of the private balcony. She extended her hand. Ves hesitated whether he should act like those cheesy romances and kiss her small and slender hand, but he decided to act more like himself and shook it gently. Pleased to meet you. I'm Ves Larkinson, journeyman mech designer. The woman gracefully smiled, causing dimples to appear on her cheeks. That was another turn-on for Ves. Likewise. I am Gloriana Woden, also a journeyman. After a few seconds, she raised her eyebrow. You don't recognize the Woden name? Ves shook his head. Should I? I must say that I am not very familiar with all the notable clans, families, houses, and dynasties in the Star Sector. Ah, it is my mistake. I forget that the significance of my name eludes many people at Centerpoint. The woman sat down on the opposite side of the circular table to Ves. While Clixie and Lucky continued to keep their distance from each other, their owners sat comfortably within arm's reach. Gloriana smiled at the behavior of their pets. You have a lovely mechanical cat. I can see it's remarkable. Where did you ever find such a remarkable companion? Lucky is a present from my father. I don't know where he obtained it, but what little I can tell is that my pet is probably an import from a first-rate superstate. Fascinating, Gloriana responded as she kept admiring Lucky's distinctive metallic form. Although Clixie resembles an ordinary calico house cat, she is in fact a purebred Rubarthan sentinel cat. Have you heard of this breed? Ves idly nodded. It's a valuable breed that is rare and difficult to multiply due to their extensive genetic modification. They're smarter, gentler, but also deadlier than baseline house cats. They're created by the Rubarthans to serve as the perfect companions to girls. He had to admit that Clixie certainly looked smart enough to be sentient, or close enough that the difference didn't matter. Meow! Meow! Their two cats didn't seem to be getting along with each other, though. They hunched their backs and looked like they were only 2 steps away from raking each other with their claws. Nevertheless, the display only amused Gloriana further. They're so cute. I bet they'll get along swimmingly soon enough. That's quite optimistic of you. There was just something about Gloriana's smile that attracted him like a moth to flame. Callisto had done a really good job in matching him with a mech designer that he found fetching. So, Ves. Can I call you that? What can you tell me about yourself? She asked while leaning in until her angular cheek pressed against her palm. Irene hasn't told me much about you, though she did mention that you are a valiant mech designer that comes from a valiant family. I'm a Larkinson. Ves smiled back while patting his chest. You probably haven't heard about my family, but the Larkinsons are one of the notable military lineages in the Bright Republic. Many potentates in our family have entered the military and served with honor. Each generation, several expert pilots emerge from their ranks. Currently, we have several, with a couple more expert candidates with his hopes of reaching this height. That's very impressive. The Larkinsons must be very distinguished in the Bright Republic. There is no shame for me to associate with a member of such an honorable stock. We're not as impressive as you think. The Bright Republic is dominated by the founding families, and the Larkinsons are not counted among them. Aside from my family's military focus, we haven't accumulated any power. That's slowly changing though since I became a journeyman. The military doesn't pay as well as what my company earns by selling mechs. Ves quickly realized that Gloriana paid special attention to his class and family. Personally, Ves thought it was silly to care about those inconsequential matters because they were both journeymen. Still, there was no harm in puffing his family up in front of this attractive young woman. Ves may not know much about her, but he already felt he wanted to do his best to earn her affection. What about you, Gloriana? You told me earlier that the Wodens are significant. The Woden is a dynastic house that rules over a planet and is involved in regional politics, she mildly replied. It is of no big concern to a foreigner like you. Most of my relatives are bureaucrats. Although some Wodens became mech pilots or mech designers over the years, I'm the first Woden to achieve great success in my career. You could say our circumstances are similar in this regard. We are the future pillars of our respective families. I guess so. Our burden will only grow larger as we progress in our careers. Ves nodded. Although the Wodens sounded as if they had more in common with the Vesian house rather than the Larkinson family, the status of a journeyman was quite exceptional in any state. I'm curious about your mechs. Gloriana raised, curiosity evident in her eyes. I was very skeptical at Irene's claim that your design philosophy is a great match to mine. I quickly changed my mind when she showed me projections of your latest works. I'm particularly fascinated by your series of 6 transcendent messengers. Despite sharing a common root, each of them are also unique. Are you aware of my design philosophy? Irene mentioned that it's best if you describe it to me yourself. I'm not surprised. Ves smiled and shook his head. It's not that easy to sum up. My design philosophy can be referred as metaphysical man-machine symbiosis. Rather than focus solely on the mech, I like to focus on the interaction between the mech and mech pilot. One of the most fundamental premises of my design philosophy is that the man-machine connection is more than a data transfer channel. It connects the mech and mech pilot on multiple levels. Is that where this so-called metaphysical component comes in? Correct. Aside from a purely data transmission, there is also a metaphysical transmission that mutually empowers both sides with each other's strengths. Basically, I believe that this channel is often neglected. I've dedicated my entire design philosophy towards bringing out its potential, and I think I'm definitely onto something. Anyone who sees my best mechs up close and in person will be able to feel how the mechs are empowered and appear to come to life. While Ves did not mention anything about spirituality or psionics, he nonetheless did not feel like he needed to obfuscate his design philosophy so much. He wanted to present his true self, or as much as he could afford to reveal. Either Gloriana would be weirded out by his mumbo-jumbo or she would accept it with an open mind. Fortunately, Gloriana did not express anything impolite. She remained intrigued. Your design philosophy is Class 9, is it not? It is, Ves said, feeling partially ashamed for some reason. Regardless of what others think about my future possibilities, I have never doubted my design direction. My design philosophy is worth pursuing even if the entire galaxy has turned against my beliefs. I can relate, Ves. It just so happens that I've developed a Class 1 design philosophy. I know how difficult it can be to be surrounded by fellow mech designers who don't think highly of my chances of reaching master. I'm very pleased to meet a mech designer who knows what it is like to develop a radical belief on mech design. That caused Ves to feel pleasantly surprised. Gloriana shared much more in common with him than he thought. He instantly grew curious about her approach to designing mechs. Are you willing to tell me about your design philosophy? I would love to. Gloriana's smile grew wider. To put it succinctly, I believe that for each mech pilot, a perfect vessel exists to express their full capabilities. Another way to put it is that I specialize in designing custom mechs. Interesting. Ves immediately became intrigued. Chapter 1280 Charming Match. The perfect vessel, huh? I apologize for asking this, but how can a mech ever be described as perfect? Mechs are constantly getting better. The perfect mech and perfect vessel are two different concepts. A vessel is merely a container that accommodates something. I believe that the mech that best fits a mech pilot at present can be called the perfect vessel, Gloriana proudly replied. So you are pursuing the greatest fit between mechs and mech pilots? Indeed, Ves. Theories have been developed about increasing the compatibility between the two by defining a specific shape and other parameters of a mech so that they are highly unified. Does this mean that you don't design any mechs for the market? I do not. Gloriana firmly shook her head. I have eschewed designing any mechs meant for mass production. I have no objections to their existence and their purpose, but they are designed to fit decently with a large variety of mech pilots. I cannot stand the compromises that mech designers are compelled to make. I would much rather study mech pilots closely and develop a mech that possesses the perfect form for them to express their current and future level of skill. Ves was very impressed by her peculiar but bold design philosophy. As part of a Class 1 design philosophy, her design principles certainly tried to accomplish more than just focusing on a single aspect. Just the confidence she exuded when saying the word perfect already underscored how strongly she believed in her notion. Mech designers did not use this word lightly. For one to incorporate it into their very design philosophy said a lot about her conviction. Although Ves privately thought that Gloriana was making it much harder for herself to advance to master, he also admired her boldness in setting such an impossible goal. A mech designer should be bold. So how do you apply your design philosophy in practice, Gloriana? As I've stated earlier, I exclusively design custom mechs since the very start of my career. While it doesn't earn as much money as designing a regular commercial mech, I feel very fulfilled by designing a mech that is very suitable to a specific mech pilot. That must be rather exhausting work, Ves commented. Your works don't have much impact, especially at first. What if the mech pilot crashes your mech into pieces during their first battle with their new machine? I only claim to design the perfect vessel. Whether the mech pilots are competent enough to use my mechs to their fullest is their concern, not mine. Gloriana nonchalantly shrugged with her slender shoulders. How many mech pilots are using your mechs currently? I have not kept track exactly, but it is around a dozen at most. That caused Ves to be very astounded. He always believed that mech designers needed to design mechs that needed to leave their mark on society to advance to journeyman. For Gloriana to achieve this by producing only 12 mechs meant that some of her designs must be very impactful despite only being made once. I am very impressed by how you've managed to advance so quickly with such an ambitious design philosophy. Gloriana kept smiling at Ves. Too many mech pilots are sent into battle with mechs that don't fit their skills and preferences. Don't you think that's sad? There is a lot of missed potential there. Modern production methods allow us to tailor every mech to a specific mech pilot without too much added burden. Yet in the pursuit of maximum cost efficiency, we would rather reproduce the exact same rigid mech design over and over. It is as absurd as producing the exact same size of shoe for every human in the galaxy. That's a very compelling argument, I admit. Ves responded, already feeling more and more besmitten by her classy voice and her charming expression. Still, economic realities strongly encourage us to resort to mass-market mechs. There aren't enough mech designers to cater to the needs of every mech pilot. Gloriana smirked. That's not entirely true. There are many novices and apprentices who are doing poorly. If they would stop designing something for the market and instead put their services at the disposal to a small number of mech pilots, I am certain they would be able to satisfy at least some customers rather than none. While there are a lot of low-ranking mech designers, not that many customers will want to enlist the services of someone bad. True. Nothing can be done about it. Mech designers can't force mech pilots to use their products. Gloriana sighed. You don't have to be afraid of my disapproval. While it's a shame that many mech pilots are using standardized machines, it's an unfortunate reality. I just want to make life better for those who are willing to invest in the best custom mech. Both of them started to become engrossed in discussing their professional principles. Ves was glad that she didn't dislike him for designing mass-market mechs despite her personal focus on custom mechs. He would hate to spoil their relationship due to such a difference. I haven't designed many custom mechs, but it is definitely something that I will dip into occasionally, Ves stated. According to Callisto, our design philosophies ought to be compatible with each other. Do you think that we could work together? You tell me, Gloriana said. Personally, I am hopeful. I have been searching for a suitable partner for a long time. Not anyone will do. The vast majority of mech designers specialize in improving or enhancing a single aspect. Some want to design the toughest mechs. Others want to design the best rifleman mechs. To be honest, their design philosophies do not add very much to mine. Why do you think that is so? I'm quite competent in my technical design ability. Due to the nature of my design philosophy, I've developed a very solid foundation. I'm an all-rounder in terms of knowledge. While the help of other mech designers can add to my mech design, their roles are nonetheless marginal. Sometimes they even interfere with what I think the perfect vessel should be shaped. It must be difficult to find a mech designer to collaborate with, then. Class 1 design philosophies are quite ambitious in trying to cover everything by themselves. It is impossible for mech designers like us to achieve perfection in every aspect. Gloriana shook her head. But as you said, we try. That does not mean we discount the value that others can bring to our works. More esoteric design philosophies such as yours improve aspects that we've never even heard about. I think your focus on metaphysical man-machine symbiosis is just one such example. Ves was slightly optimistic as well. So far, it sounded as if Gloriana only focused on the physical form of a mech. He already knew that his design philosophy was compatible with almost any other design philosophy, and this should be no different. I'm looking forward to what kind of mech we can design if we pool each other's strength, he cautiously remarked. That was a little bit daring for him to say, but fortunately Gloriana kept smiling. I look forward to that as well. Both of our design philosophies try to achieve the same goal via different means. They are practically made for each other. Meow. Meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. Though their design philosophies appear to be in perfect harmony, the same couldn't be said about their pets. Both cats seemed to disdain the other. Lucky even dropped down from the table to approach Clixie in an aggressive fashion. Lucky! Don't harm Gloriana's companion, Ves warned. Clixie will be fine. She's a tough kitty. Lucky is not a harmless mechanical cat. He can be quite lethal if threatened. I just want to make sure he doesn't bring out his deadly arsenal. Interesting. The two shared a brief moment of silence as they stared at the antics of their cats. Both Ves and Gloriana grew more comfortable in each other's presence. Suddenly, Gloriana spoke up again. What do you think of me so far? You're very beautiful. All women are beautiful. She coyly smiled. Especially journeymen. With how much money we earn, we spend a fortune on refining our appearances. Surely you must know that, Ves. Everything is artificial if you look into something deep enough. Why quibble over these inconsequential matters? Perhaps a better way to describe it is that I appreciate your aesthetic standards. You're as beautiful as a mastercraft mech. Gloriana giggled. Her voice rang like melodious bells. What an odd compliment. I like it. You don't look too bad yourself, though I bet that the makeup and fashion help you've received played a large part in that. Not that we should quibble over that, right? Right. Nevertheless, you are still different from every other male mech designer I've met. We only know each other for less than an hour, and I feel like we are already close. Don't you think so? I agree, Ves happily replied. I enjoy your company. I did not think I would meet a mech designer as lovely as you. The only way our meeting could be more perfect is if our cats could get along with each other. Oh, you charmer! She giggled. I aim to please. Once she stopped giggling, Gloriana addressed him again. To be honest, I was not entirely forthcoming with you earlier. I wanted to see whether you approve of my design philosophy and if we could get along. Have I met your expectations? The woman directed an intrigued smile at him. Would I look as happy if you didn't? I'm very content with you so far. The thing is that while I've withheld some information, so have you. I know you haven't revealed the full extent of your design philosophy. Ves furrowed his brows. How did she know? My design philosophy is very difficult to describe, but V earnestly tried to explain the basic gist of what I'm trying to achieve. For the first time since they met, Gloriana dropped her smile in favor of a reproachful expression. That is not what Irene has said and shown. I've pulled some strings in order to access the information that Irene has obtained about you. Let me show you. Gloriana raised her smooth and slender wrist and activated her comm once the interface came to life. She browsed the menus until her comm projected a recording. Ves immediately recognized the footage. I believe that there is much more to improve. It is an attribute that is intricately tied to the mech pilots of the mechs. And that is? Divinity. Divinity? The professor questioned. Yes. Divinity. Godhood. Ves raved. It wasn't until. Don't you see, Professor? Mechs are capable of coming alive because they receive the worship of their mech pilots. This is the secret to a vein in transcendence. My design philosophy believes that as long as mechs are designed in a certain fashion, they can capture the worship of the mech pilots and come alive under their control as gods. Instead, I'll become known as a designer of gods. My creations may look like machines, but hidden inside is beating the metaphysical hearts of gods. This is my ultimate aspiration. This is the future of mech design. Countless people will worship my new gods. In exchange, my gods will fight on behalf of their worshippers. No ordinary mech will be able to withstand the might of my gods. Not even god pilots will be able to withstand the flood of mass-produced gods. An awkward silence ensued. Ves felt so embarrassed that he wanted to do nothing more than to find a hole to burrow into. How could Gloriana obtain this footage? She must probably think he was crazy. It is a pity. Gloriana disapprovingly shook her head. You are great company, and our design philosophies seem to match so well at first yet. Oh, Chapter 1281 Perfect Match. You are great company, and our design philosophies seem to match so well at first yet. Ves hung his head low. The earlier footage was already damning enough. How could his meeting with Professor Udiv of the MTA be leaked to Gloriana? There should be a law against that. Still, no matter how much he protested, it wouldn't change the fact that Gloriana had the wrong idea about him. When he spewed all of that nonsense about creating gods to the MTA, he merely wanted to fool them into believing he was a nut job. He never wanted his date to witness him at his worst. Yet it's even better. In fact, it's almost perfect. Please don't misunderstand, Gloriana. I was not entirely myself at that moment. He tried to explain. I'm not as extreme as I looked like during that meeting. Wait, what? I said it's perfect. Gloriana reiterated with a brilliant smile. You sound so sincere and passionate of your ambitious beliefs that I have no doubt you expressed your true feelings at that moment. Ves blinked at the woman. You are not repelled or anything? Repelled? Why should I? She looked genuinely confused. Because of the wild stuff I said? Oh my goodness, Ves. I can see why you would think that way, but I am not like most mech designers. You see, much of the beliefs you expressed back then happens to resonate with my own. Ves became speechless. I've looked into the Ovanian faith, and though I don't agree with many of their tenets, there are some points that it shares in common with my own faith. You're a believer? I never told you that I wasn't. Gloriana giggled in a happy manner. Her eyes practically curled with glee. I suppose it's time to come clean with you. I'm a proud follower of Hexism. Hexism? You mean the not-quite-state religion of the hexadric hegemony? But that would mean... His eyes widened even further. You're a hexer. You guessed it. The Woden dynasty may not be one of the matriarchal dynasties, but we are loyal vassals to one. To be more precise, we are strongly aligned with the Avern dynasty, who are the foremost proponents of Hexism. Ves had heard a bit about Hexism. Although the hexadric hegemony wasn't entirely religious, many citizens believed in this strange and very eccentric faith. Perhaps one of their most famous habits was that they worshipped the number 6. They liked to be ruled by 6 matriarchs. They liked to deploy their mechs in half squads of 6, and their larger mech units ultimately consisted of multiples of 6. Their worship of the number 6 extended to other areas. For example, they preferred to eat 6 smaller cookies instead of 2 bigger. They liked to wear shirts with 6 buttons. They liked to round out the prices of their products with the number 6. While they didn't insist that everything should conform to the number 6, the more, the better. And this was only the least of what it meant to believe in the religion or philosophy of Hexism. Since you're familiar with Hexism, you should know what we believe about the afterlife. Gloriana remarked. We believe that life and afterlife are 2 sides of the same coin. We believe that humans have the potential to become equals to gods, and that gods are nothing different from empowered humans. While we are not as enthusiastic about the Ovanian notion that the same applies to aliens, other than that there is a lot of overlap between our beliefs. Isn't that great, Bright Martyr? Ves felt like puking. I never approved of that nickname. I'm a brighter. You don't have to be modest, Ves. Gloriana leaned forward and placed her hand on his arm. You don't have to hide that you are special and that you carry a great purpose. Ever since I listened to that recording, I became convinced that you are the mech designer that I have long been waiting for. Your design philosophy is so radical and extreme that my heart has never felt any hotter. You are perfect. It was only now that Ves realized why he ended up in this absurd situation. It was because of Callisto's sophisticated matchmaking process. Irene claimed that Callisto drew from the records of the MTA to help them find a suitable match. Normally, that wouldn't be a problem, because no mech designer would be stupid to be dishonest in front of the MTA. Normally, their records on mech designers were very accurate. The only exception was his own record. Professor Udiv probably described him as a superstitious, delusional mech designer, in his record. Perhaps the senior had outright judged that he was a religious nut. Ves thought that would be the end of the matter, but he overlooked a very important detail. Callisto Professional Relations tried to match him with another mech designer by taking his record into account. Who paired best with a religious nut? Another religious nut. Although their beliefs didn't entirely match with each other, Callisto probably judged that they could reconcile their differences. Obviously, their sophisticated matchmaking AIs and highly experienced experts all thought highly of their pairing. Yet it was all a lie. Gloriana was anything but a perfect match to Ves. The cold, hard truth was that she was compatible with a mistaken impression of him. It was all based on a lie. I'm not a follower of hexism. I don't think I'll ever convert to your beliefs. That's fine, Ves. Hexism isn't as strict as the Ilvanian faith when it comes to demanding piety. Just acting in the interests of our philosophies is sufficient. Let it not be said that we are narrow-minded. This was starting to creep Ves out. He firmly tried to jerk his arm away from Gloriana's grasp, but her fingers began to dig into his skin. She didn't want to let go. Could you let go, please? She ignored his request. Your design philosophy is perfect. Although I had to adjust some of my beliefs, I'm fully taken in by your ambition to elevate mechs into gods. In fact, I believe that the mech pilots who use your mechs will be raised into gods as well. Isn't that what symbiosis implies? With my assistance, your design philosophy stands a much greater chance of being realized. The mechs we design together will be so perfect that they will eventually become indistinguishable from real gods. Please, Miss Woden. This is all a horrible misunderstanding. I'm a secularist. You shouldn't take some of the stuff I've said so seriously. Gloriana's eyes sparkled at him as if he was her soulmate. You don't have to pretend with me, Ves. And don't call me Miss Woden. My name is Gloriana. I love nothing more than to hear you say my name. Only few men ever get to call me that, and you are definitely one of them. You should feel honored. Ves tried to lean away, but Gloriana firmly kept hold. Although Ves could have used a bit more force to separate himself from the woman, he really didn't want to offend a hexer. Gloriana, you're an esteemed citizen of a second-rate state. Why would you waste your time with a pathetic third-rater like me? The gulf between us is too wide. I could never match your worth. The woman briefly frowned. That's not a problem. The Woden dynasty will accept my betrothal to you if I have anything to say about it. As a promising mech designer, my word will be heard. Besides, despite your humble origins, your family isn't too bad either. You don't need to put yourself down. You're a journeyman. Have some pride. But you're still a hexer. Don't you people believe that women should be in charge? I don't think I can feel comfortable in your company. Ves. While it's true that I'm a hexer, I think it is you who are misunderstanding something. Just because I agree that women are the superior doesn't mean that men should be treated like dirt. Goodness, no! Like boys, men need our protection. Don't worry, Ves. Once I'm in your life, I will make sure to protect you like any proper woman ought to do. That is what being a hexer truly means. Was Ves some kind of baby who needed to be breastfed or something? This was ridiculous. If nothing else, it should be the men who were required to proclaim they would protect their lovers. I don't think we'll be a good couple. Just look at our cats. They're practically about to claw each other's faces. Both Ves and Gloriana directed their gazes to their cats. Meow. Meow. Different from what Ves expected, Lucky and Clixie hadn't drawn out their claws. Instead of looking like they were about to fight, they were instead pressing against each other. Clixie comfortably purred while Lucky groomed the Rebarthan sentinel cat by licking the top of her head. That wasn't according to the script. Ves belatedly said. Hi. They're so cute. Gloriana giggled. Cats always need some time to grow familiar with each other. Both Lucky and Clixie are smart, so it's no surprise that they've come to like each other. In fact, if Lucky wasn't mechanical, I'd even allow him to breed with Clixie. What a shame, Ves replied flatly. Even if Lucky and Clixie have gotten along, that is no indicator that our relationship can be just as good. We're too different. I don't think so. Gloriana stubbornly shook her head. I think there's hardly any mech designer who's more compatible to me than you, Ves. The moment Callisto called me up was the moment I knew that I would no longer be alone. Now that I've met you in the flesh, I'm pleasantly surprised. You're charming, handsome, honorable, daring, and brilliant. Not only that, but both our pets and our design philosophies go well with each other. I am flattered by your praise, but to be honest, I don't identify with your description. I'm not a good person. I've got blood on my hands. I'm a liar, swindler, and a cheat. I'm selfish and a coward. I'm one of the most deplorable mech designers in the galaxy. Ves! Gloriana harshly admonished him. If this is your attempt to make me pity you, then you should cut it out. There's no need to belittle yourself. I know you're a wonderful mech designer. Everything I've said about you is definitely true. Please believe me when I say that you are perfect as you are right now. If there are any difficulties between us, I'm sure we can work it out. Okay, Ves was getting increasingly more disturbed by Gloriana. She was a complete nutjob. The longer he stayed in her presence, the more he feared for his sanity. Although Ves really didn't want to be too forceful, he no longer cared about that. He gripped her hand, which clung tightly on his other hand, and pried it away. I'm glad you think so well of me, but can you wait for a minute? I need to visit the bathroom for a moment. Can I have some time alone? Oh, sure. I'll be awaiting your return. Gloriana smiled. Ves tried to maintain his calm. He casually rose from his seat and maintained a brittle smile on his face. He crept over to Lucky and picked up his contented cat. The traitor had been cuddling with Clixie. Meow? I'll be taking Lucky with me as well. You don't want him to treat the floor as his litter box. Not only does his waste products smell, but they're also radioactive. Meow. Lucky objected to that description. Ves didn't care whether Gloriana bought his excuse. He pressed Lucky against his chest and hastily jogged out of the balcony. Once he went out of sight, he broke out in a run. He passed right by the entrance of the men's restroom and ran straight down the stairs and to the exit of the cafe. As soon as he emerged outside, he jumped out of the floating building and practically fell to the ground. Only when he fell halfway did he engage his smart clothing's anti-grav module. I need to get out of here, he panicked. The sooner I'm rid of Gloriana, the better. Chapter 1282 Pursuit of Perfection. Minutes passed as Gloriana quietly sat at the cafe table. She idly lifted up V's half-empty mug of cooling coffee and savored the taste. She smiled. No sweetener. We share the same taste. Perfect. Her eyes curled up in contentment as she gently stroked Clixie's furry back. Gloriana had waited so long to find a suitable boyfriend who complimented her both personally and professionally. Very few men met her high standards. Although she dated several men whose company she enjoyed, none of their design philosophies brought anything special to the table. They are so uncreative and unoriginal. Her beautiful face briefly scrunched up. How can they ever amount to anything when they don't dare to think big? Fortunately, Ves is anything but a coward. His design philosophy is so ambitious. Not only is he trying to pioneer something entirely new and unprecedented, he also wants to evolve mechs into literal gods. Only an ambitious man such as him is worthy to be my partner in life. Don't you agree, Clixie? Meow. I'm glad you agree as well. That Lucky is kind of cute. Shame about his mechanical state, but I'm sure VS could do something about that down the line once his design philosophy progresses. I'm sure we can come up with something. Meow. As Gloriana daydreamed about her latest and strongest crush to date, a nervous-looking Irene entered the private balcony. Miss Woden, I have come with bad tidings. Mr. Larkinson has begged off the remainder of your first date due to regrettable circumstances. Gloriana frowned again. He left? He left. It may be that he has gotten cold feet. Cold feet? But he's perfect for me. The journeyman slammed her fist against the table. We fit so well together. He called me beautiful. I could see the desire in his eyes when he stared at me. How could he run off all of a sudden? It is not unheard of for both men and women to be overwhelmed even when everything has gone right during their first meeting with their matches. Irene carefully explained. Humans are fragile creatures. Due to your instructions, we did bring Mr. Larkinson to meet with you before he could mentally adjust to the rapid change in circumstances. If he is socially awkward, it is not too surprising for him to decide he wants more space for the moment. Is that so? Gloriana asked with a quiver on her lip. Did he truly run because he was overwhelmed? I've never seen anything like this. Shouldn't he be courageous? What if he thinks I'm ugly? Irene quickly shook her head. Have no fear of that. We've monitored your entire first meeting and all of our indicators suggest that Mr. Larkinson was absolutely smitten with you. It is only when you expressed admiration at the more radical components of his design philosophy that he suddenly panicked. According to our advanced AIs and experienced relationship experts, he has likely suffered an involuntary anxiety attack because you directly confronted him on one of his deepest ambitions that he has never wanted to share with you so soon. That makes sense. Gloriana calmed down a bit. It is my mistake. I should have never moved so fast and brought up something so sensitive during our first date. I just got so caught up by the moment that I thought we were already inseparable from that point onwards. How inconsiderate of me! Am I a bad lover? No, no, no! Irene swung her hands. That is absolutely not the case. No relationship starts off with everything going right. Just like designing a difficult mech, you have to overcome all kinds of challenges in order to succeed. Mr. Larkinson's abrupt departure should not reflect badly on your appeal. I'm sure he will want to crawl back to you once he realizes how compatible you are to him. All of our data-driven analyses support that conclusion. I have faith in your agency's judgment. Gloriana nodded. I have not waited in Centerpoint for so long and let my most perfect boyfriend slip away from my grasp. Now that I have met with VS, I am absolutely certain that no other man is more ideal than him. I cannot imagine living without having him by my side. Gloriana waited so long to find the perfect man. Though VS did not completely fit the perfect mold that she had imagined, he came closer than any other date she's met so far. Due to her status and her design talent, she was a very desirably catch to many mech designers. Yet even when she briefly deigned to lower her standards to apprentices, none of their design philosophies sparked with her own. Either they were completely neutral, or they interfered with her methods. She wouldn't be so smitten with VS if his design philosophy hadn't excited her this much. His wild ambitions notwithstanding, just its surface concepts already appealed to her in a strong way. Gloriana pursued the perfect vessels for mech pilots on a purely physical level. VS sought the greatest mutual strengthening between mechs and mech pilots on a non-physical level. Although they had yet to collaborate on a single mech design, Gloriana carefully studied V's mech designs. The special qualities they held did not come close to encroaching her own principles. The Aurora Titan particularly sparked her interest. It was her lover's first formal collaborative mech design. Seeing how Ves effortlessly enabled Professor Chorus Ventag to bring out the full strength of his design philosophy gave Gloriana a lot of hope. "I must have Ves," she declared with utmost conviction. "I will not allow him to slip away from my fingers. Not when we're so perfect together." Irene's smile grew a little more nervous. Of all the clients she served, Gloriana had been the thorniest one so far. The Hexer was beautiful, talented, rich, and part of an influential family in one of the most powerful states of the star sector. Yet Callisto Professional Relations was quite aware that mech designers, especially high-ranking ones, tended to be eccentric. For example, the record she perused on Ves mentioned that he occasionally made reckless decisions. This trait had likely emerged from his illustrious family background. As for Gloriana, her pursuit of perfection went beyond her philosophy towards mechs. Anything of importance had to be perfect, or at least as close to it as possible. While she was realistic enough that not every aspect of her life could be perfect, she couldn't stand a situation where perfection was possible but obtained in the areas she cared about. Once she wanted something to be perfect, she would do her very best to come as close to it as possible. Such a demanding attitude was the secret to her success. Gloriana broke from the Woden dynasty's traditions and became a rising star in the mech community because she always pushed herself to be the best. Advancing to journeyman when she turned 29 years old was an amazing accomplishment, and worthy of recognition. Although the MTA did not have too much hope for her ambitious Class 1 design philosophy, she might just be able to realize it due to her constant insistence on demanding perfection from herself. The MTA's mild favor towards Gloriana showed in how much Callisto Professional Relations bent the rules and accommodated some of her demands. Normally, Irene would never leak parts of someone else's record to another client, but the Hexer was special. The strongest proof that Gloriana enjoyed the favor of the MTA was that they gifted her with a Robarthan Sentinel cat. While such a cat wasn't hard to obtain in the new Robarth Empire, for one to emerge in the Galactic Rim took quite a bit of effort. For all of their intelligence and their long lives, their genetic enhancements also made them difficult to breed. Each Robarthan Sentinel cat was quite a prize in any far-flung star sectors. It is because Gloriana enjoyed the favor of the MTA that Irene did not wish to see her disappointed. She thought carefully on how to mend the growing gap between her two clients. "While I know you're eager to secure your new lover, I advise you to take it slow. After studying of Mr. Larkinson's record and additional material, I've noticed a very pertinent detail. He never had a girlfriend." That caused Gloriana to blink. "He's a virgin?" "Most likely." That's perfect." Gloriana grinned and giggled. Hi. I'll be his first." "Miss Woden, please, if you don't wish to make Mr. Larkinson anxious, I highly recommend you to restrain some of your enthusiasm. For all of Mr. Larkinson's courage in battle and in mech design, he is woefully insecure when it comes to relationships. You will have to win him over gradually in the same manner as boiling a frog alive." "I see," Gloriana remarked. "Ves is a frog who jumps out of the pan as soon as the water heats up too rapidly. I'll have to heat him up gradually so that he won't escape until he's completely cooked." "Yum!" Irene nodded over and over. "I'm sure Mr. Larkinson will come to appreciate your company in due time. For now, I would advise you to maintain frequent contact with him. I think it will help if you limit yourself with calm calls and messages for now. You can also delight him by sending presents to him if you would like. He will feel compelled to send presents back, and that will force him to think about you more." That sounded a bit too slow to Gloriana. What if Ves met some other harlot along the way and stole his affection from her? It would be a disaster. Her perfect relationship would be ruined. "How soon can I meet with him in person again? I ache for his touch." Not too quickly. Both of you will need to calm down. The first impression you've left on Mr. Larkinson is already great. Once his anxiety fades, I am certain that his desire for you will re-emerge. He is a native of the Bright Republic, right? Perhaps I'll have to pay a visit there sometime. Now that I've met my perfect man, I no longer wish to linger here. Centerpoint has long lost its charm for me. Only VS can brighten up my life. A loving sigh escaped from her delicate lips. Despite the sudden end to their first date, Gloriana did not begrudge VS too much for running away. How could someone so perfect for her be so easy to catch? In fact, the challenge only spurred her on. She was more than confident that her beauty, her personality, and her design capabilities would win VS over. Where is he right now, Irene? She asked. The planet's monitoring network has observed him entering an air car. He has set his destination straight towards the nearest spaceport. He has also contacted his personal starship and instructed his crew to prepare the vessel for departure. Gloriana frowned. Where is he traveling to? Is he returning to the Bright Republic? Apparently no. According to the intelligence that we've obtained, Mr. Larkinson is departing for Lemar. Lemar? As in the Lemar system in the territory of the Carnegie Group? Correct. Mr. Larkinson is a nominal disciple of Master Carmen Olsen of the Vermeer Group. Damn! The mech designer cursed. I can't enter the Friday Coalition. VS is getting further and further away from me. What if some floozy from the Coalition sidles up to him and steals his heart? I can't allow that to happen. Considering Mr. Larkinson's love history, I don't think you'll have to be afraid of that. In fact, I think it is best to leave him to his business until he departs again. There are no signs that Mr. Larkinson intends to relocate to the Coalition permanently. Good. You won't be able to hide from me forever, VS. Now that I've caught your scent, you'll never be able to escape no matter how far you run. Gloriana exulted. Chapter 1283 True Love. VS practically hurled himself past the airlock and into the familiar confines of the Barracuda. Behind him, the transit shuttle that took him out of one of Centerpoint V's space stations separated from the ship now that it had completed its task. It's about time I've returned. Meow. Oh, shut it. You've hardly met Clixie, and now you're already missing her? Newsflash, Lucky, she's organic. Meow meow. What do you mean true love transcends all barriers? The two of you are completely different lifeforms. VS ignored his nonsensical cat and ran all the way up to the bridge. Captain, get us out of this star system as fast as possible. As you will, sir, but I have to ask, why the hurry? Are you in trouble with the authorities? It is highly inadvisable to run from the MTA if they have a reason to compel you to stay. Nothing like that is going on. VS vigorously shook his head. I've just met someone scary and I need to get out of her reach. The longer we stay in Centerpoint, the greater the risk of meeting her again. Though Captain Silvestre and the rest of the crew looked confused, they nonetheless moved to coordinate with the Greenfeather to leave the Centerpoint system. The only snag was that traffic control did not allow them to depart with all haste. They needed to follow their assigned route that brought them to the back of a long line of ships waiting to jump out of the system. It took far too long for the Barracuda and Greenfeather to trundle their way to the closest Lagrange point. Gavin entered the stateroom where VS had holed himself. What's got you in such a tizzy, VS? A part of VS wanted to hide what he experienced earlier. Yet he also felt the need to confide in someone at least. A sigh escaped from his lips. A date gone wrong, I guess. That caused Gavin to become twice as interested. Did you fall flat on your face or something? Was the woman you met not to your liking? It's complicated, Benny. Come on, boss. Tell me what's wrong. Ves briefly recounted his date with Gloriana, though he left out a lot of sensitive details. This caused Gavin to develop an incomplete picture. I don't see what's wrong about this Gloriana. Other than the fact that she's clingy and that she's a hexer, it sounded as if the two of you got along well. You don't understand. Gloriana is. She's a hexer. Not only that, but she's also a follower of hexism. Don't you see what that means? She's as fanatical in her beliefs as the Poxcos of the Ilvain Protectorate. I do admit that the hexadric hegemony is weird, but hexism doesn't have that bad of a reputation. Everything I've learned about it is that it's more of a philosophy with some superstition sprinkled on it than a full-blown absolute belief system like the Ilvainian faith. They're much more tolerant to non-believers and individual interpretations. It's much worse than that. Gloriana is a nutcase. How could Ves explain how Gloriana bought into his nonsense story about creating gods? Any mech designer who not only took him at his word, but also supported it entirely should be avoided at all cost. There was no way Ves could imagine spending the rest of his life with someone so delusional. Gavin shook his head. In his opinion, Ves was being a scaredy cat. All right, whatever you say, boss. It's your life. The reason I came here is to inform you that we are hosting an irate guest aboard the Barracuda. The man has been throwing a temper tantrum ever since some MTA goons forced us to take him in. You wouldn't have anything to do with that, do you? Ves remembered the task the Rim Guardians pushed onto his lap before they booted him out of the pit. Is the guest a danger to himself, the crew, or the ship? No. He's mostly whiny, that's all. Then leave the guest in his cabin or wherever else you put him in. I'll meet with him later. Right now, I need a moment to myself. Okay then. I'll leave you alone. The Barracuda is scheduled to transition into FTL in 12 hours, barring any delays. Once Gavin left his stateroom, Ves sighed and plopped down on his bed. Lucky sidled up to his head and pressed a paw against his head. Come on, Lucky. Didn't you see how suddenly Gloriana went off the deep end when she raved about my supposed design principles? Even if she's lovely and fun to be with, she's too dangerous. Meow. What do you mean I'm the same as her? We're nothing alike. I'm a sane, normal mech designer who just wants to make mechs alive. How does that sound crazy? Meow. I don't agree with you. Ves huffed and turned around. As he thought back on Gloriana, he had to admit that he still felt a lingering attraction towards her. No other woman excited him as much as her. She'd be perfect for him if she didn't come from the hegemony. Yet Ves did not believe that anything perfect could exist. He had always lived his life in the assumption that aiming for perfection only set himself up for disappointment. Life and the galaxy are both messy. They're also more exciting because of that. Who wants to live a perfect life? Though Ves hadn't interacted with Gloriana too deeply, he could immediately tell that she adopted a very different perspective on the matter. A part of him admired her for that. He was attracted to her boldness and her courage. She must be a great mech designer as well. Did I run away too quickly? He really found it regretful to abandon his date with Gloriana so soon. Other than her weird hexer beliefs, Ves truly felt comfortable in her presence. Not only did he find her lovely and attractive, but her design philosophy also complemented well with his own. How great would it be to design a mech together? He idly sighed. Even if she's only limited to designing custom mechs, there are plenty of mech pilots I care about who can use a better machine than what I can provide alone. For example, he could elevate Melker and the other Larkinsons in the avatars of myth to an untold height if he gifted them with mechs that contained the combined strengths of Ves and Gloriana. Such machines wouldn't only be great on a spiritual and a technical level, but also lead to synergistic effects that Ves could hardly fathom. These benefits, while unpredictable, would definitely elevate the quality of their custom mechs to an unseen height. What would it be like if I can supply Melinda, Riella, and Janzi with such custom mechs? The achievements they can make with these wonder mechs will definitely surpass anything they could have ever hoped. Ves saw a great opportunity in front of him, but he turned away after seeing all the thorns in his path. Did he really make the right decision? He recalled the mech designer's oath that he had sworn just days ago. I did swear to do my best to serve the needs of mech pilots. Although Ves did not take the mech designer's oath very seriously, he did agree with some of its principles to some degree. Due to his design philosophy, he always tried to accommodate mech pilots whenever he could. Therefore, the thought of abandoning such a great opportunity to design better mechs pained him a lot. Ves even had the illusion that his design philosophy was crying in his mind. Goddammit, not you two? You're supposed to be a part of me. Since when can you think for yourself? He slapped his head, only to wince in pain. Stupid! The more he wanted to forget about Gloriana, the more her face emerged from his memories. He couldn't just put his mind off her. He enjoyed such a good time with her that he already started to miss her company. His comm suddenly beeped. Ves raised his comm to see that he received an official MTA hail. What does the MTA want from me? He frowned, but accepted the call nonetheless. Maybe it's the Rim Guardians or something. No MTA officer appeared from the projection in front of him. Instead, a familiar angular face came into view. Gloriana! Ves! I've missed you so much! Ves immediately tried to activate the command that would end the call, but his comm didn't accept it. It forcibly kept the call going. Gloriana apparently saw what he was doing and tooted at him. Don't bother. I've borrowed official MTA channels to make this call. Every comm comes with overrides for the big two. You'll have to jam or destroy your comm in order to halt this call. He was just about to do so, but Gloriana sent him a sharp glare that made him feel that he would regret the action. Ves! Are you so cowardly that you can't even face a girl? What are you afraid of? Tell me. I don't bite. How could he tell her that he was scared of her due to her fanatical beliefs? How could he say that he lied to the MTA about his design philosophy over a communication channel that was directly controlled by that very same organization? The silence stretched as Gloriana awaited an answer that would never come. Ves simply couldn't think of an acceptable excuse. Eventually, she sighed. You're such a boy, Ves. I thought you were supposed to be a daring and fearless mech designer. It's so disappointing to see you cower from a date with me. You think I'm pretty, right? Seeing her face over the projection made it unbearable for Ves to say no. You are. You're really beautiful. I love it when you smile. Gloriana did just that. The dimples that emerged instantly made her twice as lovely. Irene told me that you were having an anxiety attack or something. Though I'm disappointed, I won't hold it against you. We can still make our relationship work. I'm not so sure, he said. For some reason, all of his courage fled him at this moment. He found it way too hard to say no. We are very different people. You're a hexer. I'm a brighter. Didn't we already move on from this? Where we come from doesn't matter to me. Even if you're from the frontier, I would still love you for who you are. Love has no boundaries. How could Gloriana say the same thing as Lucky? I really don't think it's a good idea for you to hook up with me. I'm strongly aligned to the Friday Coalition. We're practically enemies in a way. There's no way the hegemony and the Coalition will approve of our relationship. She frowned. Do you think these are ancient times? Plenty of happy couples between Hexers and Friday men have emerged over the years. While the hegemony doesn't particularly like them, they're willing to let them pass so long as they don't get involved in any strategically important activities. I could just move in with you in the Bright Republic. I doubt Master Olson would approve. You're just a nominal disciple. Gloriana smirked. You could renounce your apprenticeship. As a journeyman, you have many more options available if you are in need of something special. Becoming a master mech designer's lapdog is unbecoming for a mech designer of your ambition. Ves shook his head. I'm not going to renounce Master Olson. We'll see how long you stick to that stance. Gloriana teased. My perfect lover shouldn't be so crass to continue to associate with the coalition. The hegemony can provide you with much more assistance as long as I use some of my connections. I could even pull some strings and turn you into a full-fledged citizen of the hegemony. That way, your old citizenship will no longer pose a hindrance to our union. We'll both become a happy pair of Hexers. This woman was completely delusional. Chapter 1284 William Erbish. After rambling for 5 straight minutes about her fantasies, Gloriana abruptly halted. Sorry there, Ves. I didn't want to overwhelm you with my aspirations. Irene warned me that I shouldn't get carried away in front of you. I hope I haven't frightened you too much with my forwardness. That was the least of his problems with Gloriana. It's okay. That's great. She grinned. I should probably get going now, but know that you will always be in my heart. I'll be in touch again. In the meantime, I hope you keep thinking of me. I'll definitely help you overcome your anxiety. Bye-bye. The calm call finally ended, leaving Ves behind with 2 conflicting emotions. One part of him deeply wanted to grow closer to Gloriana. Another part of him strongly urged him to do the opposite. Neither side could eliminate the other. Both maintained a tenuous balance. Am I overreacting or am I being prudent? No matter how much Ves wanted to repress his attraction towards Gloriana, his heart was not that easy to deceive. He still possessed a crush on her. Even her confidence that she could make her relationship work was attractive to him. He felt deeply flattered that she still wanted him after he stiffed her on their first date. Yet this woman is really something else. Her background and her extreme opinions wouldn't have been such a big deal for Ves if she did not believe in them so earnestly. He wasn't specifically against religion. It was more in how fanatic she became when she expressed her ideals. Ves met a lot of fanatics in his life. People like Dr. Jutland, the Vision Rebels, the Bentheim Rebels, the worshippers of Hotamak, the true believers, and so on, all turned into unhinged extremists due to the strength of their beliefs. At some point, devotion turns into madness. He had many awful experiences with fanatics who believed in their own cause. They couldn't be reasoned with, and common sense was dearly in short supply. How could Ves ever be comfortable in their presence when they were one step away from insanity? Yet, was Gloriana as bad as the others? She's smart, and not that all close to going out of control, Ves admitted. Sure, she was a little too eager to chase after him, but a part of him felt very happy about that. I can't put Gloriana in the same box as the likes of the Bentheim Liberation Movement and the new Ilvain dynasty. When it comes down to it, she's just a strong-willed mech designer, kind of. Like myself. Every journeyman held strong beliefs. It was part of what elevated them from apprentices. Their design seeds not only solidified their deepest desires and ambitions, but also amplified them in a way that helped them stay on track as they worked to realize their design philosophies. Ves himself knew that his true beliefs already sounded very odd even to himself. Even if he left out the hyperbole and exaggerations he used to mislead the MTA, the thought of making mechs come alive already sounded very controversial. Perhaps calling Gloriana crazy was like the pot calling the kettle black. He turned around on his bed and lazily picked up Lucky. Who do you think is crazier, me or Gloriana? Meow. Pff. Why me? Meow. Only a crazy person would run away from a pretty woman who's totally into me. Pff. Ves tossed Lucky away, who halted himself in the air after engaging his flight ability. Meow. Lucky's objections fell on deaf ears as Ves blanked out. Too much had happened today, and the emotional roller coaster he had ridden left him completely put out. He really didn't want to deal with anything else today. Sadly, duty demanded otherwise. He still needed to meet with the guest that the Rim Guardians had dumped in his lap. Keeping this mech pilot waiting for so long would doubtlessly prove detrimental to his chances of fulfilling this already impossible task. By their own account, this mech pilot is a coward. How can they ever expect a wimp to become an expert pilot? It simply can't be done. The only way to remedy this fault was to inject the mech pilot in question with a lot of courage. Yet the Rim Guardians had years to do so but completely failed. Why? I bet they can probably turn the biggest coward in the galaxy into a hero as long as they brainwash the individual in question. Naturally, using forceful methods came with their own costs. Ves even suspected the brainwashing might even hinder the advancement process. He would meet the mech pilot in person soon enough, so there was no need for him to make any judgments before that. Hopefully, he would at least have something to work with. Every man should at least possess some pride. After half an hour of relaxing, Ves slowly rose from his bed. The brief break allowed him to regain his composure and put Gloriana out of his mind. Though the female mech designer still popped up in his thoughts every now and then, Ves no longer as if she had taken over his life. I'm a mech designer, not a love-drunk teenager. Even if she's fascinating, I'm better than this. How can I call myself a journeyman when I constantly allow myself to get distracted? The difficulty was that despite all of his protests, he truly felt attracted to Gloriana. Her call earlier invigorated the desire in his heart because he realized he still had a chance with her. Her forgiving attitude towards him was so lovely that the romantic sap in him wanted to turn the barracuda around. I can't do that. Ves vigorously shook his head. Once he became sure he scrambled all of his distractions, he stood up and left the stateroom while calling Gavin. Benny? Please bring our new guest to the ship's lounge. It's time for me to meet this foreigner. I'll bring him in right away, boss. Once he entered the lounge, he sat down on a sofa while he waited for the arrivals. A few minutes later, the hatch slid open, revealing Gavin dragging in a skinny mech pilot. Here you go, boss. Unhand me, you servant. I never gave you permission to touch me. You have no right to treat me as a prisoner on this rickety boat. Ves beheld the complaining mech pilot. Although the mech pilot's body appeared lean and fit, he bet that most of the man's fitness came from augmentations and specialized treatments. The slight hunch in the newcomer's back and his whiny voice as he expressed his dissatisfaction firmly reinforced the notion of a pushover. You can go now, Benny. Ves waved his hand in dismissal. Once Gavin left the lounge, the mech pilot stared at Ves with a frail sneer. You must be the illustrious owner of this tiny, cramped prison. Ves Larkinson, right? That's what your lackey called you when I asked? That's my name, yes. As a third-rater, you should stand up and pay your respects towards me. I am an esteemed scion of the Slicer tribe. I'm fully aware that your tiny bright republic is too remote to know what that means, so let me explain. The Slicer tribe is one of the foremost tribes of the Garland Empire, a long-established second-rate state that has dominated the vicious Mountain Star sector for centuries. That caused Ves to raise his eyebrows in mild surprise. This fellow possessed a big background. Unlike what the gardener on the ship believed, Ves did know a thing or two about Vicious Mountain. The Garland Empire was similar to the Friday Coalition in that it wasn't very unified for an empire. The different tribes that held sway over much of the territory of the empire frequently called the shots. Though that sounded similar to the Vesia kingdom, there were many differences between the two aside from their scale. Sadly, Ves did not familiarize himself too much with the history and present attitudes of each individual tribe of the Garland Empire. He hardly knew anything about the Slicer tribe aside from its crude name. "What's your name?" Ves calmly asked. "You have the great fortune of meeting the great William Urbish, future patriarch of the Slicer tribe." "Uh-huh. That sounds very impressive." After interacting with the MTA and Gloriana, Ves no longer became impressed with citizens of second-rate states. Aside from their wealth and pomp, they were hardly different from third-raters like himself. How could this skinny William ever succeed in intimidating Ves with his background? Besides, this William sounded more like a blowhard than a true heir to a great power within a second-rate state. The Garlander exhibited none of the inherent class and ingrained superiority that Ves had encountered from the likes of Lord Javier or Senator Tovar. Ves decided to burst William's bubble. "If you're so great, why did the Rim Guardians toss you aside like discarded trash?" That caused William to look awkward all of a sudden. The intensifying stare from Ves didn't help his composure any bit. "Well, you see, my parents sent me to the Rim Guardians in exchange for a heavy favor and some future concessions." "Why?" "That's none of your business." "Really now?" Ves grinned in a dangerous manner. He performed some cheap spiritual tricks to make himself appear more menacing. "What if I say it is? Tell me. Why are you here?" William squirmed in his place. The Garlander really did not say anything, but the pressure piling up on him eventually caused him to crack. "All right. My Urbish clan isn't exactly in a great position within our greater tribe. My forefathers used to lead the Slicer tribe for several generations, but now we've weakened to the point where my clan is on the cusp of being driven away." "Why is that?" "Because I can't step up. Each clan within the tribe only holds power so long as there is at least one expert pilot or higher in charge." Ves recalled now that the Garland Empire revered high-ranking mech pilots. They admired them so much that they even got to rule the entire state. In general, a state led by mech pilots usually turned into a disaster. It was very similar to states ruled by military leaders. The biggest difference was that states ruled by generals or admirals at least had the benefit of being ruled by highly educated leaders. Such states at least maintained some measure of civility. Not so for states like the Garland Empire. Mech pilots were required to devote so much time to piloting training that they hardly ever received a rounded education. They were warriors and soldiers to the core even if they advanced to experts. No matter if expert pilots had transcended the limits of humanity, they still retained everything they were before. Expert pilots might make for fantastic combatants on the battlefield, but putting them in charge of the economy of a state made no sense at all. Still, the Garland Empire wasn't blind to these faults. In practice, while high-ranking mech pilots made all of the top-level decisions, the technocrats in the service of their clans and tribes handled all of the actual work. In this way, the Garland Empire managed to achieve some semblance of stability. As Ves mused over these implications, William no longer experienced any pressure. The mech pilot immediately took advantage of that fact. "Are you impressed, Larkinson? I am a future leader of the great Garland Empire. You should kneel in my presence. As long as you snivel before my feet, I might be considerate enough to invite you to serve the Urbish clan." Ves did not look amused. Now that he recalled the importance of expert pilots to the Garland Empire, he knew that William would never be able to back up his boasts. Why? Because he wasn't an expert pilot. As long as William remained immortal, he had no say in his clan, his tribe, and his empire. He was a nobody. Chapter 1285 Martial Culture. After dealing with Gloriana, Ves disliked his show of weakness. How could his spine turn so soft in front of a girl? Ves felt the need to reassert his masculinity. How better to do that than to teach William Urbish a lesson? The Garlander talked big, but everyone could see that he was no true warrior. The Vandals or the Sword Maidens would have chewed him up and spit him out in a second. How many battles have you fought? He asked. The simple question took William aback. Pardon? None, right? I bet you haven't even felled a single mech. I resent that accusation. I have beaten plenty of mechs. Have any of those instances occurred outside of simulations and practice sessions? William's face began to flush. I would have you know that I am a great Urbish clansman. We have ruled the Slicer tribe in the past, and we shall do so again under my leadership. Really now? From what Ves could see, William would never be able to lead a village, let alone a prominent power of a second-rate state. If William thought he stood a real chance, then the Urbish clan must be in a dire state. So you think you're hot stuff, right? I wouldn't call myself that, but I am proud of my skill. Then come prove it to me. Right here. Right now. What do you mean by that? Ves patted his chest. Come prove your strength. Don't you want me to acknowledge you? Then come show what you're made of in the only way real men communicate. The real meaning of his provocation dawned upon the mech pilot. While Ves still stood in a casual posture, William began to enter into a fighting posture by raising his fists, leaning forward and bending his knees. That's better. Now come here and throw a punch. You sure? I'm a trained fighter. Then you should definitely be able to beat down a mech designer like me. Come on and fight already. Stop pussyfooting around like a craven. Whoa! William ran up to Ves in a swift rush. His lean body gifted him with a lot of speed that caught Ves slightly by surprise. Yet when William's punch landed, Ves merely looked bored as William immediately cried out and shook his pain knuckle. You're cheating. You have armor underneath your clothes. Your ship projected an anti-grav field that blocked my fist. There is no way you should be able to withstand my genetically enhanced strength. Ves lazily kicked at the whining figure, causing William to fall flat on his back. Ouch! Are you a cyborg or something? There's no way you're a mech designer. Contempt rose up from Ves. Compared to the likes of Tristan Wesseling and Gloriana Woden, William Urbish was the most pathetic citizen of a second-rate state he had ever met. Stop making excuses. If you can't even defeat someone who designs mechs all day, how can you ever hope to lead a clan or a tribe? I know thousands of third-raters like myself who can whoop your ass, genetic enhancements or no. Even a struggling pirate from the frontier is better than you, because they at least have the guts to keep fighting instead of complaining about unfairness. Don't compare me to a pirate! Urbish could no longer maintain his arrogant facade. If he couldn't even defeat a single mech designer, how could he call himself a warrior? The mech pilot looked so pathetic that Ves took pity on the fellow. I'm not like any other mech designer. Nonetheless, even if it isn't fair, so what? Battles are never fair. The galaxy isn't fair. Nothing is fair. If mech pilots are only able to fight when the battle is fair or in their favor, then you might as well say goodbye to your ambitions, Because the only courage that's good enough to produce expert pilots is the one that dares to fight against overwhelming odds. That's not true. There are many kinds of expert pilots. How many have you actually met? Don't think I'm ignorant about expert pilots. My Larkinson family currently boasts several expert pilots and expert candidates. We have high-ranking mech pilots in every generation leading all the way back to the founding of our home state. Can your Urbish clan match my family's pedigree? William fell silent. The Urbish clan isn't in a good shape, am I correct? To his credit, William honestly admitted it. My clan fell from grace in recent times. No expert pilot has emerged from our clan in 2 generations. Many of my relatives who tried have died or failed. The other clans don't want us to rise again, so they've deliberately cornered them into duels or lead them into accepting dangerous missions. In a fairly plain society like the Bright Republic, personal honor played an important role among mech pilots. Mech pilots belonged to a distinct martial class that adhered to its own rules and traditions. Yet, from what Ves could recall of the Garland Empire, the mech pilots there took it to a completely different level. Honor played a much more important role. Battle feats and trophies served as proof as a mech pilot's valor. Those who impressed others with their battle prowess always got ahead of those who did not show off nearly as much. Skill wasn't the only factor that determined a mech pilot's worth. The Garlanders wanted to be led by real warriors. To Ves, the way the Garland leaders constantly tried to outdo each other led to lots of violence. The Garland Empire had gained a reputation for being highly militaristic and aggressive. They constantly threatened the other states of the vicious Mountain Star sector with the antics of their leaders whenever they felt the need to prove their worth. A state led by mech pilots meant that it was actually led by the impulses of mech pilots. The state only existed to sustain a robust war industry and to provide an endless supply of cannon fodder to bolster the armies of the aggressive Garland clans and tribes. Ves had no idea how a pushover like William Urbish emerged from such a militaristic state. In fact, he knew almost nothing about the fellow at all. If Ves wanted to tackle his latest assignment seriously, then he should really study up on William's background and circumstances. For now, Ves got what he wanted from the mech pilot. He no longer felt as small and weak as he did when he faced Gloriana. All right, for now I'll pack you off to my cousin Melker Larkinson so he can see what you're made of. Let me call him so that he can send a shuttle to pick you up. He had no desire to hold William's hand all the time. The way Ves saw it, the Rim Guardians only cared about helping him become an expert candidate. The exact method didn't matter as long as the result was there. Though William was in no way expert pilot material, nothing was impossible. With all the knowledge that Ves accrued, he knew exactly what was needed to push a mech pilot through the extraordinary threshold. In fact, now that he thought about it, wasn't William the ideal guinea pig that he asked for? While the Urbish clansman wasn't as good as a dwarf because Ves still needed to care for his life, at least he could try all sorts of experiments without risking the well-being of anyone he truly about. An ominous glint shone in his eyes, causing William to shudder. Why did he feel like he was a mech about to be disassembled by an enthusiastic mech designer? Don't you worry, William. Us Larkinsons will take very good care of you, hee. Ves grinned. He sent a few messages to arrange the transfer. The Green Feather reacted quickly, dispatching a shuttle to the Barracuda. Once Ves escorted William off the Corvette, he turned back to his stateroom and called for Gavin. You called, boss? I'm sure you looked up our new guest, Benny. What did you find? Well, it's a doozy. I had to read up on the Garland Empire and how the different tribes and clans are run before I figured out the context of William's circumstances. The first thing you should know is that the tribes of the Empire are similar to the partners of the Friday Coalition. They rule over vast swathes of space and possess a lot of autonomy. Ves nodded in understanding. I kind of figured that out already. Each tribe gets to be run by a patriarch who emerged from the strongest clan within their ranks. They are almost always ace pilots, but expert pilots will do if no aces have emerged. Sometimes, experts and aces come into prominence from tribesmen that don't belong to one of the premier clans, but they frequently ally themselves to one in order to climb higher. Ace pilots were extremely rare. So much so that the Bright Republic only had a handful of them, while the Friday Coalition was only marginally better off. Vicious Mountain is known as a brutal star sector. Its name is certainly apartment, Gavin noted. Part of why the star sector is embroiled in so much conflict is due to the existence of the Garland Empire. Its martial culture has bled over into other states. It didn't help that states that focused more on peace over war tended to get overrun by their more warlike neighbors. Vicious Mountain is one of the most savage star sectors in our star region. The star sector may be savage, but that does not mean they are primitive, Ves cautioned. I know it's easy to look down on them because they act no differently from ancient tribes, but there is more to the Garland Empire and the other states than their martial-oriented society. Gavin shrugged. Sure. There are plenty of civilians in the Empire who never experienced the cruelty of war. But the tribes make sure to indoctrinate them into volunteering for every new conflict they provoke. So everyone just goes along with the whims of their warmongering leaders, Ves commented. He knew the power of indoctrination. Anyone could believe in anything as long as their surroundings reinforced the values they were meant to absorb. The Urbish clan is not in a very good state right now, Gavin continued. A few generations ago, they lost most of their high-ranking mech pilots after a disastrous campaign. The ones that are left were barely able to keep the clan in existence. The Urbishes had to concede most of their territory and their assets because they couldn't fend off the challenges from the rival clans within the tribe. Since the Urbishes are so weak, why haven't they been eliminated? The Garland Empire isn't as bad as the Vesia Kingdom in that regard, boss. There are tons of rules and traditions the Garlanders have to abide by. The restrictions they're subjected to make sure that the infighting doesn't devolve into outright slaughter. That would only weaken the tribes and the Empire in the long run, making them vulnerable to outside invasion. That makes a lot of sense. So the Urbish clan doesn't have any expert pilots, right? No. The ones that remained after the disastrous campaign were already past their prime, and the last one died fairly recently. Currently, the Urbish clan is able to field only 100 or so mech pilots and is one step away from dissolution. No matter how many regular mech pilots they've raised, a clan doesn't have the right to exist if they aren't capable of producing an expert pilot. It was a sad decline to a once illustrious clan. Ves found it a little odd that despite being able to field so many mech pilots, none of them had ever succeeded in breaking through to expert candidate or expert pilot. For a clan with such a glorious history, wasn't that a bit too unnatural? From what he learned so far, the Urbishes should be just as martial-focused as the Larkinsons. Chapter 1286 Frontier Star Sector. The Komodo Star Sector sat adjacent to the majestic Teal and Vicious Mountain Star Sectors. Of the three, the Komodo Star Sector was the youngest among them. Not only that, but it was also designated as a Frontier Star Sector by the Big Two. A Frontier Star Sector only possessed some of the attributes of a proper star sector. Its borders were fairly porous because the Big Two hadn't come around to plug most of the gaps in higher dimensional space yet. Its developmental level and investment were fairly low as well. In turn, Frontier Star Sectors also enjoyed some special rights. The Big Two would not allow Majestic Teal and Vicious Mountain to bully their weaker neighbor. Though conflicts between them still occurred, they did not match the scale of conflicts between older and more developed star sectors. According to several clues and estimates, it would take a century or two for the Komodo Star Sector to be upgraded to the next tier by the Big Two. Not only would it be designated as a developing star sector, but it would also acquire a proper two-word name. One of the most favorite pastimes of the people who lived in the star sector was to come up with the most fitting name to describe their home. Snarling Komodo, Deadly Komodo, Gratuitous Komodo, Naked Komodo, Screaming Komodo, the list went on and on. Ves didn't know who got to decide how the star sector would be called in the future, but he hoped the fellow would at least have some sense and pick a name that exuded class. In this regard, Majestic Teal and Vicious Mountain were polar opposites in this regard. Whereas the former emphasized civilization, the latter reveled in its barbarism. Vicious Mountain particularly aroused a bit of dread from the Komodo star sector. Their constant warring sometimes spilled over into the neighboring star sectors. Yet, for all of their senseless fighting and killing, the natives of Vicious Mountain attracted admiration from all around. In the Age of Mechs, nothing excited the people more than hearing tales of heroic mech pilots, many of whom originated from the mighty Garland Empire. In such a strong and cruel environment where mech pilots constantly forced each other to prove themselves or be eliminated or relegated to a lesser position, how could the Urbish clan raise someone as brittle as William? This was the great mystery which Ves wanted an answer for. How come William spent his time in a boring place like the Komodo star sector? It turns out that William's parents were exiled to our star sector, Gavin revealed to Ves. I can't find the reason why, but whatever they did was bad enough that the Urbish clan wanted the two to leave Vicious Mountain entirely. It could be that the Urbish clan exiled the parents for their own protection, Ves noted. That is a possibility. Sadly, dirty laundry like that can't be found on the galactic net. All I know is that William was actually born and raised in the Reynald Republic. He never once stepped foot in the Vicious Mountain star sector. Ah, that explains why he's so spineless. Sure enough. Only a degenerate, materialistic state like the Reynald Republic could raise such a weak mech pilot. Gavin noted another important detail. Despite the fact that his parents were severely punished, they used to enjoy a high status within the clan. They're descended from expert pilots and patriarchs. Since William isn't guilty of the crimes of his parents, and the Urbishes aren't in the habit of forcing the younger generation to bear the sins of the older generation, technically he should be one of their premier scions. How impressive, Ves flatly remarked. He isn't even accompanied by a single retainer or bodyguard. The Urbish clan must value him very highly. The Urbish clan is kind of falling apart. Gavin shrugged. Have you found out why the Rim Guardians have taken William under their wing for a time? I really don't know. That's not the sort of information I can find from public sources. You'll have to ask him yourself, boss. It could be that the Urbish clan or his parents paid a very high price and promised even more to shape William up. It could be that the MTA doesn't like the clans that are on the rise in the Slicer tribe. Maybe the Urbishes used to be solid allies of the Rim Guardians. Those were reasonable guesses. Ves did not consider the Rim Guardians to be a charitable organization, but neither did they have a strong reason to invest a lot in William. There must be more behind the Garlander. Ves was sure of it. As far as I know, the Rim Guardians entrusted us with William for 3 years. During that time, we not only have to keep him alive, but we also have to do our best to turn him into an expert candidate. That caused Gavin to look very critical. If you asked me, the Rim Guardians are setting you up for an impossible mission. Expert pilots are already rare as it is. Even if the blood of expert pilots run in William's veins, that doesn't mean he has what it takes. If all the training programs the Rim Guardians put him through haven't shaped him up yet, then how can we do any better? I'm not sure whether the Rim Guardians did their utmost to push William to his limits. He looks far too soft to suffer any real hardship, Ves noted. The way they eagerly passed him on to me suggests that they consider him to be a useless burden, but were somehow forced to put up with him for other reasons. So what does that mean for us, boss? Ves shrugged. I think the real focus of the Rim Guardians is not on William, but rather us, or me specifically. The Larkinsons have a very distinguished track record when it comes to raising expert pilots. At least we're better than the current Urbish clan in this regard. My design philosophy has also attracted some suspicion, I bet. Perhaps some within the MTA believe that my pilot-focused design philosophy is able to turn a turd into gold. What would it mean if VS returned to Centerpoint a few years later with a completely different William? How would the Rim Guardians react when the William they used to know turned from a craven poser into a valiant expert candidate? It would definitely attract an uncomfortable degree of attention to VS. Even if he made himself out like a lunatic to the MTA, the organization was clearly able to look past his supposed irrationality. After all, they even extended some favors to Gloriana. Now that he thought about it, it would be rather counterproductive if VS somehow succeeded in turning William into an extraordinary. Even if William only got a single foot in the door by becoming an expert candidate, the Rim Guardians and the rest of the MTA would definitely put him under greater scrutiny. That was not what VS wished to see. While VS saw a lot of advantages in growing closer to the Rim Guardians, it wasn't as if he needed it right now. With how unexceptional William was like, the fraternity shouldn't begrudge VS too much if he failed to complete this impossible assignment. That didn't mean he could neglect William entirely. If the Rim Guardian found out that VS did nothing at all, then VS would probably not enjoy their reaction. To that end, he decided to make a half-hearted effort. It would be fine if he messed around a bit by handing William over to the Larkinsons or subject him to some dubious experiments. As long as VS appeared to be making an earnest effort, the Rim Guardians shouldn't have any objections. After dismissing Gavin, VS called Melker and passed on what he learned. So our guest hasn't grown up in Vicious Mountain? Melker questioned. That changes things. For all intents and purposes, he's no different from a Reinaldan. He may talk big, but so do all Reinaldans. Understood. How do you wish us to treat him, VS? From what you just told me, he's been through several training programs but achieved little result. Well, the most important aspect that needs to change is his lack of spine. As long as we can stiffen him up, he at least has a minute chance of becoming an expert pilot. Right now, I don't see he has any way to achieve a breakthrough. His mentality is too weak. Melker rubbed his chin. First, we'll have to know what he's capable of. We'll have to test his genetic aptitude, his specialization, his skills, his combat experience, and more in order to draw up a training program. I'll probably have to ask some of our uncles and aunts for advice, is that okay? Sure. VS waved dismissively. They'll surely have a lot to teach us. Try out their methods and see if William can catch on. If none of them work as well as we hoped, we can always resort to other solutions later on. Just make sure you are working on firming up his courage. We'll definitely have to address that problem first. This was probably the hardest problem to solve. VS hoped that Melker could somehow manage to transform William into someone who was actually useful. If not, VS did not mind tossing William to Keddies or stepping in himself. VS addressed another topic that had come up in his mind recently. One other thing, Melker. I'll likely be spending some time in the Friday Coalition for the foreseeable time. So long as I'm in Coalition space, the protection of the avatars of myth isn't very useful to me. It might even be detrimental. I agree. As great as our mechs perform in a place like the Bright Republic, they're not on par to the mechs that are commonly used in the Coalition. We'd be laughed at best by the locals. Our presence will not be able to bestow you with any prestige. The admission did not come lightly. Melker obviously incurred a blow to his pride by speaking out the painful truth. Don't take it too seriously, Melker. It should be me who is to blame. The Avatars of Myth is a mech force that is only meant to operate in the Bright Republic and similar states. We don't have the money or foundation to incorporate second-class mechs to its roster. At least you have an existing arrangement with SAS. If you are in need of bodyguards in Coalition space, you might be able to solicit their services. I'll keep that suggestion in mind, Ves said, though he didn't plan to do so unless absolutely necessary. It costs way too much money to hire them. He'd have to beg Master Olson to pay in his stead. How long will you be gone from home? I don't know. It depends on what Master Olson wants from me and what I'm allowed to choose. I'll try my best not to stay away for more than a year. Melker nodded. Inform us once you know. After a brief chat where Ves made some other arrangements, he ended the call. For now, both the Barracuda and the Green Feather would jump to a border system of the Friday Coalition. Once there, they would split ways. The Barracuda would move on to Limar while the Green Feather made her way back to the Bright Republic, carrying Melker, the avatars he brought with them, and William Urbish. This basically left him with only Lucky and Gavin as his companions. Well, it's best not to bring too many people when I'm in the Friday Coalition, he muttered. The locals aren't too fond of seeing too many rats at a time. Novices and apprentices from lesser states were treated like dirt in the Friday Coalition, but Ves no longer counted among them. Ever since he became a journeyman and a galactic citizen, Ves ought to receive better treatment from the Coalition. Let's see what opportunities one can find. Chapter 1287 Exiting the Maze. The Barracuda and the Green Feather finally departed from the busy Centerpoint system. Once they transitioned into a Coalition star system, the Barracuda went on to jump to the interior of Coalition space. It will take a couple of weeks to arrive at Limar, sir, Captain Sylvester reported. According to the navigational data we've obtained, our vessel has to pass through some adverse tides to reach our destination. That will delay our journey by a couple of days. It's okay. As I've said before, we aren't on a strict time limit. Just make sure we reach our destination safe and sound, Ves said dismissively. That shouldn't be any problem. The Barracuda is a Limar-built space yacht, so it is more than capable of traversing the Friday Coalition's distinctive higher-dimensional turbulence. Oh? Is there a difference? The captain nodded. Star systems that are richer in exotics or features more active energy levels such as larger suns are more difficult to travel around. The surrounding regions of higher-dimensional space can sometimes be as calm and mild as in the Bright Republic, but it could also erupt into a storm. Does that mean that the Green Feather would have been under threat if she continued traveling alongside the Barracuda? Not unless a freak accident occurs. She's a modern light carrier, so her FTL drive is still close to optimal. It's the older ships that have seen a couple of decades of constant use that are in danger. When they're 50 years or older, their FTL drives are seriously degraded. Their tolerance to adverse situations won't be as good as before. This problem is much more pronounced with cheaper ships than a Coalition standard vessel like the Barracuda. In short, cheap and old starships really shouldn't have any business entering Coalition space. The Friday Coalition occupied a large chunk of the most desirable star systems in the star sector. Most of those systems were filled with exotics which exerted a noticeable influence on their surroundings. What's the lifespan of an average starship? Ves curiously asked. Depends. There's no simple answer to this question, sir. It's probably the same with mechs. Good design, sound production, diligent maintenance, and prudent use will massively prolong the effective lifespan of a starship. Naturally, even if proper spacers judge that a starship has reached the end of her lifespan, others might not agree. Ves understood. Never underestimate humanity's urge to take shortcuts or pick up a bargain despite the risks. He had seen a lot of forces make use of second-hand or even third-hand starships. Converted carriers, the most often used mech transport in the galaxy, were almost always adapted from decommissioned cargo haulers and the like. Mechs were expensive. Ships were expensive. Many outfits could only afford to invest the bulk of their wealth in one, leaving them with very thin purses by the time they addressed the other. The ramshackle rust buckets employed by impoverished mercenary corps and bottom-feeder pirate gangs may fare okay in the frontier or in the outer region of a star sector. While these vessels possessed many faults, their aging FTL drives were unlikely to encounter any dangerous situations during FTL travel. How long do you think the Barracuda can last? Easily a century, as long as she won't get shot at during this time, the captain replied. You'll probably upgrade to a better ship by then. With how fast you shot up, I'm sure you'll be able to afford a grand yacht or something better in a couple of decades. Ves could very well imagine such a possibility. Your crew won't be around forever, right? She smiled. All of us want to settle down eventually. While I love my job, I don't see myself as a spaceborn. I don't want my children to grow up entirely in space either. Still, we might serve aboard your ships for a certain duration or work from offices of the avatars of myth. Every employee working for VS was also a human. They had lives outside of their jobs. VS would be a very poor boss if he neglected that most of them wished to enjoy a family life as well. Are your replacements already in place? Sylvestra shook her head. Fleet Commander Rofain, who is pretty irate at you for neglecting to meet with him by the way, has already started to address that matter. He's implementing a rotation of spacers and crew to staff your growing collection of space vessels. VS did neglect to meet with the fleet commander, but strictly speaking he already reported to Melker. There was no need for VS to meet with every recent hire in person. In any case, it sounded as if the fleet commander was already doing good work. After letting the captain return to her work, VS retreated to his stateroom. Days passed by as the Barracuda swiftly traversed through Coalition space. VS turned back to busying himself by puzzling with the Skull Architect's designs. He already completed a variant of the Casker Pike and achieved significant progress in doing the same for the Toraz Ruby and the Jinvan. The Spaceborne Striker and Aerial Marksman designs both offered useful insights to VS, mainly because he never designed these archetypes before. The Toraz Ruby attracted his interest the most. Most light mechs are held to fight against up close due to their high mobility. Their opponents will have to deploy light mechs as well or resort to striker mechs. While the definition of striker mechs weren't quite fixed, they were mostly heavier and tougher than light mechs and possessed superior wide-area armament such as flamethrowers. They were most often used to defend against light mech raids, but they performed decently in a couple of other roles as well. The Skull Architect opted to pair two weapon systems in his spaceborne take on a striker mech. The Toraz Ruby's primary armament consisted of a ballistic shotgun with a fairly narrow shot pattern. It needed to be narrow because many battles between two different mech forces in space often turned into tangled clumps where friend and foe intermingled with each other. If the shotgun sprayed pellets or other projectiles all over the space, they might be liable to hit their allies. For this reason, the shotgun wielded by the striker mech was particularly suited to take out incoming light mechs from medium range. However, that did not leave the striker mech with a lot of options if a light mech snuck up into close range. The Skull Architect chose to address this problem by adding a second weapon system. From what VS learned about second-class mechs, this ought to be his typical response to these kinds of problems. A mech designer from a third-rate state would accept this shortcoming, while a mech designer from a second-rate state would seek to add something that can mitigate it instead. The problem was that the Skull Architect applied second-rate solutions to a third-rate mech. The result was that his Toraz Ruby possessed a very busy internal architecture due to the addition of integrated heat beams mounts to the striker mech's shoulders. Though the heat beams were very useful in fending off light mechs by heating them up to dangerous levels when they came closer, they also consumed an enormous amount of power. Depending on how often a Taurus Ruby had to resort to the heat beams, the effective uptime of the striker mech might be as short as half an hour. The Taurus Ruby's flight system is also a bit of a power hog. The striker mech needed to possess at least some of the mobility to keep up with all the light mechs flitting about. Although the design wasn't expected to outrace a light mech outright, it should at least be a challenge to bypass. All in all, the Skull Architect's design choices turned the Taurus Ruby into a very difficult mech to maintain and pilot. It's the same with the Caesar Augustus and the Mark Antony. Hybrid mechs are inherently more complicated to work with. Their complexity is well above average, he muttered. It didn't help that the Skull Architect placed fairly high expectations on its mech pilots. Never mind that most of his customers consisted of badly trained pirates nowadays. While Ves could tell that the Skull Architect made some concessions, the vast majority of the Taurus Ruby's design focused way too much on drawing out the maximum possible performance. Something came up while he worked on his variant of the striker mech. Now that I think about it, his design philosophy shares some resemblance to that of Gloriana. Is that why both of them are so extreme? His guess made a lot of sense to him. Both mech designers may differ in rank and origin, but their design philosophies both pursued ideals associated with achieving the best possible result. The best mech design doesn't exist. Ves shook his head. Both of them are facing an uphill battle if they seek to realize their design philosophies. Perhaps that was why mech designers who pursued the best tended to be so radical. They were far more desperate than other mech designers to find a way out of a maze that didn't possess an exit. Gloriana must be aware of this problem, so sought to obtain a solution early. The solution she came up with is borrowing the strength of another mech designer to overcome her problem. When different mech designers with compatible design philosophies combined their strengths, a result that surpassed the sum of two parts might emerge. Such a qualitative transformation would reveal a lot of aspects about their design philosophies that they didn't know. Studying the result and figuring out why their design philosophies achieved better results than by themselves should be one of the proven ways to figure out a future direction. No wonder mech designers collaborate so often. It's not just to incorporate another mech designer's strength into a design, but also serves as both an experiment and learning opportunity. Because both Gloriana and the Skull Architect appeared to have adopted Class 1 design philosophies, they should have a lot of difficulty finding synergistic collaborators. Both of them tried to improve a broad swathe of aspects, which posed a lot of hindrances to many other design philosophies. Each of them are desperate for a mech designer who helped them exit the maze. Equating the two made Ves a bit worried. He realized that the same reasons that made Gloriana so obsessed about him also applied to the Skull Architect. Imagining the Skull Architect inviting Ves to a meeting during a candlelight dinner only to return to a shared hotel room later in the night. Bleh! Ves erupted, startling Lucky, who lazily hovered above his head. That's disgusting! Even though this nightmare was so ridiculous that it would never come to pass, Ves nonetheless believed there was a kernel of truth. The Skull Architect would definitely benefit as much from collaborating with Ves as Gloriana. If his guess was right, then Ves might not only have to contend with one stalker. God damn it! Still, once he calmed down, Ves did not think it was all that bad. The Skull Architect might be crazy, but he was also a force to be reckoned with in the frontier. Developing a cordial, or even a friendly business relationship with him should prove very helpful down the line. I'll still be playing with fire, though. The risks needed to be worth it. The man was so unstable that being his friend might not mean anything, but becoming his enemy would definitely lead to awful consequences. He decided to push the matter aside and focus on finishing his variant for the Torah's Ruby. In general, Ves did not mess around too much to develop his variant. He decided not to do anything too exciting but merely tune down some of its excessive performance while instilling it with a weak image. "That should be enough to keep the fellow happy," he muttered. Chapter 1288 Feeling Inadequate. The quiet journey to Limar not only allowed Ves to do his homework, but also take care of other matters. For example, Ves finally judged the Barracuda traveled far enough from Centerpoint to check up on the system. Under Lucky's vigilant ECM shielding, he summoned his system comm from his inventory and activated his privacy shield. While he did not have total confidence that these countermeasures would be able to jam state-of-the-art MTA surveillance technology, the Friday Coalition was an entirely different matter. He also activated it during FTL travel, so it was extremely unlikely for their spies to be snooping in on him right now. It's been a while. Though the system gave him numerous advantages, he did not wish to become too dependent on it. So far, he figured he did a good job of that, though it left him to abandon many opportunities that he could have pursued earlier. Ever since he met Gloriana, he somehow felt lacking. Ves found himself unable to resist her forwardness, and constantly ceded the initiative to her whenever she took charge. It's probably her Hexer background in combination with her current success. Even with her privileged upbringing, she has achieved a lot for a mech designer. And she did all of that without something similar to the system. Ves couldn't help but admire her deep down in his mind. Thinking about her, and how weak-kneed he acted in her presence still sent him into an ambivalent mood. A part of him wanted to be more impressive. He previously thought he was doing quite well enough as a mech designer, so he did not feel much pressure to forcibly upgrade his design abilities. Yet after meeting Gloriana, the urge to improve himself reasserted with a vengeance. How could he ever take the initiative when he always felt inadequate in front of a fellow peer? If I don't feel confident enough, I'll just have to improve myself to the point where I can hold my ground when I meet her again. Still, another part of Ves wanted nothing to do with Gloriana. He had seen how extreme fanatics could become in order to obtain what they wanted. Falling deeper into her clutches both pleased him and repelled him at the same time. "What is wrong with me?" Ves violently shook his head. If not for her fanaticism, Ves would have wholeheartedly pursued her. She ticked all the right boxes. In her own words, they made for a perfect couple. Yet the way she let herself be controlled by her obsessiveness and compulsion sometimes freaked him out. "Well, it's not like I'm much better." The big question that haunted him recently was whether Ves should accept Gloriana's affections or close himself off to her entirely. "I don't think she'll like it if I ignore her," Ves grimaced. "All manner of bad things might happen if I scorn such a driven woman." Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, particularly one so capable as Gloriana. On the other hand, accepting her would not only allow Ves to avoid that unpleasantness, but also enjoy the company of someone he genuinely found attractive and complimented him very well on a professional level. An important question popped up whenever Ves seriously contemplated growing closer to the Hexer. Can I trust her? Strangely enough, his intuition was strongly in favor of trusting Gloriana. The woman might have a few screws loose in her head, but her abnormal dedication towards him was definitely genuine. The main reason why all those faiths and rebel movements cultivate fanaticism and blind devotion is because it's the strongest way to ensure loyalty. A fanatic was another word for an unflinching loyalist to a certain cause. It simply wasn't possible to bribe or coerce fanatics to betray their cause. They were so loyal that most manipulation and interrogation techniques would fail when applied to them. The only way to get them to talk was to employ very harsh or advanced methods, but this usually killed or permanently disabled the fanatic in question. Although Ves felt a little uncomfortable about it, he did not feel so uncomfortable if he shared some of his secrets with her if their relationship grew deeper. It will take a long time before I get to this point. There's little use contemplating it now. He turned his attention back to the system. Design evaluation, transcendent messenger. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Ves merely skimmed it over before dismissing it. The evaluation didn't tell him anything new. Perhaps the only criteria worth paying attention to was its X factor. X factor A. Huh? That's a little worse than the Aurora Titan, but not out of my expectations. Any mech design with an A-grade X factor was already remarkable. Their only fault was that they were very troublesome to achieve. He shrugged off the evaluation report and moved on to his status. Status: Name: Ves Larkinson. Profession: Journeyman Mech Designer. Specializations: Spiritual Man-Machine Symbiosis. Design points: 276,167. Attributes: Strength: 1.4. Dexterity: 1.0. Endurance: 2.0. Intelligence: 2.2. Creativity: 2.1. Concentration: 2.1. Spirituality: 1.4. Neural aptitude: F. Skills: Assembly, Journeyman, 3D Printer Proficiency 4, Assembler Proficiency 4. Battle Mechatronics, Apprentice, Night Mech Mastery I, Rifleman Mech Mastery I, Space Knight Mastery I, Hero Mech Mastery I. Business, Apprentice. Computer Science, Apprentice, Mech Hacking 2. Electrical Engineering, Journeyman, Structural Pathway Configuration 4, Energy Storage 4, Conductors 3, Ultra Compact Energy Storage I. Materials Science, Journeyman, Crystallography 3, Crystal Laser Propagation 2, Lithic Materials I. Mathematics, Journeyman. Mechanics, Journeyman, Jury Rigging 4, Speed Tuning 4. Metallurgy, Journeyman, Alloy Compression 3. Metaphysics, Apprentice, X Factor 4, Spiritual Senses 2, Spiritual Exploration I, Spiritual Projection I, Spiritual Empowerment I, Spiritual Imprint Manipulation I, Spiritual Masking I. Interfacing Novice. Physics Senior, Directed Energy Weapon Optimization 3, Gamma Laser Weapons I, Lightweight Armor Optimization 2, Medium Weight Armor Optimization 4, Melee Weapon Optimization 4, Polarizing Shielding 2, Rapid Fire Laser Weapon Operation 2, Optics 3. Propulsion, Journeyman, Flight Systems 4. Salvaging, Apprentice, Field Repairs 3. Signals and Communications, Journeyman, Anti-Stealth Detection 2. Stealth and Cloaking, Novice. Abilities: Super Publish, available. Can be activated once a year. Inventorize, unavailable. Evaluation: A young journeyman mech designer at the start of developing his unique design philosophy. That's odd. My spirituality increased by 0.1. Ves noted with curiosity. Aside from this peculiar growth, nothing else of significance had changed. His DP growth was quite respectable. It signified that his company was making very brisk sales. In particular, the Aurora Titan had attracted a cult following according to Gavin. Nora Consolidated expected sales to slump after it had fulfilled the initial orders, but customers from other states began to appreciate the super medium Space Knight. Outfits learned that the Aurora Titan had a very good effect on morale. While its application was very narrow and inflexible, its presence alone always succeeded in boosting the morale of every friendly. Not only that, but the Aurora Titan's intimidating aura seriously oppressed any raiders attempting to assault a trade convo. Whether this was worth paying 100 million bright credits or more depended on the customer. Most outfits simply couldn't justify the expenditure, but there were always a few outfits in every state that saw the true value of fielding a unique and inspiring mech like the Aurora Titan. For this reason, Ves expected his DP earnings to continue to grow steadily for the foreseeable future. In fact, the DP I've accumulated doesn't reflect the full earnings the LMC has made. One notable source of income to a mech company was the licensing of its mech designs. The Aurora Titan design was a public mech design that came under an increasing amount of attention. Many mech designers became very interested in figuring out the secrets behind the remarkable design. They licensed the design in order to obtain the full design schematics and additional documentation so that they might be able to explore it and design a superior mech. Many of these mech designers usually consisted of greedy apprentices who were jealous at the LMC's bountiful product margins. What was the difficulty of designing a variant of the Aurora Titan and undercutting the original model by pricing their works a little cheaper? They mostly failed. Any mech designer that muddled up the original design with their own additions only spoiled its X factor. Without exception, every single variant lost much of the intrinsic value that only someone like Ves would add to his mech design. Journeymen and seniors knew better. They probably figured out that the unique strength that Ves bestowed on his mech designs was actually a Class 9 design philosophy. While most mech designers could learn a thing or two from other people's design philosophy, Class 9 design philosophies were different. They were too weird. Therefore, while a couple of journeymen and seniors had indeed licensed the Aurora Titan, they did not have any illusions of copying the original designer's trade secrets. In fact, I don't even know why they licensed the Aurora Titan design if they don't intend to publish a variant. Are they doing it for research purposes? Ves scratched his head. Well, in any case, the LMC was raking in a lot of fees. Each time a mech designer applied for a standard 10-year license, they forked out 6 billion bright credits. Even if Nora Consolidated pocketed 75% of that sum, leaving the LMC with only 1.5 billion credits, the dozens of licenses issued in the last couple of months really added a lot of money to the company's coffers. Well, the shareholders are probably the happiest. The LMC won't skimp out on dividends this year. Ves turned his attention back to his status and evaluated what he should improve. He mainly wanted to gain some confidence, and what better than to pad his skills? Upgrading my sub-skills won't have that much effect. Ves shook his head. He wanted a comprehensive upgrade. For this reason, he decided to upgrade his main skills. Now that he became journeyman, the sheer influx of knowledge shouldn't strain his mind as much. He was also much more equipped to fulfill the upgrade missions the systems decided to send on his way. Dexterity Attribute Candy, 1000 DP. Dexterity Attribute Candy, 1100 DP. Dexterity Attribute Candy, 1200 DP. Dexterity Attribute Candy, 1300 DP. Dexterity Attribute Candy, 1400 DP. Dexterity Attribute Candy, 1500 DP. Strength Attribute Candy, 1400 DP. Strength Attribute Candy, 1500 DP. Mechanical Fault Detection I, 10,000 DP. Fixed Armor Specialization I, 10,000 DP. Flexible Armor Specialization I, 10,000 DP. Mechanics Senior, 100,000 DP. Metallurgy Senior, 100,000 DP. Before he upgraded his mechanics and metallurgy skills, he decided to upgrade his physical attributes first. While it was tempting to upgrade his strength and dexterity straight to 2.0, Ves was wary of changing his body too drastically. Past experience suggested that huge leaps in improvement led to a lot of unforeseen side effects. Upgrading both of my lowest physical attributes to 1.6 should be sufficient. Ves was right to be careful. As soon as he swallowed all the attribute candies, his body felt increasingly more uncomfortable to him. While he didn't feel any pain, his loss of coordination was quite serious. It was as if he had just undergone a major gene optimization treatment. If not for his lingering familiarity with his body, Ves might not be able to control his body at all for a couple of weeks. As it is, I'm barely able to stand and walk. Nonetheless, the benefits should be more than worth it. As long as he got used to his new changes, Ves would see numerous benefits in his life. Beating up mech designers and mech pilots out of their mechs in order to assert his dominance would become trivially easy. Just the thought of doing so in front of an impressed-looking Gloriana made him want to thump his chest. Ugh! I'm doing it for myself, not for Gloriana! Ves quickly shook his head and proceeded to upgrade his skills. Because both mechanics and metallurgy did not meet the system's prerequisites concerning sub-skills, Ves decided to add in 3 useful-sounding sub-skills. Each of them helped him detect and mitigate flaws in his designs that he would have otherwise overlooked. It will save me the trouble of discovering the flaws during tests. After that, he finally pulled the trigger and upgraded his 2 journeyman-level skills. As expected, the system presented him with 2 upgrade missions. Chapter 1289 Major Weakness. Upgrade Mission Mechanics. Mission: Design and fabricate a bestial mech. Difficulty: C rank. Prerequisites: Mechanics Journeyman. Description: Humanoid mechs are the predominant standard shape of mechs. Yet they are not the only option available. Humanoid mechs carry distinct strengths and weaknesses. Certain roles are best filled by bestial mechs which adopt shapes that do not conform to the human body. Study the use and application of bestial mechs without aid and design a classical bestial mech that meets the Mech Designer System standards. Then fabricate it and sell it to a worthy customer. Reward: Mechanics Senior. Upgrade Mission Metallurgy. Mission: Design and fabricate a smart metal mech. Difficulty: C rank. Prerequisites: Mechanics Metallurgy. Description: Mechs are ordinarily plated by fixed, inflexible alloys. This is not the only solution available. Smart metals have been developed that consists of nanomachines or other micro-level substances that can add a certain degree of flexibility to the usage of a mech. Study the use and applications of smart metal without aid and employ them into a viable mech design that meets the Mech Designer System standards. Then fabricate it and sell it to a worthy customer. Reward: Metallurgy Senior. Wow! This is, well, not easy, but quite doable. Ves felt a small amount of relief that the system did not put him in a difficult spot this time. When he wanted to upgrade his physics skill to senior level, the system forced him to develop a gamma laser rifle. He expected the system to try and screw him over by violating another major taboo or 2, but it seems he finally caught a break for once. It wouldn't have been necessary anyway, Ves muttered. He used to revere and respect the big two. No longer. The tenets of the MTA were worth as much as a spoiled nutrient pack to him. He wouldn't hesitate if the system commanded him to design a mech that turned the very ground it walked upon into a toxic sludge pool. As Ves contemplated the nature of his 2 upgrade missions, he realized 2 important points. First, the upgrade missions compelled him to learn more about bestial mechs and smart metal through his own efforts. He wasn't able to gain the required knowledge by acquiring the relevant sub-skills in the skill tree. With my learning speed, it won't take much effort for me to get up to speed, he muttered. Second, instead of designing 2 separate mechs to fulfill each mission in sequence, why not try to fulfill both of their demands with just a single mech? There's nothing there that says I can't hit 2 birds with 1 stone. A bestial mech with an exterior that consisted of smart metal was not too unusual. Ves could save a lot of time and effort if he opted to design such a machine. The sooner I upgrade my main skills, the more confident I'll be the next time I meet Gloriana. This time would definitely come. With how big of a crush she developed towards him, there was no way she could accept being separated from him for so long. I can't let her run over me again like last time. How can I call myself a man when Gloriana thinks she should protect me? I'm not a baby. Lucky, who lounged in the vicinity, raised his head at Ves. Meow. Pfff. You're wrong. I don't have a weakness against strong women. Meow meow. My mother, Master Olson, Calabast and Gloriana are just exceptions. The only reason I'm weak in front of them is because of other factors. I do not have a fetish for strong women because my mother died early. Ves firmly turned around, didn't pay any further attention to the nonsense uttered by his pet. He instead returned to work. He decided to set aside his studies on smart metals and bestial mechs until after he completed designing the 3rd variant for the Skull Architect. He didn't want his other stalker to send out another shadow courier to remind him of his obligations. His lack of coordination hampered his efforts a bit. However, it also offered a good opportunity for him to retrain his fine control over his motor functions. He also started to flex the new sub-skills he acquired by eliminating some subtle flaws and suboptimal implementations in all of his variants. His variants of the Kasker Pike, the Toraz Ruby and the Jinvan became a little more flawless, which should stave off some of the Skull Architect's ire. As the Barracuda was less than a week away from Limar, Ves received a disturbing call. He was putting the finishing touches of his variant of the Jinvan and did not look glad. However, upon seeing who called him, Ves understood why his mute didn't work. It's Gloriana again. Should he accept or not? I'd better not. Ves rejected the call. For good measure, he turned off his comm entirely. Yet seconds later, a projection came to life in his stateroom. Ves might have turned off his personal comm, but the Barracuda possessed its own communication system. The tall, lifelike projection of Gloriana appeared in view. This time, she wore a trendy ensemble of smart clothing that made her look both chic and fashionable. It was a pity that Gloriana did not look happy at the moment. Her fists were pressed against her hips and a cute pout marred her face. Ves Larkinson! Did you just reject my call? No. I was just about to take a bath and turned off my comm beforehand. Who would believe such a ridiculous excuse? Comms are waterproof. Not mine. It's a cheaper model. I can't afford anything better. Gloriana shook her head in stern disappointment. Stop making excuses. Regardless of whether you are ready or not, you better not reject my calls again. I'll punish you if you do. Her words caused Ves to shake a little, especially at the end. Although she didn't specify her punishment, he figured it was best not to find out. "I'll do my best to answer your calls," he said perfunctorily. "Great!" She bloomed into a smile. "It's so nice to see you again. I've held back from calling you for so long, but I couldn't take it any longer. I just had to hear your voice again." The speed in which she swung her mood disturbed him a bit. Yet Ves also felt happy for making Gloriana happy. He enjoyed seeing her smile for some reason. "Let's have a virtual date," she suggested, and activated a command in her own comm that caused his stateroom to fade away, only to be replaced by a scenic virtual vista. A gorgeous expanse of alien wilderness stretched out before them. Ves and Gloriana both appeared to float above the air, giving them an uninterrupted view of various species of exobeasts living out their placid, simulated lives. "Come sit with me." Ves hesitantly approached and sat next to Gloriana. The woman noticed his apprehension and frowned for a moment. "Why are you so glum? Is the prospect of spending time with me so scary to you?" "No." Ves reflexively shook his head. Aren't we moving a little bit fast?" Obviously, Gloriana disagreed, but she didn't voice out her opinion directly. Instead, she calmed herself and adopted a caring tone. "Where's your smooth talk, Ves? You weren't so nervous when we initially met. You called me beautiful, right?" "I did." "Say it again." Gloriana's eyes stared at him with so much hope and anticipation that Ves couldn't bring himself to refuse her request. "You're beautiful," he whispered. "See? That's not so hard, isn't it? Hi. She giggled with glee. "So what have you been doing lately?" "Design variants of works from a notorious criminal mech designer, but Ves couldn't say that over an insecure channel." "Just studying," he lied. "I have to keep sharpening my skills. Becoming a journeyman is not enough. There's always more to learn." "I agree," Gloriana nodded. "There's so much to learn, but our time is so limited. Even if I got my family to help pay for gene boost elixirs and other gene treatments, I still have to spend too much time on my studies. I have no choice if I want to keep up with the demands of my design philosophy." "I hear that once you become a senior, you spend less time on studying existing knowledge and more time on performing original research." "That's true," she confirmed. "While there's still more to learn, it's not always a good idea to let yourself be dictated by your knowledge. What you know will shape the development of your design philosophy. At a higher level, most mech designers will want to balance out their acquired knowledge with original knowledge they formulated themselves. No master has emerged who relied entirely on knowledge learned from others to advance." "Oh?" Ves raised his eyebrow. He hadn't heard of this before. "How much original knowledge should they develop?" "As much as possible, though that's clearly impossible. You need to form at least a solid foundation and a decent spread of proficiencies in order to be able to design mechs without any glaring inadequacies. You also need a broad base of knowledge in order to support and to provide context to your original insights." In other words, it was a balancing act. Mech designers needed to develop enough ingenuity to be able to make new discoveries, but they also had to keep learning in order to apply their discoveries in actual mech designs. "How far are you into developing your design philosophy? It hasn't been long since you became a journeyman, right, Ves?" "I already made some decent progress while I was still an apprentice. My design philosophy is so unusual that I had no choice but to figure out some stuff myself." She looked very impressed at him. "As expected of the man I have my eye on. When I studied your mech designs, it's fairly notable how distinct they feel. That's not the strength a fresh journeyman is capable of expressing. I won't let you take the lead, however. I'll work hard to stay ahead of you. What kind of woman would I be if you advanced to senior before me?" My parents would be ashamed. Ves didn't know what to say. Shouldn't he be the one to boast how he would advance first and lend her a hand after he became wealthier and more powerful? Ahem, I wouldn't mind if you advance first, though. She smiled coyly. Though we'll see if that happens. You're on. Neither of them had an easy path towards becoming a senior. Ves had to innovate all by himself, while Gloriana truly had to study a very broad range of subjects in order to come closer to being able to design the perfect vessels for her clients. The two chatted a bit longer. Ves found that Gloriana knew a lot more about the circumstances that Journeyman faced, so he gladly listened to her explanations. Journeymen ought to be explorers at heart, she stated. While studying existing knowledge is still vital, they really ought to start doing their own research. What if some other mech designer already figured out what you wanted to develop towards? Ves asked curiously. Then you'd instinctively feel it in your design philosophy. For certain reasons that I don't know, if you are researching something that others have already explored, then your design philosophy won't progress as much. Most mech designers with boring design philosophies are forced to grapple with this problem. The best way to solve it is by forking out their specialty in a direction that hasn't been explored yet by any existing mech designer. What about direct disciples? From what I heard, they're pretty much inheriting the design philosophies of their masters. That's different. Gloriana shook her head. The design philosophies of masters are different. They are permanent. They have transcended from a single mech designer's exclusive preserve and can easily be shared among multiple mech designers. Direct disciples follow a very different means of progression. All of this was very fascinating for Ves to hear. If Gloriana was right, then Ves ought to be able to tell whether another mech designer had already tread the same ground as him with regards to his specialization. Chapter 1290 Lemar again. Talking to Gloriana wasn't so bad as long as they didn't stray into crazy territory. As long as neither of them discussed their design philosophies in depth, Ves did not have any reason to freak out. It helped that Gloriana made a serious effort to present a calm facade to Ves. She radiated so much happiness that Ves could not bear to displease such an adoring woman. Over the course of their virtual date, they admired several more virtual sceneries. From untamed planets to bustling cityscapes of highly advanced planets, Ves enjoyed the backdrop as they mostly talked about professional matters. Talking about general mech design subjects was safe territory to him. Due to his rapid advancement and quick exit from Centerpoint, he neglected to learn the essential advice that all journeymen should hear. Gloriana did him a great favor by patiently explaining what he missed. So it matters a lot whether a design philosophy has been realized or not? Ves confirmed. Yup. Before a mech designer reaches master, their design philosophy is largely a property of themselves. They won't share it because it will adversely affect their chances of realizing it. I mentioned earlier that if someone is trying to develop their design philosophy in a direction that has already been taken, that it won't bring as many gains. Won't that leave mech designers open to sabotage by newcomers who wish to pursue the same design philosophies as theirs? Not as such, Gloriana refuted. The design philosophy is mainly a possession of the foremost pioneer. Unless they slack off and some other mech designer puts in a huge amount of effort to catch up, the pioneers don't have much to fear. So it was basically the mech designers who followed afterwards who suffered most of the disadvantages. A disturbing possibility came to mind, though. However, to journeymen and seniors, their design philosophies only last while they are alive, right? Doesn't that mean that someone who is pursuing the same direction can just kill off the mech designers in front? It doesn't work that way, Ves. While it's true that if a journeyman or senior dies, their design philosophies will go up in smoke, but there are still consequences, though I'm not too sure about them. From what I've heard, The vacated design philosophy still carries a lingering element of the deceased pioneering mech designer. There are some odd theories out there that claims that those who thwarted the dead designer will encounter many hindrances when they pursue the same design philosophy. I'm not sure whether this is true, but plenty of instances like this have occurred over the years. Though Gloriana looked a bit skeptical at these claims, Ves could very well see how this could be so. A design philosophy was deeply personal to a mech designer. His own design philosophy was intermingled with his spiritual energy, which meant it also bore his spiritual imprint. Even if he died, his spiritual imprint would still live on for a time. It probably exerted a lot of influence if someone he considered his enemy tried to take over his design philosophy. In contrast, protégés and mech designers who the deceased cared about would probably find it easier to take over the mantle. Is this why only masters get to take on true apprentices and disciples while lesser mech designers are only allowed to mentor protégés? Correct. The differences go beyond commitment and a change of terminology. Mentors are only limited to guiding their protégés. Although they are allowed to guide a protégé down a specific path, it cannot be their own unless they are getting old and have given up on realizing their design philosophies. As for masters, they have two options available. They can mentor their nominal disciples but also impart their design philosophies to their direct disciples. All of this information broadened his perspective. Ves understood that these patterns of behavior emerged due to the peculiarities of what it meant to own a design philosophy. What Gloriana described just now only scratched the surface of the murky interactions between mech designers and their design philosophies. Clearly, the distinctive properties of spirituality or psionics was the principal reason why these odd rules were in place. By the time their date had ended and Gloriana had to go, Ves sincerely thanked her for her assistance. That caused her to erupt with jubilation. "Anything for you, Ves! I'll call you again!" The compartment-wide projection faded out, returning his surroundings to his regular old stateroom. Ves sighed. Maybe she isn't so bad to hang out with after all. After a few minutes of adjustment, Ves returned to work. He busied himself with finalizing his variant for the Jinvan, and managed to complete it shortly before the Barracuda's arrival at Limar. Upon arrival, Ves took a moment to check the local plot as his crew interacted with the system's traffic control. "This is the third time I've visited Limar." While it wasn't as advanced or prosperous as the Centerpoint system, the Limar system possessed its own charm. As a system which held many universities and educational institutions, a lot of students and researchers frequented Limar. What made Limar a little more special was that it hosted a lot more foreigners than similar star systems in the Coalition. Not every Coalition partner was as open to outsiders as the Carnegie Group. Even the Vermeer Group, which Master Olsen belonged to, did not accept as many foreigners. As the Barracuda approached Limar 2, she received direct permission from traffic control to land on the surface. Ves already took this treatment for granted. As an apprentice to a master who was present on the planet, and a journeyman in his own right, he was far from a typical Limar student or graduate. The ship smoothly descended from orbit and landed inside a massive underground hangar meant to accommodate such vessels. "Sir, the Barracuda originated from the Limar Institute of Technology. Now that we're here, I'd like to request permission to approach the lit to service the corvette. While she's only 5 years old and still works great, a bit of preventative maintenance wouldn't hurt." As a mech designer, Ves understood the wisdom of preventative maintenance. It was much cheaper and more convenient to service a mech when it was in sound condition than if he waited until the mech wore out and malfunctioned. However, in some cases, excessive preventative maintenance would end up costing more than a single large overhaul. It all depended on many factors, and it was up to the owner to decide which option was the best. 5 years is a little short, I think, Ves finally decided. As someone who was in charge of servicing hundreds of mechs at a time, he was familiar with many of the pitfalls when it came to maintenance. I'll set a budget. Just focus on servicing the thorniest ship components that can't be fixed at home if they break. Understood. We've already developed a priority list for that. The Barracuda was a very nice ship that VS received for free. That did not mean that using the ship was free. Making a second-class ship meant that VS needed to pay second-class maintenance costs. Another billion bright credits down the drain, VS muttered as he transferred the required funds to pay the lit to service the Corvette. Though the LMC and to some extent VS earned a lot of money these days, it wasn't to the point where he could keep throwing billions of bright credits around. Nonetheless, paying for proper maintenance on his most often used ship was not a waste of money in his eyes. Once something broke, it probably cost a multitude more money to fix the problem. Once he disembarked from his ship, he entered a waiting shuttle that brought him straight towards Master Olson's estate on the campus of the LIT. Along the short journey, VS looked out of the window and stared at the familiar wreck of the giant Rebarthan juggernaut. The mega-sized mech still inspired a lot of awe from VS. In fact, as the shuttle brushed close to the wreck, he even sensed a decent amount of spiritual accumulation had formed inside the wreck. VS widened his eyes, though he shouldn't have been surprised. Such an amazing monument should have definitely attracted a huge amount of worship and admiration from all the mech designers who attended the LIT. It's too bad it's probably not usable, he sighed. Once the shuttle passed the juggernaut entirely and landed at the landing zone belonging to the estate, VS stepped out to greet someone new. Welcome to Master Olson's estate, a young woman not much older than him greeted. I'm Zona Fonseca, a fellow apprentice of our master. VS instantly became intrigued and no longer dismissed the woman as a servant. You are? Yup. Our master apprenticed me 3 years ago. I've been under her care ever since. Are you a? Oh, I'm just a nominal disciple like you, so you don't have to bow to me. In fact, I should be looking up to you since you already reached journeyman. You're an example to all of us ever since we learned the news. The two began to walk towards the entrance of the main building while they began to chat. While VS had become Master Olson's apprentice for a number of years, he hadn't really interacted with her and her organization. He was too preoccupied with matters at home to interact with Master Olson's other apprentices. Master Olson is quite proud of you, in fact, Zona noted. Ever since you advanced, she's been exhorting me and the others to take a page out of your book and go out into the galaxy. Studying on Lemar all the time is very comfortable, so many of us don't want to go. What do you think? VS didn't mind giving his own honest insight to a fellow apprentice. I think mech designers who have everything handed to them on their laps don't have what it takes to become a journeyman. It requires effort to reach that height, and no one can take you there but yourself. So does that mean we all have to go out and fend for ourselves? If you are content with living a normal life, then it's fine if you want to stay in close proximity to our master. If you want to achieve something great, then you need to depend on yourself, at least when it comes to developing your own design philosophy. Both of them heard a clapping sound from up ahead. Well said, VS! For the first time in years, VS met with Master Olson in the flesh. Now that he saw her, VS realized that his increased spirituality allowed him to sense a hint of the hidden depths in her body. Her design seed, or whatever it turned to after reaching Master, was extremely formidable. It was far stronger than the pitiful crystallization that hid in his own mindscape. Master Olson maintained a tight grip on her spiritual strength, allowing none of it to spill out. Nonetheless, her stature made her appear very extraordinary, particularly to a spiritually sensitive person such as VS. Not a single senior he met came close to reaching this degree of spiritual strength. The gulf between senior and master was as wide as the gap between apprentice and journeyman. There was both a quantitative and qualitative difference between the strength of a senior and the strength of a master. "Come inside, VS," Master Olson calmly said. "Let us catch up and evaluate your progress. We have much to talk about." Zona separated from VS as he followed after the master up the stairs and into a very stately-looking office. Once they took their seats at the desk, Master Olson eyed him with a piercing glance. "Congratulations for reaching journeyman," she started. "To be frank, I expected you to take at least another decade, if longer. I experienced a lot of events that gave me a lot of inspiration and insight." VS offered his pre-prepared excuse. "You don't have to understate your accomplishments. Your rapid rise can't be done by any mech designer. As far as I know, you haven't enjoyed any intensive tutoring, mentoring, or instruction by other mech designers. Your design philosophy is all you. Tell me the truth. How did you advance so quickly?" Oh. It seemed that Master Olson didn't buy his previous answer. Masters weren't easy to fool. At the very least, VS didn't believe he could deceive her as easily as Professor Udiv from the MTA, Chapter 1291 Occam's Razor. VS could have worn one of the masks he prepared as a backup, but his intuition advised him against doing so. Masters emerged from the most capable, hardworking, and smartest seniors. Each master was an exceptionally grand figure within the mech industry. Though star designers still hovered above their heads, a master wielded enough clout to influence the political direction of an entire state. Such eminent figures did not get to reach their current rank by being easy to fool. There was another reason that restrained VS from resorting to his usual antics. Of every mech designer he met, Master Olson was not a bad person by any means. She never mistreated or exploited any of her apprentices and subordinates that he knew of. Oleg and Horatio seemed very happy to serve their master. Master Olson had already reached a very enviable height in her career by following her own path. Even if she suspected that VS benefited from some unusual help, which successful mech designer didn't enjoy some advantages? VS decided to be a little bit more forthcoming this time. He knew he couldn't hide his secrets completely as he continued to rise up the ranks, especially if it happened quickly. To do so against an eminent master mech designer who devoted her full attention to VS was folly. "To be honest, I received a little push. At the start of my career, my father left me a little gift of sorts. The gift pointed me in a certain direction and I followed it, hence why I developed such an unusual design philosophy." All of this was true, but VS employed as much vagueness and misdirection he thought he could get away with. None of his words hinted that the little gift was the monumental metal scroll of the 5 Scrolls Compact. A few seconds of silence ensued as Master Olson's incredible mind started processing and extrapolating his words. This was what VS wanted to see. He knew that overly smart people tended to overthink and come up to conclusions that weren't necessarily true. He himself engaged in this behavior plenty of times when his paranoia got the better of him at times. Master Olson probably figured that VS received a dead senior's legacy, or something that gave him a head start. Gloriana's patient explanations helped a lot in helping VS come up with this solution. She helpfully informed him of seniors who wanted to pass on their unrealized design philosophies to a younger mech designer in order to leave a legacy behind. VS realized that he could take advantage of an ambiguous explanation to send Master Olson in this direction, thereby avoiding more radical possibilities such as the existence of the system. As a mech designer, VS firmly knew that mech designers often applied Occam's razor in terms of probabilities. What was the chance that VS received and took advantage of a dead senior's legacy? Maybe 25%. What was the chance he received the presumed destroyed incarnation of the metal scroll in the form of the Mech Designer System? How could his father, a space peasant and a nobody on the galactic level, obtained such a miraculous asset? The chance was probably less than 0.000000001%. With such low odds, any calculating mech designer should never arrive at such an inane conclusion. Indeed, as the seconds went by, Master Olson calmly nodded. I see. That explains it. Whatever aid you have received seemed to be very helpful. Even if mech designers receive a formidable amount of assistance, those who reach journeyman all do so by their own efforts. No mech designer has ever reached this height by riding on the accomplishments of others. Ves sighed in relief. Though Master Olson hadn't been explicit, it seemed she had indeed come to a less drastic conclusion about the secret behind his rise. As long as her guesses did not stray anywhere near the system, everything else was fine. I know. Although I'd been given a push that set me on my current specialization, all of the progress I've made since then has always been my own. The help that I've received mainly came in other forms, such as improving some of my mental attributes, and to accelerate my learning of the fundamentals of mech design. Naturally, Ves vastly understated the assistance he drew upon from the system. A senior may be quite generous when they passed on their legacies, but even that had limits. Fortunately, Master Olson did not seem to be interested in the specifics. Very well. I'm satisfied with your forthcoming. Admitting that your rise is not solely due to your own effort is important for your mentality. I have seen too many mech designers who enjoyed various advantages stall in their rise because they mistakenly believe they are heaven-sent prodigies. Misjudging their own capabilities has left many of my former rivals and peers far behind as they are unwilling to adjust and work harder to do what is necessary to progress. Ves nodded, accepting the wisdom in her words. Nothing comes for free. The more you depend on outside help, the less you are capable of climbing up yourself. To reach journeyman and master, nobody can help you climb the last steps. That is very much true. It's a shame that too many mech designers have yet to realize this truth. She smiled. Still, mech designers aren't able to get off the ground without at least some assistance. You are a good example of that. While I wanted to give you space to develop your personal design philosophy, in hindsight, I could have done more for you. Now, I feel I have contributed very little to your growth. That is my failing as your master. I disagree. Ves shook his head. The help you have given me might not be enough, but I already enjoyed plenty of help. Giving me more would only coddle me and make me complacent. I'm very thankful for benefiting from the umbrella of your name and reputation. It probably helped me out of numerous sticky situations. Master Olson curled her lips downwards. It is still not proper. To be frank, I estimated that you would take much longer to grow. I planned to leave you to your own devices since you were already doing well enough. I would have confined myself to occasionally giving you the guidance that you needed the most. You appended all of that by advancing to journeyman before I could even give you your second tutoring session. Even masters could be wrong. They may be amazing mech designers, but they were still fallible in many ways. This outcome is even better. I don't see any reason to regret how I've turned out, he opined. What is your design philosophy exactly? Master Olson asked. I have referenced the MTA's record on you, but the information there is not very clear. Ves looked a little sheepish. Did she actually witness him rave about creating gods and such? That was so embarrassing. I may have been a little too hyperbolic. If you leave aside my overly optimistic fantasies, the truth is much less exaggerated. At the heart of it, metaphysical man-machine symbiosis is simply a means of leveraging an unheard-of connection between mechs and their mech pilots. He offered her the basic and limited explanation of his design philosophy. He did not refer to anything sensitive such as the X factor or spirituality. Master Olson took in the explanation with hardly any questioning. I have studied your mech designs, she said. Of course she would. Each of them are quite remarkable, especially since you were still an apprentice when you designed most of them. Nonetheless, how much of the extreme variation is due to the instability inherent in most Class 9 design philosophies? My design philosophy is not exactly the easiest to work with. Ves massaged his words. If I invest a lot in a mech design, I might be able to produce a work equal to my Aurora Titan and Transcendent Messenger. If I'm under a stricter time limit or something, then I'm not going to be able to express my full potential. That applies to almost every mech designer, she noted. Nonetheless, instability is not inherently bad. It at least allows you to design mechs with qualities that are far beyond the reach of a typical journeyman. However, inconsistency is no recipe for the future. If you want to become a master, you will need to work towards defining the rules of your design philosophy and increase its universality. Ves immediately became more attentive. What exactly do seniors have to do to become a master? Why do so few seniors succeed despite pouring all of their hearts and minds into their research? It is not relevant for you to know that yet. Master Olson softly shook her head. For now, you should be focused on expanding your design philosophy and developing new applications. Journeymen must adopt a curious, inquisitive, and open-minded attitude to become a senior. A substantially different mindset is needed for seniors to advance to master. In other words, adopting the mindset of a senior while he was still a journeyman would affect his rise. Fair enough. Let us move on. She gestured with her arm. Now that I've heard you describe your circumstances and your design philosophy, I've come to a number of decisions with regards to our future association. The meeting arrived at the pivotal moment. Ves had a feeling that something important was about to take place. While you are officially registered as my apprentice, the aid that I've given you has never been very substantial. While I've given you some toys and access to the Clifford Society, I believe you would have been able to gain something similar through your own efforts. The stuff you've given me has been very useful, ma'am, Ves refuted. For example, your shield generator saved my life plenty of times. That is just an insignificant gift. She waved her hand dismissively, as if shield generators were just cabbages that she could pick up from the streets. Let's not mince words here. You were never really my apprentice in the first place. Someone or something else has already taken that place even before you came to my attention. That is true, Ves admitted. He never really looked up to Master Olson all that much either. I still consider you to be a very helpful teacher. That is a more appropriate way to describe our relationship. I have taught you, guided you, and lent you a hand, but many other professors at your university can boast of doing the same. Ves silently shook his head. The professors at the Rittersberg University of Technology were nowhere near as impressive as Master Olson. For this reason, I've come to a decision, she continued. The proper course of action is to dispense with the fiction of our current association and declare an end to your apprenticeship. Her bombshell startled Ves and put him on the back foot. I'll no longer be your apprentice? You're a journeyman. You are more than capable of standing on your own. Don't consider my decision to be a cancellation of your status. It is actually a form of graduation. Concluding an apprenticeship upon reaching journeyman is a regular occurrence in the mech community. It signifies that I no longer believe it is necessary for me to impart you any further knowledge. This has already been the truth for a while, but now that you have reached your current level of success, this is a good time to take this course of action. Although she explained it in positive terms, Ves still felt as if he was being cut off. It was as if he was a teenager living with his parents, but they decided to kick him out of the house as soon as he turned 18 and became a legal adult. Nonetheless, this outcome was very abrupt. Why did Master Olson decide to put an end to his apprenticeship? There must be more behind this decision. Chapter 1292 Faulty Assumptions. What will this mean for us? Ves asked after he regained his composure. We'll always share an association. Even if you are not my apprentice anymore, the mech community will still regard you as a graduate of mine, so you will still enjoy a certain amount of protection due to your past association with me. That should be enough of a parting gift. As if Ves cared about that. She already told him that he could stand on his own as a journeyman. What about the stuff I've received? To be honest, I still feel that I owe you a lot. Mech designers ought to be fair to each other, particularly when it comes to these kinds of associations. So far, I haven't paid back your generosity. Aside from her single tutoring session, Ves substantially benefited from her reputation, while also receiving a gene boost elixir and a shield generator. Though she did not seriously register their worth, they were still valuable. He would not feel comfortable ending his apprenticeship to Master Olson without reciprocating the aid he received. Master Olson noticed his difficulty and offered a solution. I've seen that you haven't checked with the Clifford Society lately. You still have some merits in reserve. In order to reinforce the separation between you and I, it is best to end your membership to the Clifford Society as well. You can relinquish your merits to me while you do that. I'll consider that acceptable payment for my past assistance. Ves frowned. I don't understand. The Clifford Society is a club founded by the Lemar Institute of Technology, which belongs to the Carnegie Group. Shouldn't it be okay for me to continue to be a member? You are not a Lemar graduate. You have no ties to the Carnegie Group, and we have just put an end to our own connection. While you are interesting enough to remain as a member due to your journeyman status, you are too different from the other members of the society. Right now, it is more important for us to cut any ongoing connections to the Friday Coalition. What? Confusion reigned in his mind. Why insist on that? Though he hadn't made use of the Clifford Society, that did not mean it was useless. Membership to the Society offered him inside access to many of the Coalition's exclusive goods and services. While he did not care too much for Society's voluminous libraries, Ves was loath to lose access to its extensive marketplace. An intrigued smile appeared on Master Olson's face. You don't have to hide it, Ves. I understand why you wish to leave your latest development out of this conversation, but it isn't as awkward as you think. Ves wanted to scratch his head. What latest development? I don't know what you're talking about. Come now, Ves. Master Olson smiled. My sources on Centerpoint have already relayed the news to me. I'm very happy for your new girlfriend. Although it's a pity that you fell in love with a hexer, I must say that you have very good taste. The two of you are a great pair. What? Since when was Gloriana his girlfriend? How did you know that? Your girlfriend has not been discreet about your new relationship. It's all she talks about whenever she shows up in public. You must have made her very happy when you met her at Centerpoint. This news astounded Ves so much that he felt like puking blood. Was this what Gloriana had been up to when he fled her company? He had to admit that it was a very devious move on her part. By crowing about her intimate relationship with Ves was a form of staking her claim on him in the public sphere. If Gloriana was as determined to pursue Ves as she seemed, then she had definitely flaunted her supposed relationship with Ves all over Centerpoint by now. Ves could hardly find another woman to date if it already became known that he was Gloriana's boyfriend. With this move, she ruthlessly cut off one of the possibilities that he could resort to in order to escape her clutches. In his mind, he still thought he was merely exploring a relationship with Gloriana. They only shared one abortive first date, and a rather tame virtual date so far. They only knew each other for a single month. That was hardly sufficient to call himself her boyfriend and vice versa. Obviously, Gloriana thought differently. As far as she was concerned, they were already inseparable. So the reason why you want to end my membership to the Clifford Society is to avoid any possible conflicts of interests? He asked after he recovered from the shock. Is it also the real reason why you are ending my apprenticeship to you? So that it wouldn't look bad on you that one of your apprentices is dating a hexer? Ves wouldn't be the only person to make himself look bad if he pursued a relationship with a hexer while he remained apprenticed to a master of the coalition. Master Olsen herself would suffer a loss as well. The damage to her reputation for allowing one of her apprentices to grow closer to the enemy reflected quite badly on her if it came out. Don't misunderstand. The previous reasons also apply. Master Olsen nodded. But yes, it is for your own good. It is too much of a controversy if a mech designer who maintained close ties to the coalition is simultaneously growing closer to the hegemony. You can't have it both ways. Between an insignificant apprenticeship to a master that hasn't been much help and an intimate relationship to a very wonderful mech designer who is highly compatible to you, it is clear which one you should value more. Your future prospects are more important than your past ties. Although Ves knew that master mech designers could be deceived, this was ridiculous. Master Olsen truly believed that he and Gloriana had become a solid item. What had his blasted girlfriend done to make her story so convincing? I would not say that we are as committed as you think, Ves carefully replied, trying to tone down her misconception. We barely met each other, and we might break up after a while. She shook her head. You don't have to downplay your relationship. The matchmaking agency that has put you together thinks very highly of your pairing. Their conclusions are so optimistic that they are even advertising it as one of their success stories. Ves would have definitely spurted out a gout of blood if he had been able to. Callisto Professional Relations based their findings from completely inaccurate data. Yet despite his protests, the damage had already been done. Even if he disavowed Gloriana, Master Olsen probably wouldn't believe his word. Not if it totally went against the predictions of a famed matchmaking service associated with the MTA. He hung his head. I guess this is it then? As I've said, it is for your own good. Don't see it as a setback. You're free now. You can establish closer ties with the hexadric hegemony without embarrassing either of us. While I'm not happy that you chose to side with the hegemony over the coalition, your happiness is more important. Will the coalition be okay with that? Your allegiance is of no concern to the coalition, Master Olsen said factually. Even if you are a master, the fortunes of our state will not be affected. That was true to an extent. Master Olsen and the coalition believed that Ves was such a small figure that it didn't matter if he ran to the other side. They might think differently if they knew about his secrets, but Ves obviously wouldn't volunteer that information. I see. I'm glad the coalition won't hold it against me if I ever do so. Though a part of him thought it was a huge blow to cut ties with Master Olsen and the Friday Coalition, another part of him agreed with her prior reasoning. Even without the impetus of Gloriana's actions, Ves already considered his apprenticeship to Master Olsen to be redundant. Although they could still engage in mutually beneficial transactions going forward, either of them really required each other's help. Still, just because he didn't mind cutting his existing ties didn't mean he was pining to become an ally of the hegemony. He didn't even make up his mind whether he wanted to develop a serious relationship with Gloriana. The hegemony may be a powerful second-rate state, but it was run entirely by people who thought women were better than men. A significant part of the population, which happened to include his supposed girlfriend, also worshipped the number 6 for arbitrary reasons. If he had a choice, he would rather continue to associate with the Friday Coalition. Most of the coalition partners, such as the Carnegie Group and the Vermeer Group, were quite decent and rational. As Ves progressed his career, it was inevitable for him to dabble with second-class mechs at some point. He would rather do business with rational Friday men than crazy hexers. Since Master Olson had made her choice, she moved on to formalizing his separation. She pulled out a data pad and loaded it with numerous official virtual documents that legally confirmed his separations. After skimming them over and signing all of the documents, Master Olson took the data pad back. "I'll file these documents to the relevant authorities. The LIT, the Society, the Coalition, and the MTA will all confirm your separation in due time. Once that happens, you are free to pursue Miss Woden without any worry of conflicting loyalties." "Won't it still reflect badly on you for a former apprentice of yours to enter into a relationship with a hexer?" VS curiously asked. "It will, but it is only a minor annoyance. It is ordinary for masters to apprentice mech designers who turn out differently from their expectations." In other words, Master Olson could diminish the damage to her prestige by regarding VS as a black sheep. While that didn't sound very flattering to VS, it wasn't as if he could do anything about it. His reputation was already mixed, so becoming known for having strong differences of opinions with an esteemed master who showed him kindness hardly bothered him at this point. "It is a pity," she sighed. "I had plans for you before you left for Centerpoint. Oleg missed your company as well. Out of all of my apprentices, he was the happiest when he heard you've advanced to journeyman. He already made some plans to collaborate with you on a mech design to see if the two of you would make good partners." "Oleg. He already left to attend the Rimward Games a few months ago. Be sure to cheer for him when he competes. Although it's a long shot, I really do hope he finishes in the top 1,000. So many young mech designers from all over the Galactic Rim competed in the junior division of the Rimward Games that it was wildly unrealistic to hope for better. Forget about the top 1,000. VS did not think highly of Oleg's chances of finishing in the top 10,000. "I will be sure to wish him success. I still consider him a friend, if only distantly." Master Olson smiled at VS. "When you keep progressing, I hope you will keep in mind what you should value more. Mech designers who get too caught up in tribalism will never be able to realize the true purpose of our profession. We do not design mechs to advance the interests of a single state. We do so to advance the interests of the entire human race. Never forget this truth, VS." "I will remember your words, ma'am." Her words carried a tone of finality in them. They had truly done it. They formally separated from each other. From now on, VS was no longer Master Carmen Olson's nominal disciple. Chapter 1293 Deflated Confidence. VS stepped out of Master Olson's estate with a profound sense of loss. Though he did not value his apprenticeship to Master Olson all that much recently, to formally put an end to it made him realize what else he relied upon. He keenly felt the absence of the psychological comfort his status as her apprentice provided. As long as he had a powerful master mech designer hovering over his head, he felt he could get away with a lot. Now that he lost her direct care, VS did not feel so easily anymore. A former apprentice may possess some lingering informal ties to Master Olson, but formally he was no longer a part of her organization. Many mech designers who completed their apprenticeships under a master often moved on to join their company or become a part of their business network. Not so for VS. In order to reinforce the impression that VS no longer had anything to do with the Friday Coalition, Master Olson did not bring up any of those options. She didn't want to put up any barriers for VS to pursue a relationship with Gloriana, after all. Though his supposed girlfriend's antics had pushed Master Olson into cutting ties, VS did not begrudge Gloriana all too much. "While it's a shame to turn away from the Friday Coalition, it really is better if I'm no longer under Master Olson's thumb. He possessed too many secrets. He was always afraid that Master Olson might find out the truth. Though he thought highly of her integrity, what if she was different from what he imagined? Hardly any mech designer would be able to contain their greed if they knew of the full import of the system. The more time he spent under Master Olsen's supervision, the harder it would be for him to keep his secrets from her hawkish perception. Even today, Ves never felt as if he completely managed to fool Master Olsen. In hindsight, although he believed that his attempts at misdirection had caught on, it was rather disturbing to him how easily Master Olsen bought his nonsense. He expected better from a master. They were so spiritually powerful that even if they didn't share his unique perception, they should still be able to observe more than a normal human. A suspicion crept up in his mind. Could it be that Master Olsen knew that Ves was being dishonest, but accepted his excuses in order to avoid putting him on the spot? That might very well be a possibility. She might have already leaned towards cutting ties before the meeting even started. Why would she be curious about his circumstances if that was the case? In the end, Master Olsen made a decision that served both of their interests. She would no longer be at risk of getting involved in a potential controversy. Meanwhile, Ves wouldn't have to deal with any conflicts of interests if he grew closer to Gloriana. Not that I'm too sure about her yet. She's a real handful, he muttered. While it was a shame to lose the psychological comfort his apprenticeship provided, he also felt a huge burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Now that Master Olsen no longer scrutinized him so closely, he would have a much better time hiding his secrets. A master mech designer's attention was a double-edged sword. Getting rid of it may leave him on his own again, but he always preferred that from the start. Perhaps he would still value Master Olsen's protective umbrella when he was an apprentice, but now that he became a journeyman, he became a lot more assured about himself. It's not as if I'm truly alone. Ves still possessed numerous connections. The Larkinsons, Professor Ventag, Flashlight, the Tovars, the Ilvain Protectorate, and Calabast all backed him up in different ways. As long as he kept expanding his network, he could replace the protective function of his apprenticeship to Master Olsen with ties to other powerful figures. Powerful figures like Gloriana. He could not deny that Gloriana's status far surpassed him. Even though she did not equal the likes of Master Olsen, she was still a prominent scion from the Hexadric hegemony. She carried a lot of weight by virtue of her lineage. Becoming a promising journeyman on top of that significantly amplified her clout. He still felt uncomfortable, though. His stature and prestige was a far cry from hers, and that made him feel profoundly inadequate. How could he face her as a proud man when her very existence diminished his pride? He was a man. He should stand up to his woman. Whatever nonsense the Hexers believed, Ves could not accept being the lesser partner in any potential relationship. A fire lit up inside his mind. He needed to work hard to stay ahead of Gloriana. If he was stronger than her, she wouldn't be able to dictate his life to this extent. Not only would he be able to call the shots, but he could also start protecting himself instead of depending on others. Ves! Mr. Larkinson! Zona Fonseca ran up to him. I just heard that you're parting with Master Olsen. Is that true? Ves nodded. It's true. Why? Did you do anything wrong or something? You'll find out soon enough, I guess. Make no mistake, we both agreed on ending my apprenticeship. It no longer served a purpose, and it is the best course of action if we take the future into account. Our separation is nothing more than closing a chapter in our lives. Though Zona still looked saddened, she accepted the explanation. So you won't hang out with us after all? We hardly ever knew you. There are tons more apprentices who would like to meet with you and learn some tips. Ves sagely smiled. Master Olsen's guidance is sufficient. If she hasn't taught you more, it's because you are better off learning those lessons on your own. The two began to walk towards his transit shuttle. So, I guess this is it. Will this be the last time you visit the Limar system? Zona asked. Very likely. I won't be as welcome to Limar as before. Perhaps the entire Friday coalition would become rather awkward for him in the future. That reminded him that he should draw down his ongoing security contracts with SAS in the near future. Sanyal Ablin Security Services was an enterprise of the Kansa clan, which happened to be the second strongest partner of the coalition. Then, can we still stay in contact through our comms? I don't think that is entirely wise, he responded. I really don't have that much to offer to you anyway. You should forge relationships with your fellow Friday men instead. They'll be much more valuable to you once you step out of Master Olsen's shadow. She didn't look that confident. I'm just a nominal disciple, though. While my chances of advancing to journeyman is greater than the average Limar graduate, it is still an uncertain prospect. VS chuckled and stretched his hand. Zona widened her eyes as VS rubbed the top of her head. He did not do that without a reason. Aside from trying to reassure her, he also wanted to confirm whether he sensed the presence of spirituality within her mind. Fortunately, she did. Although her spiritual energy was weak and faint, its presence at least signified that she possessed the potential to become a journeyman. She just needed to apply herself. Let me tell you that you will surely be able to become a journeyman. It's difficult, but it's doable. However, your chances are a lot better if you gain some confidence and stop doubting yourself. Earning Master Olsen's regard should be enough proof of your ability. But I'm still nothing compared to you. Don't compare yourself to me. Master Olsen and I both know that I'm not a typical mech designer. That was one of the reasons why we put an end to my apprenticeship. Rather than comparing yourself to outstanding mech designers for no good reason, I suggest you look inward and set achievable goals for yourself. They finally arrived at the shuttle park near the estate. Zona still looked thoughtful, and to her credit she seemed to take his advice seriously. I'll think about what you said. I think you're right, though. I should be more confident in myself. VS smiled. That's the spirit. The two shook hands before VS entered the shuttle. As the vehicle lifted off in the air, VS looked out the window and stared melancholy at the campus stretching out below. He truly felt a little sad for saying that he might not be able to visit Limar any longer. Though he could still decide to visit the public cities and settlement of Limar too, VS decided against it. Who knew how far the news of his relationship with Gloriana had spread? The Friday men would probably not be so petty as to make trouble to him over it. After all, Master Olsen already told him that he was a nobody in their perspective. Still, to spare himself of any potential incidents, VS decided he should get out of coalition space as soon as possible. Thanks for that, Gloriana, he scoffed. He really needed to confront his girlfriend for her unilateral announcement of their relationship. Preferably, he wanted to teach her a lesson, but he doubted Clixie or her bodyguards would allow him to do so without consequence. A few fantasies of how he would teach her a lesson flitted through his mind, some more unspeakable than others. Yet VS quickly dispensed with those unrealistic scenarios. Rather than him teaching Gloriana a lesson, the reverse would probably happen. In the end, it all comes down to strength, he softly cried in frustration. VS thought he did quite well for himself in the past few years. His rise had been rapid and brisk, and reaching journeyman at such an early age had already made his life much easier. Yet now that he came in touch with an existence like Gloriana, his confidence suddenly deflated. How could he ever reverse their current power dynamic? By advancing faster than her. VS could think of nothing but the system that could help him the most in achieving this goal. As competent and driven as Gloriana appeared to be, she was still an orthodox mech designer. Whatever assistance she received would never come close to matching the prowess of the system. Hee hee. I won't be your doormat forever, Ves grinned. He began to consider his future plans. Since he exited the Bright Republic, he might as well take the opportunity to travel around the star sector. He never really did explore it entirely. Ves felt he could definitely benefit from broadening his perspective and see how other, more distant states fared. A journeyman is supposed to travel a lot, after all. The only snag in the plan was that he had already sent Melker and the avatars of myth back to Cloudy Curtain. Although he could call them up and have them turn around, Ves did not feel the need to do so. I can easily contract a security company or a mercenary corps to guarantee my safety. Ves did not plan on traveling anywhere dangerous for his impromptu space tour, so he could make do with a standard arrangement. He just had to make sure that whoever he contracted didn't have any ties to the Friday Coalition. I'll have to exit Coalition space first then, he muttered. During his travels, he also planned to study up on both bestial mechs and smart metal technology. Once he gained enough proficiency in both fields, he then planned to design a mech that incorporated both. If it's good enough, I can even add the design to the LMC's mech catalog. Ves recalled that while the Komodo Star sector mostly made use of humanoid mechs, there were a couple of states where bestial mechs were prevalent. They're worth paying a visit. It was only now that he truly felt he embodied a proper journeyman mech designer. Chapter 1294 Setting Boundaries. When the shuttle arrived at the underground hangar, Ves returned to the Barracuda. Upon entry, Gavin expressed surprise at his swift arrival. It's only been a moment. I thought you would have stayed with Master Olson longer. Ves smiled ruefully. The news will go out soon, but I guess you better learn it now. As of today, I am no longer Master Olson's apprentice. I've graduated from her care. I'm no longer a member of the Clifford Society either. I basically have no formal ties to the Friday Coalition anymore. That stunned his assistant. Why? I thought you mech designers loved to maintain relations with each other. Let me explain, Benny. As Ves gave instructions for Captain Sylvester to lift off into orbit, he described the reasons that led to this outcome. His lack of closeness to Master Olson and Gloriana's shenanigans both compelled him to cut ties. At the end of it, Gavin still looked caught off guard. This changes things. One of the reasons why you stood out was because you were one of the few mech designers who were apprenticed to a master. How many mech designers can boast of the same? While your association to a great master will always remain, it won't be as prominent anymore. Over time, it will merely be a footnote in your record. It's fine. Although I'm rather peeved at Gloriana, it truly was for the best for me to distance myself from Master Olson. We are two completely different mech designers. Ves would just feel suffocated if Master Olson compelled him to work on her behalf. Although many mech designers looked forward to the opportunity to earn the recognition of a master mech designer, he happened to be an exception. From now on, Ves did not owe anything to Master Olson, but neither would he be able to obtain any further benefits from her either. That suited both of them fine. The only reason Ves felt a little cross was that he lamented the end of any ongoing relations with the rest of the Friday Coalition. Ves still had plans to engage with the powerful state in the future. At the very least, the disruption to the LMC would be serious as Ves could no longer trust in SAS with the security of his company's assets. We will have to end our contracts with SAS, Ves stated to Gavin. I don't know how far the news of my relationship with Gloriana has spread, but we should move all of their security forces out of the mech nursery and find another security company to plug in the gap. Ves did not mention the avatars of myth taking over the vacancy, as they were still wholly inadequate to fulfill such heavy responsibilities. I'll coordinate with Calcy and the other folks back home. Gavin nodded. We'll have to pay a price, though. I don't have the contracts on hand, but they definitely contain clauses that will force us to pay the full costs of security services over the entire terms of the contracts. It's fine. The price we pay for this waste is less than the price we pay for letting a potential enemy have deep access to my assets. The changes would definitely lead to a lot of upheaval regardless. VS did not envy the managers and executives back home trying to keep the LMC together, as the trusted and dependable security force of SAS moved out, and an entirely new security force took their place. Nonetheless, VS merely had to issue the orders and delegate this headache-inducing issue to his subordinates. With Gavin running off to pass on the new instructions to headquarters, VS entered the bridge and walked up to Captain Silvestra. "You've returned sooner than we expected," she remarked. "The Barracuda hasn't even undergone any servicing yet. I suggest we wait until that's done before we leave." VS shook his head. "I'm afraid we can't do that. You'll hear about this later, but for now all you need to know is that I'm no longer Master Olsen apprentice and that my relationship with the Friday Coalition will soon go sour. I don't think it is wise to let their engineers crawl all over my ship." "Oh," the captain rapidly took in the implications. "If the Friday Coalition won't be friendly territory for long, then it is indeed prudent for us to leave. What are your orders, sir?" "I'm hoping to take a tour through the Star Sector before I return home to the Bright Republic. Please set course to the Cayman Republic. It's fairly close, right?" "It will take us less time to reach the Cayman Republic than Center Point," the captain confirmed. "While Cayman is rather small, it enjoys decent security since the third-rate state borders the Friday Coalition. With such a huge neighbor right next door, the Cayman Republic enjoyed a lot of business ties to various coalition influences. While arriving at Cayman would not completely bring VS out of the coalition's sphere of influence, at least he wouldn't be intruding in their direct territories anymore. He would just be strolling through their front yard instead. Once there, VS would have probably figured out his next destinations. He needed to do some careful research to see which states had something interesting for him to see. They didn't necessarily have to offer lots of bestial mechs or smart metal mechs. VS wanted to make one lengthy trip in order to familiarize himself with the overall state of the Komodo Star Sector and experience some of its diversity. The captain and the navigator charted a speedy course that would bring them to the Cayman Republic in a couple of weeks. The Barracuda ascended into the air, leaving the archipelago occupied by the expansive grounds of the Limar Institute of Technology behind. The giant juggernaut that graced the campus became but a pinprick in the projection of the view outside as the ship rapidly gained altitude. "Farewell, Limar," VS whispered and turned off the projection. He retired to his stateroom, upon which a curious Lucky emerged from his catnap. "Meow?" "A lot has happened today," VS replied, and quickly summarized what happened. Not surprisingly, Lucky did not react as strongly as Gavin or the others. He merely gave a single feline look at VS before returning to his slumber. "Meow." "Yeah. It doesn't really change your circumstances, does it? I'll manage somehow. I just have to readjust some of my future plans." "Meow meow." "We won't be going home yet. We'll be going on a sightseeing tour through the entire Star Sector." "Meow." "Of course I'll bring you along. Don't expect I'll open my wallet as much, though. I need to cut back on my spending." Before he turned to other matters, VS decided that he really needed to talk to his supposed girlfriend. Though he hesitated for a few seconds, he eventually went through with his call attempt. A projection came to life just a few seconds later. Gloriana appeared as beautiful as ever. This time, she wore a tight lab coat that emphasized her slender waist and her feminine curves. "VS! I'm so glad you called me. She gleefully greeted him. Did you miss me, perhaps? Ahem, this is not a social call, Gloriana, Ves sternly replied. Although it was tempting for him to get caught up in her happy bubble, he really needed to show some spine today. Then, what's the matter, Ves? What have you been spreading back on Centerpoint? I just found out that you've been publicly claiming to be my girlfriend. Gloriana blinked. So? We didn't even go on a single proper date yet. So? I don't think our relationship has developed to this point. You've been way too premature in declaring yourself as my girlfriend. Do you know how much trouble you could have caused for me in the Friday Coalition? Master Olson just washed her hands from me and I'm no longer friends with any organizations in the Coalition. Good. Good? Ves grew frustrated. Is that all you can say? Don't you have any remorse? It had to happen. While I didn't intend to spoil your arrangements with your master or the Friday Coalitions, I don't want you to associate with any Friday men any further. When I broke the news to my parents, they expressed a lot of disapproval once they looked into your background. Solving this conflict is the first step towards tying the knot. Hi. Ves slapped Gloriana's projection. Although his hand flew right through the insubstantial form, the act deeply shocked the giggling woman. Gloriana! Be serious for once. I'm really pissed at you for pulling off this stunt. It finally dawned upon Gloriana that she may have taken a step too far. Not that she truly felt remorseful. Tears began to gather in her big, lustrous eyes. I was just doing what was best for the both of us. I didn't want any other woman to hold any designs for you. I don't like you hanging out in the Friday Coalition either. What if some floozy on Limar starts draping herself all over you? I don't want you to be led astray. Her possessiveness both disturbed and flattered Ves. If she wasn't so attractive and compatible to him, he would have shown more repulsion. Look, let's not move so quickly, okay? He spoke in a calmer tone. While he was still angry, he somehow didn't wish to show his ugly side towards Gloriana for some reason. Let's take this one step at a time. For now, I don't want you to blab any further about our relationship, all right? She sniffed and nodded. I promise. I won't tell anyone except my parents and friends. Though she looked so pitiful that Ves ached to embrace her, he knew better. She must be grinning in her mind. After all, the deed had already been done. If she had been as prolific in flaunting her status as his girlfriend as he suspected, then the news would have spread through most of the Komodo Star sector by the end of the week. Although not everyone would be interested in the gossip, all the notable organizations such as the MTA and various intelligence agencies would surely take note. Though Ves could insist Gloriana to retract her statements, he had a feeling that wouldn't work. He knew better than to issue a request that would never be fulfilled. Look, Gloriana. You're really into me. I get that. But let's not put the cart before the horse. Before we make any permanent commitments, we should find out if we are truly comfortable with each other. Mech designers like us live long lives. We have all the time in the galaxy to see if we can get along. But Callisto Professional Relations already analyzed our pairing. We're 87% compatible. That's extremely high. That prediction again. Everyone took it way too seriously. Ves wanted to wring the necks of the AIs and relationship experts that came up with that blasted figure. A calculation derived from dubious input was just as flawed. Even so, the discrepancy shouldn't be all that much. Otherwise, Ves wouldn't be so interested in Gloriana. The potential of combining his design philosophy with hers was an incredibly tempting prospect. So much so that even his design seed urged him to grow closer to her. Though it was a pity that she only worked on custom mechs, his intuition hinted to him that they would definitely be groundbreaking if he combined them with his own specialization. Perhaps the custom mechs that emerged from their collaboration might even be able to make the avatars of myth take on a more literal meaning. This possibility alone enticed him to continue exploring this admittedly problematic bond. Just like Gloriana, he was willing to pursue any opportunities to advance his design philosophy. Perhaps it was his recklessness acting up again, but what was the harm of dealing with a little bit of craziness? Chapter 1295 Accelerated Growth Options. After setting the record straight with Gloriana, he ended the call before she could entangle him in another virtual date. "Consider this your punishment," Ves quickly said. Though Gloriana cutely pouted at him, Ves had enough of dealing with her for a day. He let out a deep breath as her projection winked out. He turned around and glanced at Lucky, who had been observing the entire conversation. "I did well, right?" Meow. "I put my foot down." Meow. "Yeah, it will take more than a single rebuke for me to take charge." During the conversation, Ves had been keenly aware that if he pushed Gloriana harder, she might push back or do something worse. He could only give her a restrained warning because anything else was unenforceable. The only way to change this unfavorable dynamic was to become more powerful than her. While there were multiple ways to do so, the most straightforward option available to him was to advance to senior first. Ves scratched his chin. "Gloriana seems to be a very capable and driven mech designer. Her design philosophy may be difficult to develop because she's chasing after the impossible concept of perfection, but once she makes a breakthrough, it's pretty significant." To be frank, her passion and drive drew a lot of admiration from him. She was one of the most motivated mech designers he had met so far. Although no high-ranking mech designer was truly lazy, there were only a few who were willing to do everything to accomplish their ambition. Gloriana had at least that in common with the Skull Architect. Now that he thought about it, should he place himself in their category as well? It was a disturbing thought. "Am I being crazy for trying to improve faster just because I don't want a girl to be in charge?" he asked. Meow. "Heh. Figures you'd see it that way. Humanity may have developed into a thriving galactic civilization, but deep down we aren't too far away from the cavemen who were predominantly ruled by their instincts." Ves had plans. He wanted to pursue sustained growth, both for his company and for himself. What was the point of pursuing reckless growth only to pay a greater price at a later point? From everything he learned and all the advice he received from older mech designers, he knew that he should first and foremost prioritize his ability to innovate and to solve problems by himself. Centuries of mech-focused innovation from countless mech designers resulted in a huge body of readily available knowledge. It took a lot of effort to obtain the more advanced and specialized pieces of knowledge, but at least it was available. In essence, it was easier to obtain other people's know-how than to discover it by himself. Who wanted to reinvent a specific wheel that had been invented 100 times before? Logically, it was better to learn how to build an existing wheel from others than develop it yourself. Yet what many mech designers forgot was that reinventing a wheel that already existed was not completely pointless. Learning how to innovate and discover unknown phenomena is vital to advancing to senior and especially to master. If a mech designer is only used to studying existing research findings, how well can they fare when it's their turn to enter the lab? When Ves met with Gloriana, he saw that she wore a lab coat and some protective gear. This signified that she was definitely performing lab work of some kind. "She's quite diligent." Surpassing her would be quite a challenge. It wasn't enough for Ves to adopt a measured pace of growth. He needed to be more proactive and put more effort into accelerating his progression. It will be a disaster if she advanced to senior faster than me, he realized with fright. I'll never be able to keep her in check if she's a senior while I'm still a journeyman. A number of horror scenarios whirled through his mind. Perhaps her patience would run out. She might decide to swoop in, take Ves away from the Bright Republic and forcibly drag him back to the hexadric hegemony without an opportunity to say goodbye to the people he left behind. Damn it, I really have to hurry. In general, the most talented seniors still required at least a couple of decades to advance. Ves had a very long road ahead of him regardless of the measures he took to get to his destination faster. When he thought over his approach, he made a very important point of distinction. If my progression from journeyman to senior is a long and windy path, there are two ways to hurry up. I can either take shortcuts, or I can run faster. He had to be careful not to take too many shortcuts. Ideally, he wouldn't take any at all. This was because walking the entire path ensured he would have the healthiest foundation to work towards reaching master. Instead, the best way to advance quickly while still preserving his ability to innovate and to research the unknown was to sprint over stretches that weren't as important or vital. One example of this was studying fairly generic skills and sub-skills. Previously, he made a very deliberate choice to begin the process of upgrading his mechanics and metallurgy main skills to senior level. Studying is one of the more time-consuming activities of a mech designer, he muttered. Every mech designer needed to meet a certain proficiency in the fundamental sciences related to mech design. Yet the higher a mech designer climbed, the more advanced knowledge they needed to learn. It would take at least a couple of decades of dedicated study for an average journeyman to reach senior level in a handful of sciences. It's necessary, but time-consuming. In these instances, Ves faced an easy choice. Rather than spend years behind his desk to read through an entire library of academic literature, it was much better for him to pay a hefty bag of DP and fulfill an upgrade mission instead. Yet even if he upgraded all of his fundamental skills to senior level, that did not mean he was equivalent to a senior mech designer. It merely meant he fulfilled one of the prerequisites. By far the most important factor was the development of someone's design philosophy. From apprentice level onwards, it was up to the mech designers themselves to develop their own design philosophies. Barring direct disciples, nobody could resort to outside help to accelerate their growth. Ves was very much aware of this, and tried to come up ways to help him reach senior faster without compromising his future opportunities. I see several ways to accelerate my growth. He began to list out his options. First, aside from upgrading his fundamental skills and sub-skills, he could also try and find a way to upgrade his mental attributes. My intelligence not only helps me in my mech design, it also improves my learning and memorization abilities. Improving it even further will be hard. The system listed his mental attributes with a special focus towards mech design. At least that was how he interpreted. The addition of other attributes such as strength, dexterity, and so on made him suspect that the system might also be able to accommodate mech pilots as well. Too bad I'm not a mech pilot. He shrugged. He had already surpassed the human limit with regards to intelligence, creativity, and concentration, so swallowing any further attribute candy served no purpose other than to waste his DP. Yet that didn't mean he ran out of options to upgrade his mental attributes further. Gloriana already resorted to a lot of genetic modification to improve her learning ability. Even Ves himself already benefited from various genetic treatments, which proved that he could still resort to solutions outside the ones offered by the system. He still remembered he possessed an invitation card to the powerful Angel's Wing Foundation. He should really get around to using the card in order to access its rumored marketplace and auctions for biological goods and services. I always get caught up in other activities that it's always fallen off my mind. Perhaps it would be a good opportunity to finally make use of the invitation card this time. Still, since his 3 most important mental attributes were already past the human limit, it would be 100 if not 1,000 times harder to upgrade them. Ves needed to do a lot of research and find a trustworthy geneticist or organization to perform the desired treatments. I suppose approaching the Rim Guardians is the best option. However, to do so, he first needed to prove his worth by transforming that Garliner William Urbish into an expert candidate. If he failed to do so, he would probably be able to earn the MTA fraternity's favor in another way, but that would take way too much time. With Gloriana breathing down my neck, I can't afford to wait for another assignment, he muttered. I have to kick William Urbish into shape. Though he previously wanted to drag his feet in this assignment in order to avoid unwelcome attention, he changed his mind. Surpassing Gloriana was more important. The second method he thought of to accelerate his advancement was to collaborate with other mech designers. It can't be any random collaboration, though. I need to find mech designers whose design philosophies synergize with my own. If he combined his design philosophy with an unrelated one from another mech designer, then the resulting mech would merely incorporate both without any interaction. While they wouldn't conflict, either would they reinforce each other either. Only when his design philosophy reacted favorably in response to a different variable would Ves be able to study and decipher the interaction. The most obvious candidate to help him accomplish this was Gloriana, but this would not help him get ahead of her at all. He needed to find other mech designers. There are many mech designers. I just have to find them and approach them to suggest mutually beneficial collaborations. For now, Ves had only recently advanced to journeyman. He still lacked the reputation and prestige to get others to take him seriously. He would have to return to this option a few years later when he had a couple of more published designs under his belt. The third option available for him would be to find exotic materials or other phenomena that might be related to his specialty. It is by far the most expensive option. Wealthier mech designers possessed a greater advantage in this area than others. Even if a mech designer wasn't particularly talented, if his powerful family or connections could help him obtain related exotics, they would inevitably progress faster due to all of the research they performed on interesting materials. This is one of the biggest reasons why the second-rate states and the MTA have a lot more seniors and masters, he grumbled. They can partially spend their way up with relative ease. Ves did not have access to that much capital. Yet Gloriana's situation was better. Not only was she a hexer, but she was also a member of the Woden dynasty, which ought to be a very wealthy side power in the hegemony. Damn, she possesses a huge advantage over me in this area. He needed to narrow the disparity as much as possible. There are 2 options available to me. Either I can expand the LMC in order to boost my capital, or I can take matters in my own hands and search for those exotics myself. He decided to pursue both at the same time. The LMC would definitely grow as it sold more mechs based on his designs, but this growth had limits. The amount of money he would earn would always fall short compared to how much he wanted to spend on valuable exotics. It doesn't help that the vendors always seek to rip off mech designers whenever possible, he muttered. Rather than pay 100 or 1,000 times the actual worth of an exotic, why not seek them out himself? Prospectors and treasure hunters trawled the entire galaxy for interesting exotics to sell. If Ves could cut out the middlemen and do business with them directly, he could obtain a lot more samples without spending more money. In fact, Ves had already laid the groundwork of this option by forging ties with the sword maidens in the frontier. Further ahead, he also intended to raise another force that could search for valuable materials directly on his behalf. It was easier to do so in the frontier. In civilized space, most planets and star systems already fell under the control of a state. Many valuables had already been discovered, but even if something new popped up, they were bound to fall in the hands of a powerful influence. Ves sighed. All in all, there are a lot of options, but none of them are easy. Perhaps taking advantage of the system might help him out in some areas, but he still needed to do the rest on his own. Chapter 1296 Working Vacation. After listing out and contemplating all of his options, Ves came up with a short-term list of objectives. The more objectives I complete, the closer I get towards overtaking Gloriana. For the duration of his tour through the Komodo star sector, he wanted to fulfill both upgrade missions from the system. The sooner he upgraded his main skills, the sooner he could apply his gains in his subsequent mech designs, thereby achieving a significant jump in performance. Increasing the overall performance of my designs will also help me progress in other ways. Better mechs will enable me to earn more money, which I can spend on acquiring more exotics. Everything was interconnected to a degree. Improving his design abilities improved his ability to earn money. Improving his earnings increased his access to beneficial goods and services, which subsequently improved his ability to design mechs. Aside from upgrading his mechanics and metallurgy skills to senior level, Ves also wanted to pursue two other objectives. First, I want to befriend other journeymen with interesting design philosophies. I might not be able to collaborate with them now, but who knows if an opportunity presents itself in the future. Traveling to parts of the Komodo star sector that was out of the way allowed him to get in touch with foreign mech designers who he might never come across. Spending time in Centerpoint allowed him to do the same, but Ves was very leery about returning to the MTA-controlled system. Gloriana might still be there. Traveling through the hinterlands of the Komodo star sector was a much safer prospect in his eyes. Naturally, he also wouldn't forget about coming into touch with the local variations of bestial mechs and smart metal mechs along the way. Aside from those goals, Ves also wanted to browse the local exotic marketplaces. Plenty of discoveries made it to Centerpoint, but not all. Some materials which did not seem promising were mostly sold in the state they were discovered. The prices for them were much lower, as well as the vendors didn't have the leverage to rip off their customers too much. Centerpoint is a very expensive place to do business, but in turn it attracts a lot of wealthy buyers. The same can't be said for poorer places. As the Barracuda transitioned into FTL, thereby leaving the Lemur system, Ves began to spend his days on researching his potential destinations. There were dozens of states in the Komodo star sector. Each of them offered something remarkable to Ves, but he could not afford to spend too much time away from the LMC. He only planned to properly visit a handful of them by following a looping route around the hegemony side of the star sector. In every standard two-dimensional map of the Komodo star sector, the frontier was pointed upwards. In the middle of the star sector, the Friday Coalition occupied the left side while the hexadric hegemony occupied the right side. Considering his deteriorating relationship with the Coalition, Ves chose against passing through the states on the left side of the map. While he did not feel comfortable at the thought of entering hegemony space directly, it would be fine for him to pass through states that maintained friendly relations with the Hexers. Based on the various criteria that Ves had set, he chose out 6 interesting destinations. Visiting each of them might yield some important gains for him that would help him stay ahead of Gloriana's growth. After departing from the Cayman Republic, I'll pay a visit to the Kinner tribe, the Chuko Republic, the Sentinel Kingdom, the Hertog Dominion, and the Tomaris Federation. By then, it's just a short trip back to the Bright Republic. He still needed to work out his itinerary and determine what he would do in each specific state, but overall he was very satisfied with the diversity of his selection. Entering Kinner tribe space will be very interesting. He grinned. It was a relatively small state even compared to other third-rate states. It possessed a strong and distinctive culture, and had gained a lot of fame for its distinctive mercenary corps. Kinner mercenary corps are different from other outfits. The Kinner tribe was a poor state and did not offer as many specialties compared to its neighboring states. What it did have was a very strong martial culture and a very vigorous population. Many mercenary corps consisted of entire families or a very cohesive group of companions. Every Kinner mech pilot could be relied upon to fulfill their contracts even beyond reasonable circumstances. Although the employer would have to pay a hefty sum to cover the damages on top of higher-than-average fees, a Kinner mercenary corps could be counted upon to fight to the death to fulfill their mission. This made them very attractive to people who were willing to pay extra to ensure near-complete loyalty and dedication from their hired help. Naturally, the missions the Kinners tended to perform occasionally demanded high sacrifices, which eventually resulted in the deaths of many Kinner mercenaries. "It's basically trading blood for money," Ves commented. The Kinner tribe encouraged high birth rates in order to supply enough bodies to sustain this radical practice. They also made a lot more use of artificial wombs to replenish battle losses. Many young Kinners, either born artificially or turned into orphans after the deaths of their parents, grew up in military training camps or other state institutions. Many of them, especially the mech pilots, grew up into warriors who embodied the Kinner warrior culture. Each of them subsequently joined an existing Kinner mercenary corps or started a new one under the lead of an experienced and more worldly leader. Compared to a regular mercenary corps, a Kinner mercenary corps was much more dependable. While they were not always well equipped, the qualities of their mech pilots more than made up for that. In some cases, clients could even outright buy a Kinner mercenary corps. Their loyalty would never be in question as long as the client did not pit them against the Kinner tribe. In essence, it allowed wealthy people or organizations to instantly acquire a ready-made, extremely loyal fighting force. The bought Kinners only demanded a couple of conditions in exchange for their permanent loyalty. The Kinners should have the freedom to start their own families and have children who grew up under their distinctive style of parenting. Kinners highly prized procreation, so anyone who attempted to limit that would quickly find themselves crossing one of the few lines the Kinners prized. These children born after the acquisition of the mercenary corps did not belong to the client. They were free Kinners who had the freedom to choose whether to work for the clients like their parents, or leave for the Kinner tribe for other prospects. In this way, the Kinners incentivized their buyers to take good care of them. Clients who did so continued to enjoy their services over several generations. As for clients who neglected or abused their Kinners, they would quickly run out of bodies after a generation had passed. This, along with some other reasonable conditions, basically ensured the continued existence of the Kinner tribe despite its weak geographical foundation. Ves contemplating turning to this solution as a way to quickly augment the avatars of myth. Raising his own mech force keenly made him realize that it took a lot of time and effort to do so properly. "Buying a Kinner mercenary corps is a convenient shortcut," he muttered. "The only problem is that the price is likely too high for me to afford a decent one." After centuries of operating in this fashion, the Kinner tribe developed a very sophisticated market for their mercenaries. Each Kinner mercenary corps volunteered accurate data about their fighting prowess to the tribe and received a certified valuation of their actual worth. Therefore, even if a client paid a lot of money, they at least received the assurance that they got what they paid for. In fact, the Mercenary Association established a very strong presence in the state as well to add an extra layer of certainty. With his current wealth, he could easily buy the poorer and smaller Kinner mercenary corps, but they did not bring too much to the table. He might as well wait for the avatars of myth to grow up instead. The better Kinner outfits were worth billions of credits, and Ves did not easily wish to spend such a huge sum at the start of his tour. He still needed to reserve his money for potential calamities, interesting exotics, access to notable mech designers, and so on. It's better for my bank accounts if I hire a good mercenary corps first. I can always decide to buy them at the end of my tour if I like them and accumulate the necessary money somehow. Ves intended this trip to be a working vacation instead of just a sightseeing tour. Not only did he want to experience different cultures, he also wanted to be productive, though he didn't wish to spend too much time in every state. I'll just keep a lookout on any jobs and commissions I can fulfill in a short amount of time. Once he determined his plan, he summoned Gavin and Captain Sylvestre to his office and laid out his choices. Gavin looked intrigued. I haven't heard much about those places aside from the obvious. They are certainly distinctive in their own ways. It's a great choice if you want to experience something completely different than the Bright Republic. It's just not all of those states are safe for travelers, Captain Sylvestre grimly noted. The Kinner tribe is small and surrounded by aggressive neighbors. The Chuko Republic is close to Komodo's border with Vicious Mountain. The Sentinel Kingdom is a very orderly state, but they have to since they are in close proximity to the chaotic Nixian Gap. The Hertog Dominion is highly controlled, but only by virtue of their tyrannical rulers. There is widespread discontent beneath the surface. As for the Tomaris Federation, it is an institutionally weak state because it is situated very closely to the border with the frontier. Ves already read up on the problems the captain mentioned. No state was perfect, let alone one in the Komodo Star sector. He had already discarded numerous alternative stops due to the unacceptable risks they posed to his safety and freedom. Still, he did not intend to change his current selection. He shook his head. I've already contemplated safer destinations, but they tend to be the more boring ones. Hardly any conflict occurs there, which means that their mech culture is not as prominent or accessible to me. I want to experience mech cultures which have withstood numerous tests. There is little point in visiting a soft state akin to the re-annulled Republic. For these reasons, Ves rejected any suggestions to adjust his selection. The 5 states he listed would be his primary destinations for his trip. How long do you want this journey to last? Gavin asked. It's all well and good to go on vacation, but the LMC is still waiting for you to return. Ves shrugged. Let's say a year. Will that be possible, Captain Sylvestre? The female captain mentally calculated the estimated travel time. I'll have to work with navigation to chart the safest and most optimal route, but you'll have to spend a minimum of half a year in FTL travel by my estimate. That meant that Ves would spend 6 months in FTL transit and 6 months on a foreign planet, space station, or other locations. That sounds fine. Even in transit, he could still make good use of his time by studying or designing a mech. Ves clapped. All right. Since there are no acute problems about my selection, let's make our preparations. Benny, please research each of the states and see if there are any notable sites see and mech designers to visit. Captain, please work on the route and present it for my approval. Chapter 1297 Diverse Mech Cultures. On a standard 2-dimensional sector map, heading upwards from center point eventually led to the Bright Republic after passing through a number of states. Heading straight downwards immediately led to the Cayman Republic. The Cayman Republic bordered both the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony. Early on, the Friday Coalition managed to influence the Cayman Republic and turned it into a loosely connected vassal state to the Friday Coalition. This basically meant that while Cayman was still as poor and underdeveloped as a normal third-rate state, it enjoyed the implicit protection of a very big brother. In particular, the Cayman Republic developed extensive official and unofficial ties to the Vermeer Group, whose territories directly bordered the state. Thinking about the Vermeer Group which the Barracuda was passing by put Ves into a turbulent mood. This is the coalition partner from which Master Olson hails from, he stated as he zoomed in on the plot projected in front of him. The titanium garden isn't that far away from here either. Sadly, he would never get to set foot on the famed artificial satellite. There are more places I can visit besides the titanium garden. Ves shook his head. The galaxy is vast and endlessly diverse. Even if limited to human space, there are countless curiosities to discover. One of the few words of advice that Master Olson gave him was that journeymen always ought to move beyond their own familiar confines. Ves deeply understood this truth. If he remained stuck in the Bright Republic for the rest of his life, he would have never seen the diverse ways mechs were being put to use. Mechs acquired different meanings under different circumstances. To a Brighter, a mech was a defensive tool, a means to defend the Republic against outside aggression. To a Vesian, a mech was a tool for earning glory and greater status. In this hyper-competitive feudal society, every commoner could elevate themselves to nobility, and every noble could gain a higher status upon performing well in battle. To a Reinaldan, a mech was a product. Rather than put them into battle and consume a fortune's worth of assets and manpower, why not focus on exploiting their economic value instead? To a child of the frontier, a mech was the ultimate tool of survival. Possessing or piloting a mech meant you possessed a measure of strength. Only those who piloted mechs had the grounds to take their lives in their own hands. To an Ilvanan, a mech was a vessel to express their faith. Mechs not only had to defend their state, they also had to advance their beliefs. If they left their security to machines that contradicted their faith, they could no longer call themselves Ilvanans. In short, mechs are more than just war machines. They are also totems that encompass each state and each culture's core values. As a mech designer, Ves designed a mech from the perspective of a Brighter. He unconsciously approached his work with Brighter values, customs, and ideals. Was there anything wrong with this? Not necessarily. Yet if Ves ever wanted to reach a wider audience, he needed to be more cognizant of how his mechs would be perceived by mech buyers from foreign states. For example, Ves already personally experienced how sober, functional-looking mechs didn't always cut it in a weird state like the Ilvain Protectorate. Their propensity to dress up their mechs in religious symbolism and iconography meant that he would have to adjust his mechs according to local tastes in order to achieve enduring success. Although his elevation as their bright martyr partially helped his company bypass this hurdle, Ves still intended to go through with his setting up a means to adjust his future products to local customs in the Protectorate and elsewhere if needed. Ves smirked. It's great that the Bright Republic's mech culture is a bit boring and plain. That already saves me a lot of work. An Ilvanan mech designer would never be able to sell their mechs outside of the Protectorate. Their mechs all looked like walking altars or statues of the Ilvanan faith, which meant that no non-believer would ever wish to put them into use. For this reason, if an Ilvanan mech designer ever wanted to export their products elsewhere, they needed to gut the entire outer appearance of their designs. That's going to present a really difficult dilemma to these bunch of complacent bums, he scoffed. The trouble the Ilvanans faced was that they strongly believed that their mechs ought to express their faith in a visually distinctive manner. Would they be willing to make an exception to this long-standing tradition in order to engage in foreign trade? The Kirin dynasty will be in favor, but the Poxco dynasty will do everything they can to stop this shift. The greater point was that while the Ilvanans would have to be more aware of the limitations of their design style, so did Ves. Did this mean he would have to give up the brighter identity of his mechs? Not necessarily. He just had to be aware of how well his mech would fare in all the markets the LMC chose to prioritize. Mech designers exist to develop solutions. Not every solution is optimal in different states. It depends on the circumstances. Right now, Ves only had a shallow understanding of how mechs were being used in other states. Only by visiting them in person and immersing himself in the local mech community would he be able to develop a deep and authentic understanding of foreign markets. Ves sighed. Sadly, there's no way to visit every single state in the Komodo star sector in a reasonable amount of time. It would take years or decades to complete such a journey. Some states were similar to the Alvain Protectorate in that they heavily restricted foreign entry. Other states were racked with conflict and instability, and featured very poor security. Besides, there was little added value in visiting each inconsequential state. While a market was a market, not every state featured an eccentric mech culture. The LMC would not have to make any adjustments to sell its mechs to those markets. Of course, VS still missed out on plenty of unique mech cultures which imposed strict demands on any mechs put up for sale. The LMC would just have to accept the reality that its products wouldn't appeal in those weird states that couldn't be accommodated without excessive adjustments. As the Barracuda crossed into the territory of the Cayman Republic, everyone spent a lot of time fleshing out V's travel itinerary. Gavin and Captain Silvestra made various bookings and reservations and also approached various local mech designers if they were open to professional visits. Something peculiar occurred that caused Gavin to report to VS. "Is there a problem finding mech designers willing to host me or accept a visit, Benny?" Right now, VS had barely passed the threshold into journeyman. Combined with his very short design record, which foreign journeyman wanted to entertain such an inexperienced mech designer? Surprisingly, Gavin shook his head. "It's not that, boss. When we started contacting the staff of every mech designer on your list, we did indeed meet with a lot of rejection. Sometimes the receptionists or whatever outright hung up without saying goodbye. Yet when we mentioned your name to some of the people we talked to, they seemed to recognize it and act very friendly all of a sudden." "Oh?" VS folded his arms. "These mech designers all live in states that are all quite distant from the Bright Republic. They shouldn't have heard of me, and I doubt the LMC has a strong presence in their markets. What is it about my identity that causes them to take note?" "Well, I don't know how you'll take it, but it's not you, but Gloriana. Somehow, they're aware that you're her boyfriend. Even if she hasn't made a lot of achievements yet, she is still a scion of the Woden dynasty. Many mech designers are very afraid of crossing their ire, so they've been remarkably accommodating when we requested the possibility of accepting a visit from you in the future." This. VS became stumped. How far had the news spread throughout the star sector? At the very least, the states aligned to the hegemony should have paid close attention to the rumors spread by his supposed girlfriend. God damn it! Look on the bright side, VS. At least we've been able to secure the commitment of numerous mech designers that you're interested in. The amount of mech designers who accepted has surpassed our estimate. We even had to stop contacting any further mech designers because your itinerary is already filled." While that indeed came as welcome news, VS doubted the sincerity of the mech designers who acquiesced on account of the Woden dynasty. It felt as if they were only going through the motions because VS put a gun on their heads. How could any sincere exchange take place if none of the mech designers respected him for his own merits? They probably intended to treat him like a nobody who lucked out with a fantastic girlfriend. Yet, was that so bad? Maybe Gavin was right. Maybe getting at least some access was better than having a door slam into his face. Even if he took advantage of the power of the Woden dynasty, it was the least his girlfriend could offer as compensation for the damages he suffered at her hands. "Make sure they are sincere or well-behaved enough to treat me seriously, Benny," he instructed. "I don't mind the method we've used to secure those commitments, but they have to be sincere enough for me to accomplish some actual gains." Gavin nodded. "I've already taken that into account. We prioritize securing the commitments of those who have possible business and personal ties to the hegemony. They're at risk of suffering a lot of losses if they piss off the wrong person." That was not what Ves meant. He wanted to complain. Yet he let Gavin's remark be. Being feared was better than being dismissed in this case. In an ideal reality, Ves preferred to be recognized by his own qualities. Yet without any established reputation in their circles, it was better for him to borrow someone else's. The Woden family was the equivalent of a comital house of a feudal state. To put it simply, Gloriana's status was similar to that of Lord Javier in the Vigia kingdom. Such a level of power and authority was more than sufficient to make any mech designer in a third-rate state wary. Ves did not mind pretending to be an agent of the Woden family if that was what it took to command the attention of a foreign mech designer. Regardless of how willing they wanted to entertain him, Ves was confident he would be able to charm them into a more consensual exchange. He wasn't called the Devil Tongue for nothing. By the way, boss, we'll be arriving at the Cayman Republic's port system soon. The Zen Alpha system, I'm aware. Ves nodded. Do you want to stop by and hang out there for a couple of days? Captain Sylvester wants to load up some supplies and top off the ship's spent energy and fuel reserves before we embark on the lengthy tour. Ves figured that since he left the Friday Coalition proper, it should be okay for him to enter the Zen Alpha system. Despite Cayman's role as a buffer state to the Friday Coalition, it was still an independent entity. Fine. He dismissively waved his hand. There are curiosities in every port system. I might as well see what Zen Alpha has to offer to its visitors. The Cayman Republic was a rather soft state due to enjoying the protection of its huge neighbor, so Ves did not hold any interest in its mech culture. Instead, he specifically wanted to see how a third-rate state developed when it came under the continuous influence of a prosperous second-rate state. Did Caymaners live better than Briters or Vesians? Or were they actually worse off? Chapter 1298 Beast Mech Miner. During the journey to the Zen Alpha system, Ves spent a decent amount of time on his studies. He caught up on the miscellaneous literature he collected recently and also bought a few textbooks on bestial mechs and smart metal mechs. Though he already possessed passing familiarity in both subjects, Ves took the time to refresh what he knew and began with the basics. Bestial mechs encompassed an entire subgenre of mechs. Mostly prominent in land-bound mech warfare, mechs shaped like centaurs, spiders, wolves, and other animals offered distinct advantages compared to humanoid mechs. First and foremost was that mechs that relied on four limbs to move possessed superior stability and mobility. Humanoid mechs relied on two powerful legs to move, but it took quite a lot of effort in keeping them upright and in balance. Bestial mechs are just better at moving in a fast-paced, chaotic battlefield. They offered superior mobility in the same weight class in almost every case. Not only that, but four limbs offered a lot of redundancy in case a battle became a drawn-out affair. A humanoid mech could be rendered combat ineffective with the least amount of effort by dealing a pinpoint strike on one of their legs. To do the same on a bestial mech required taking out at least two limbs. Even if their limbs were lighter than that of a humanoid mech's leg, destroying just one of them still left a typical bestial mech with a decent amount of mobility, hardly affecting its speed at all. The only complication was that mech designers initially struggled to come up with the best configurations for bestial mechs. Eventually, some customs had emerged. First, a bestial melee mech such as a tiger mech fought primarily using their limbs. A lot of mechanical power would be devoted to the limbs in order to facilitate a powerful leap that could quickly and efficiently allow a tiger mech to put a lot of momentum behind its attacks. Even at a standstill, a bestial mech was incredibly formidable because its powerful limbs enabled the mech pilot to make rapid changes in direction with rapid dashes and leaps. The only downside to such an active form of battle was that bestial melee mechs needed a lot of individual room to maneuver in order to bring out their best strength. Such mechs were quite unsuited to fighting in formation or in tight ranks. Mobility formed the key to their offense, as they relied heavily on momentum to deal strong, crushing attacks. This did not mean that bestial mechs were limited to claw or leaping attacks. Plenty of mech designers managed to mount gun barrels to a classic bestial mech, mostly onto its flanks or inside its head. Gun barrels mounted to the flanks usually weren't fully turreted because such mechanisms took way too much space. Therefore, most bestial ranged mechs mounted them in a limited swivel arrangement that allowed for only limited angle adjustments. Simply speaking, such mechs could only fire forwards, leaving them heavily vulnerable to sudden flank or rear attacks. Bestial mechs didn't fare too well in defense either. While such mechs could present a smaller and tighter profile against ranged attacks, they did not have the option to make use of shields. Although their frontal armor would always be better armored, it was still an awkward arrangement unless a force deployed a turtle mech or something that looked similarly ridiculous. Yet the biggest shortcoming of bestial mechs was their inherent inflexibility. Although specialized humanoid mechs could be rather inflexible as well, at the very least their forms allowed for some ingenuity when necessary. Not so for bestial mechs. They were stuck with the weapon loadout baked into their designs. A melee tiger mech could not exchange its claws for a laser rifle when assailed by aerial mechs. At the very least, a humanoid swordsman mech or knight mech could resort to such a solution if they had access to spare laser rifles. In short, bestial mechs were basically more specialized mechs that fulfilled a particular role better than most humanoid mechs. Yet they were also not very popular in the Komodo star sector, which usually did not look down on specialized mechs. There was a very basic reason for that. Humanoid mechs are easy to learn but hard to master. Bestial mechs are hard to learn and harder to master. It took additional talent, training, or effort to make a mech pilot proficient in piloting such mechs. Because they adopted a form divergent from the human body, mech pilots needed to become accustomed to taking advantage of the bestial form. That isn't always easy. The standard of training in the Komodo star sector was fairly low compared to more prosperous star sectors. Many mech academies lacked the time or resources to properly train their mech cadets in the operation of a bestial mech. The case may be different in more prosperous states and star sectors, but close to the frontier the humanoid supremacy movement reigned supreme by virtue of its ease and convenience. Naturally, not every state is blindly sticking to humanoid mechs. Bestial mechs are still interesting to some, he muttered. Ves wanted to visit those states in person in order to find out firsthand why specific organizations decided to make widespread use of bestial mechs. Naturally, by that he specifically focused on the use of classic bestial mechs such as tiger mechs, wolf mechs, and the like. Mechs that combined the advantages of humanoid arms with a bestial lower body such as centaur mechs, or most spider-legged mechs didn't count. They operated much more like humanoid mechs, but incorporated some of the mobility advantages of bestial mechs. Ves determined an important rule. A true classical bestial mech sacrifices humanoid flexibility for raw bestial power. This was a philosophical principle that many hardcore bestial mech designers abided by. They rejected the ubiquity of humanoid mechs and turned to the animal kingdom to achieve greater mechanical performance. Quite a lot of bestial mech designers are purists, he discovered. They chose one animal shape and specialize in it for the rest of their careers. There were wolf mech fanatics, tiger mech fanatics, turtle mech fanatics, hawk mech fanatics, space squid mech fanatics, and so on. The variety was endless, and they showed up in every possible environment. The mechs these specialized mech designers came up with did indeed offer an impressive level of performance. It was just that most mech pilots in use to bestial mechs needed extensive training before they could become proficient in their use. Everything has a price. Bestial mechs offer greater performance, but unless they're piloted by mech pilots familiar with these types of mechs, They're no better than the humanoid mechs they are trying to replace. To someone like Ves, who mostly planned to stick with humanoid mechs, the mech industry advised that he should only dabble in only a single type of bestial mech at most. It's like studying a minor, he realized. It's meant to broaden my perspective and understand what bestial mech designers have to deal with on a daily basis. Since the system wanted him to design at least one bestial mech, Ves needed to make a selection. Which classical bestial mech shape should he adopt as his customary beast shape? He quickly turned his head to Lucky, who comfortably lounged on his bed at the moment. Meow? Hee. He grinned. Out of every possible animal, I'm most familiar with cats. Meow. Tiger mechs were basically cat mechs in a sense. They were predominantly melee mechs that greatly emphasized ambushes and leap attacks. They tended to be fairly heavier than most other mech types, as they relied greatly on a combination of mass and mobility to power their devastating collisions. They possessed pronounced downsides as well. Aside from the common disadvantages it shared with all bestial mechs, they also imposed very high demands on their mechanical integrity. All of those leaping and collision attacks put an incredible amount of strain on the frame of the mech. The shock it has to endure is of a much greater magnitude than that of a typical swordsman mech or knight mech. The biggest challenge of a tiger mech is not defeating its opponent, it's doing so while preventing its frame from falling apart. Both the mech and mech pilot needed to step up in this regard. The mech pilot needed to become familiar with the common techniques developed specifically for tiger mechs, and needed to avoid pushing the mech's parameters past their limits. The most frequent mistake an inexperienced mech pilot could make was to make a bad collision or fall, where their tiger might snap off a limb or incur massive impact damage to parts that couldn't absorb that much shock. As for the tiger mech itself, it needed to be designed with mechanical integrity as its highest priority. No bestial mech designer neglected their study into mechanics, battle mechatronics, and other related fields in order to ensure the most robust mechanical structure possible for their designs. Maybe this is why I'm tasked with designing a bestial mech. They not only place a higher emphasis on mechanics, but this field is also applied in very different ways. The system very deliberately pointed him to bestial mechs as a way to improve. Although he did not always like the system's decisions, he had to admit that its lessons had always been poignant and useful. Still, that left him to shift his mind towards the other field he was studying, which was smart metal technology. Ves shook his head at what he learned. Really now. Smart metal may be used here and there, but they are not very common among third-class mechs. Just like polarizing systems, they're mostly not worth it below a certain tech level and budget. Smart metal technology really started kicking into gear with second-class mechs. The reason why should be clear. Smart metal is really just a huge bunch of tiny nanomachines or equivalent. A bunch of tiny machines tied together on a microscopic level to form a single flexible, morphable piece of armor plating would never be able to match the sheer durability of solid armor plating. Ves already witnessed this in action during his latest mastery experience where Axlar witnessed a mech arena match that featured one such mechs. Even the Terrans hadn't been able to make a smart metal mech that overpowered a typical first-class multipurpose mech. Smart metal technology offered a lot of versatility, no one doubted that. Yet it cost a lot and delivered less performance. What is the price of flexibility? The ability to change a mech's shape or to repair gaps in the armor on the fly sounded useful. More advanced smart metal mechs could even replace broken limbs or core components by siphoning smart metal away from their less crucial parts. Yet it became clear to Ves that smart metal tech had yet to reach maturity. It was an expensive, wasteful solution desperately looking for a problem in order to justify its existence. Aside from abnormal, niche circumstances, smart metal mechs mostly amounted to novelties. Enemies unused to facing smart metal mechs might be startled, but once they became more ubiquitous, they would learn to overpower them with brute force. That's the biggest downside to smart metal technology, he concluded. It's very adaptable against light damage, but can't shield a mech from annihilation from a single, powerful burst. Ves thought back on his intention to design a smart metal bestial mech. The problem was that if he decided to develop a tiger mech, it put such a huge strain on shock absorption and structural resilience that implementing smart metal technology did not make sense. Bestial mechs are by nature inflexible mech types that focus on raw performance. Smart metal tech adds flexibility at the cost of a significant amount of performance. Combining the two will negate each other's strengths while amplifying their weaknesses. Was it really a good idea for him to design a smart metal tiger mech? All signs so far pointed to no. Chapter 1299 Adverse Reactions. Just before the Barracuda arrived at Zen Alpha, Ves briefly checked up on everyone else, starting with Melker. Have you taken William Urbish's measure? How good of a mech pilot is he really? Ves asked. The projection of Melker shook his head. William is a difficult case. Let me begin with his piloting skill. He's well trained. That's a given. Though many of his habits would see him killed when placed on an actual battlefield, that can be remedied through rote training. It's his attitude that's the real issue. He's a coward, right? Essentially, yes. Melker sighed. William received excellent training and his body and mind have both been augmented to a good degree. By all rights, he should be an elite. During simulation battles against AI opponents, he fared quite decently. It's when he faces human opponents that he begins to show his frail mentality. Ves blinked. He's scared of fighting mechs piloted by humans? In a simulation? Yes. It sounded ridiculous. The threat of death in simulations was non-existent. Barring a short circuit or some freak accident in which the hundreds of safeguards applied to simulator pods all went haywire, a mech pilot ought to be able to fight to their heart's content. What's the problem with William, exactly? We put our mind docs on his case, and boy, he's a handful. The short version is that William is fundamentally afraid of fighting. This guy is a natural coward. For someone like him to luck out in becoming a potentate is one of the biggest travesties of the galaxy. While his genetic aptitude is merely graded at C, whenever he faces a human opponent his effective genetic aptitude instantly plunges into the E range. Melker explained a bit more and pulled out several examples where William Urbish failed lots of easy scenarios that even a mech cadet could have overcome with ease. The psychological condition that afflicted him was so ingrained into his being that it was almost impossible to treat. The human mind is very resilient but also very fragile, Melker noted. Our mind docs found traces of modest cranial operations in William's mind. This is very risky considering that he's a mech pilot. Even then, it hadn't worked. In every fight and flight situation, William always chooses to flee even if he is pumped up with rage stimulants. The actual medical explanation was too complicated for Melker to recite, so he merely transmitted the relevant reports to Ves over the comm channel. So what does that leave us with William? We can keep training him all we want, but without a deep and fundamental shift in disposition, William will always fail in stepping up when it really matters. The only way we might be able to achieve this shift is by rejigging his entire brain structure with dubious and extremely risky interventions. Not even the MTA has gone that far, because such procedures will likely permanently impair his ability to pilot a mech or at worst lead to his death. The MTA needs patient consent in order to even suggest such radical treatments, but there's no way a coward like William will ever approve. In the end, the main point was that there wasn't an easy fix to William's ingrained fear. Not unless Ves was willing to cross some lines. After clarifying the situation a bit, VS did not see any immediate solutions either. For now, just hold his hands and polish his skills and combat habits. Let the other Larkinsons have a try with him as well. They might click with him in a way all his other instructors never accomplished. VS instructed. That sounds good, but these suggestions aren't likely to work. I know, Melker, but let's not rock the boat too much. We have 3 years to achieve some progress. I'll take a look at his condition myself when I return from my tour through the Star Sector. Perhaps a year of instruction under a Larkinson will set him straight. After discussing a few other matters related to the avatars of myth, VS closed the call. He called up Kelsey next to receive a status update on the LMC. The company is doing well enough that it doesn't require your intervention for quite some time, she stated. There has been one notable incident that needs to be mentioned. Do you remember your old friend Carlos Shaw? He knocked at our doors a week ago. VS immediately became more attentive. He's back? He wanted to talk to you in person before rejoining the LMC. He was disappointed when you weren't here. What did you do then? I sent him on to Keddy's, who did her best to make him welcome at the LMC. It's just... Kelsey trailed off. What's the matter? News broke out at what happened when you were at Centerpoint. The gossip rags all announced that you managed to ensnare the affections of a wealthy and powerful Hexer journeyman. According to their reporting, it's yet another instance of the devil tongue working his magic onto an innocent victim. VS smiled ruefully at that. Gloriana, innocent? Hardly. Has that changed the LMC's circumstances in any way? Not too much, at least for now. While the news hasn't affected the LMC's market perception too drastically since it is simply another story to add to your celebrity life here at home, it has led to some subtler shifts. Such as? Well, the Bright Republic as a whole has always leaned towards the Friday Coalition. For the LMC to abruptly enter the camp of the Hexadric hegemony, as your relationships implies, has ruffled some people's feathers. Fortunately, the second-rate states are very distant to us normally, so our sales haven't dipped. VS knew that not every state would react so nonchalantly. The LMC's position in foreign states which are more strongly aligned to the Friday Coalition will probably sour. We know, Kelsey replied. We had to make a lot of adjustments to our expansion strategy. Scaling back our plans for expansion into Coalition Alliance states, and turning towards Hegemony Alliance states for the very first time has led to a considerable amount of flurry in our offices. Sorry for that. We'll manage. It's your company, after all. We still believe in your leadership. Kelsey ruefully smiled. So how did Carlos and Keddy's react? Kelsey looked sheepish. Well, not that good, to be honest. When the news broke out, Carlos abruptly tendered his resignation and left the LMC while Keddy's locked herself in your lab. He closed his eyes. Indeed, not everyone took a liking to the new development. Still, he was highly disappointed by Carlos' reaction. How could he ever make it as a mech designer if he let his jealousy? I already prepared some contingency plans in case Carlos decided to part with the LMC. Look up the relevant files in the LMC's database and make sure to implement the one that best fits the circumstances. I'll do that, boss. As for Keddy's. Does Keddy's want to leave as well? He asked. No. She was disappointed for a bit, but then she became more determined than ever. She's been working herself ragged these last few days, all in an attempt to catch up to you. Kelsey sighed. VS, far be it from me to tell you how to run your life, but you really ought to clear up your feelings with regards to Keddy's. She deserves a clear answer. A discomforting mood settled over VS as he thought about Keddy's. I don't know the answer myself, to be honest. While I care for her, I always considered her to be my first protégée. As a mentor of sorts to her, it's not proper for me to think any further. This is a line I won't allow myself to cross. Neither of them appeared happy with this answer. I think in her heart, the poor girl knows you think that way about her. I'm glad to see that instead of lashing out, she instead resolved to improve herself so that she can be more than your student. I'm only afraid that it might be too late and that all of her efforts will go to naught. I think Kedys is strong enough to get over it. She's a tough girl, Ves replied, as if that would make the situation better. She deserves to be with someone who appreciates all of her facets. It would be best if she encounters a mech designer whose design philosophy synergizes well with her own. Can you set her on the right path? I'm worried she isn't thinking healthy thoughts right now. I don't want her to follow in the same footsteps as Carlos. Really, Ves. You ought to be the one to console the poor girl. Instead, you've decided to go off on a random tour through the hegemony side of the star sector. Admittedly, Calcy had a point. Even now, Ves felt extremely reluctant to call Kedys directly. His intuition hinted that he would not enjoy the conversation that would ensue. Can you, Calcy? Fine. I'll help clean up your mess. You really ought to have been clearer to her in the first place, you know. Aside from her rough edges, she's a great girl and brings some much-needed levity. Thanks for that. Tell me seriously, Ves, are you really into the Woden girl or is this just some kind of stunt that will blow over? I don't know. He shrugged. We're attempting to make it work. She's a lot more eager than me, but we've barely met each other at this point. It's possible that she'll tire of me once we get to know each other better. Fat chance. Ves knew better than to expect Gloriana to drop her interest in him. Not when she recognized a great opportunity to elevate her design philosophy to a higher level. When Ves finally ended his call with Calcy, he let out a tired breath. He truly hoped that Kedys would not stall her progression due to this circumstance. He found it encouraging to hear that she instead drove herself even harder. Even if she's disappointed, as long as she becomes a journeyman or higher, she at least fares well in her career. If Gloriana became a greater part of his life, Ves did not know if Kedys would still work for him at the LMC. He wouldn't blame her if she wanted to leave like Carlos. Hopefully Gloriana and Kedys will find some way to get along, he whispered. A trusted subordinate mech designer isn't easy to find. Ves nurtured Kedys from an inadequate pirate designer into a rising novice with a strong learning ability. He also shaped her principles and her approach to mech design to better align with his own. It would be a great pity if he lost her before he could earn a return on his investment. Yet even if she leaves, she's still my student. I should be happy for her success regardless if she works for me or not. Even though he said that, why did he feel like a rotten bastard who just made an awful mistake? A strong feeling of guilt suffused his mood and he couldn't even figure out where it came from. Should he change his mind? Nah. Ves always considered himself to be a decisive person. He did not like to display any muddle-headed behavior. For now, he remained committed to seeing if his relationship with Gloriana would work out. Changing his mind halfway for no good reason except to give in to his doubt would not accomplish anything meaningful. That was not how he managed to advance to journeyman so quickly. Even if it turns out that I've made a mistake, I should at least see it through before that becomes clear, he resolved. Ves shoved these thorny matters to the back of his mind. Instead of worrying about this or that, he would rather think of something more pleasant, such as his upcoming visit to the Zen Alpha system. Chapter 1300 Out of Touch. Meow. Yeah, I know, Lucky. It's really busy here. Ves had barely stepped outside Zen Alpha 3's spaceport, and already found himself caught in the hustle and bustle of traffic. An ocean of commuters and tourists all headed for the jumbo-sized air cars that constantly went in and out with a full load of passengers. He held on to Lucky with one hand while adjusting his shawl over his neck. The capital city happened to be situated in a temperate region that was entering into a winter period. The jostling of people rushing to the exits did not help him in this regard. "Hey, watch it! Didn't your mother tell you not to bump into strangers?" As a journeyman and a galactic citizen, Ves had access to a special service that would see him deposited at a much calmer VIP terminal where he could ride a personal shuttle to any destination he wanted. On a whim, he declined to do so. How could he study what life was like in the Cayman Republic if he did not immerse himself among the locals? While there were some legitimate security concerns about mingling in with the crowd without any guard escort, Ves dismissed those worries. "Public security is quite high here." Guards and automated security were present everywhere. A lot of investments had been made to make the planet safe. This was because the Xen Alpha system frequently entertained visitors from the neighboring Friday Coalition. How could the Caymaners ever allow their esteemed guests to come to any harm? As Ves looked this way and that, he spotted several accommodations for VIPs. A very stark divide existed between second-class and third-class citizens. Those who spent lavishly according to local standards enjoyed much greater privileges. To Ves, it seemed that a significant part of Xen Alpha's economy ran on entertaining wealthy tourists. Even an average Coalition citizen can be treated like a king in Xen Alpha. Ves quickly realized that perhaps that was one of the main points of attraction. The lower classes of the Friday Coalition might not be a big deal in their home state, but once they moved out and descended upon a third-rate state, they could momentarily enjoy the illusion of being a person of means who everyone else wanted to fawn upon. This became very obvious to him when he gazed his eyes upwards. A network of transparent tunnels hung above the main floors of the spaceport. Various guests confidently walked above the masses while being surrounded by attendants acting servilely in their presence. "They are like gods floating high amidst the clouds." As Ves boarded a crowded high-capacity airship, he looked out the porthole as the vehicle flew to the center of the capital city. He spotted numerous floating palaces, office buildings, plazas, and other fantastic structures. Such sights may be common in a second-rate state, but not in a third-rate state. The influence of the Friday Coalition was quite pervasive at first glance. Once the airship finally touched down at a transit center, Ves disembarked and entered the main avenue that led to numerous grand shopping centers. Familiar brands plastered his eyes as he raked in the shops and establishments. Xen Alpha 3 seemed no different from Bentheim aside from the addition of floating structures above every citizen's head. Different from Bentheim was the distinct lack of mechs on the streets. Back there, the sight of planetary guard mechs was very common. Mech ownership was quite pervasive there, as even criminal gangs could obtain them without too much effort. Other people and organizations applied for permission to field their own mechs in response, and mostly got them if they were wealthy or important enough. Not so on Xen Alpha. Although Ves detected a lot of robust security measures along with quite a few law enforcers in plainclothes, the city showed a very distinct lack of mechs available to respond quickly to possible crises. The sight reminded him of his abortive shore leave on Harkinson I. The Reinaldan Paradise planet wanted to offer its guests and tourists a scenery devoid of any notion of war, and what did that get them? War came to them anyway. Ves sighed. Xen Alpha is different. Unlike the Reinald Republic, the Cayman Republic is too close to the Friday Coalition. No troublemakers are sane enough to start anything under the Coalition's noses. Ves flipped his shawl over his neck once again as he began to walk aimlessly through the streets. Fancy shopping streets and entertainment venues attracted many Caymaners and other visitors, yet Ves remained fully unmoved. Instead of indulging himself in pointless shopping, he instead studied the people that frequented the stores. All of them seemed happy if constantly moving. Hardly anyone took a rest. All of this seemed normal. Yet compared to the crowd in Bentheim, Ves observed a crucial difference. Most of them don't seem to be engaged in mechs at all. Stores that sold complete mechs or toys and props based around mechs were in short supply. Their frequency was very low for a reason, as hardly any visitors entered these places. Such a sight would never have taken place in Bentheim. A huge amount of Briters and foreign visitors were enthused about mechs. Children wanted to buy action figures of the latest mech models. Adults bought merchandise of their favorite mech athletes. Mech insiders bought actual mechs. Those who wanted absolutely no involvement with mechs consisted of the minority in Bentheim. The same pattern existed almost everywhere he visited. Even the deprived from a piss-poor region like the frontier worship mechs to an almost religious degree. Yet all of this open enthusiasm towards mechs appeared to be largely absent in some of the most premier shopping avenues in the capital city of Xin Alpha 3. Is it just this city specifically, or is it the same everywhere else? He wondered. After a bit more exploration where he strayed into the less frequented areas, he noticed that hardly anyone ever had mechs on their minds. The locals didn't even discuss the latest mech games, matches, or crowed over a popular mech release. The Caymaners essentially lived as if they were in a very different age. It didn't take much thought for Ves to figure out the underlying reasons behind their lackadaisical attitude towards mechs. Hardly anyone here has seen conflict. Cayman resembled Reinald in that both states never entered into a full-blown war for centuries. Their favorable geographic circumstances meant that war was unlikely to erupt in their state. That has inevitably led to the development of other priorities over mechs. Still, at least the Reinald Republic is still engaged with mechs, if mostly for trade and piracy. The same can't be said for the Cayman Republic. It was as if Cayman had decided that it was pointless to build up a robust military mech branch. The information he found through a quick search on the galactic net revealed that Cayman's mech military was woefully underfunded, undersized, and highly neglected. It could never defend the state against an invasion against its neighboring third-rate states. Yet such invasions will never happen. Ves summed up the collective assumption of the Caymaners. Who would dare affront a potency of the Friday Coalition? Mechs were very expensive to procure and to maintain. What was the point of wasting all of that money on numerous military mechs that never saw any action? Only so many mechs were needed to patrol the space lanes and ensure public order in the event of disaster. The Cayman Republic gave up all pretense of being able to defend itself against outside threats. Instead, the state seemed content to trust the coalition to cover its defensive needs. For now, the deterrent seemed to work. Cayman truly hadn't seen war since it approached the coalition. It felt a bit unreal to him, though. As a Briter, he found the attitude of the Caymaners to be too optimistic. What if the coalition retreated one day? Defense should never be farmed out to another entity that would never have their best interests at heart. I thought the Reinald Republic was already pathetic, but it turns out that the Cayman Republic is even softer. Such a state would fall in a matter of weeks if it lost the protection of the coalition. Ves had rather mixed feelings about Xin Alpha 3. On one hand, the citizens here appeared to be more content and less concerned. In Bentheim, hardly anyone truly relaxed, because the Bentheim liberation movement might pop up at any time and any place in order to sow chaos. On the other hand, the Age of Mechs was still a violent time. Conflict and war happened in every corner of the galaxy. If humans weren't fighting against humans, then they were likely fighting against aliens. The Komodo Star sector itself bordered the frontier, where occasional news about berserk Sandmen entering into human space spread rapidly in the region. Yet to the Caymaners, the problems at the frontier border were someone else's concern. Their sheer disconnect to any of the conflicts raging elsewhere in the star sector made Ves feel profoundly helpless as a mech designer. There's hardly any demand for mechs in this state. Ves hailed an air car and traveled directly to the capital city's mech district. While Cayman featured its own mech industry, Ves found that its scale and activity was far behind when compared to the mech industry back home. There are a lot less native mech designers and mech companies here. Demand is too low to sustain more businesses. The worst thing about it was that Cayman's open borders and permissive trade policies allowed foreign mech companies to dominate, thereby further depressing native mech designers. A substantial amount of foreign mech designers operating in the Cayman Republic happened to consist of Friday men who hadn't been able to achieve success in coalition space. Although not all of them managed to adjust to the lower technological standard, it wasn't all that hard to design mechs that were simpler than they were used to in their home state. Although the Friday Coalition probably didn't pursue a deliberate strategy to neuter the Cayman Republic, their close ties inevitably resulted in this depressing outcome. Ves shook his head in disappointment. When times are good, everything is fine. Yet the moment chaos strikes, everyone here will regret their complacency. Though he privately admitted that such a calamity likely wouldn't come to the Cayman Republic, should its leaders be betting on that outcome? If the leaders adhered to the societal vitality theory, then they would have at least done something to remedy this situation, he grumbled. While Ves did not like the Rebarthan theory, seeing the state of the Cayman Republic made him feel as if it actually had a good point. Conflict, or at least the threat of one, might kick these complacent Caymaners into shape and force them to invest more in their armed forces. How can poor, struggling mech designers like me do business in such a peaceful state? It's a travesty. Ves shook his head. Meow. Oh, come on, Lucky. It's not that I'm wishing ill on the Caymaners. It's for their own good. If all of humanity was like the Caymaners, our race would have been extinct by now. After seeing firsthand how Cayman's native mech industry had been pushed to the fringes, Ves no longer held any interest in exploring Xin Alpha any further. Mech designers thrive off conflict, war, and uncertainty, he whispered. A peaceful state's citizens live out their entire lives in peace for centuries is no place for me. Perhaps one day there will come an age where all of humanity no longer has to fear any threats. That age is unfathomably far away. Right now, the Age of Mechs was at its height. A mech designer like Ves need not fear running out of customers anytime soon. The peace that reigns in this state should be the exception rather than rule. I hope my other destinations on my tour will be more exciting.